Hey guys, this is Fiction Life. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry united wizards and Muggles against Voldemort. Here is short summary. With Muggles joining the fight, Harry leads a revolution that changes the wizarding world forever, sidelining Dumbledore and ensuring Voldemort's downfall. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. With Molly Weasley heading in Harry's direction, Hermione knew that those soon-to-be administered rib-bruising hugs would at least buy her a few minutes to talk with her own mum and dad. Harry never really got time to consider Hermione's strange behavior as his friend's mum was soon upon them. Ron stoically endured his fate before Molly's attention switched to Harry. Hugging him very tightly, she whispered some motherly words of comfort to him. "I think Dumbledore will let you come to us later in the summer. Keep in touch, Harry. See you, Harry," came from Ron, along with a supportive clap on the back. By this point a flushed Hermione had rushed back, flinging her arms around Harry. Harry was soon needily returning the hug but then felt Hermione's hand slipping down his body. This was Hermione though, and she had a good reason for everything that she did. She then whispered that good reason into his ear. "Dumbledore was afraid any owls we sent could lead Death Eaters to your aunts. We both know there are ways to keep in touch those same Death Eaters won't have a clue about. I'm slipping a mobile phone into your pocket, both my home and mobile number are already programmed in. I'll put the charger in your other pocket, so now you have no excuse not to keep in touch this summer." As Hermione pulled back, she tried to key Harry on the cheek. An amazed Harry, however, had just turned his head to thank her, leading to her key landing on the side of Harry's mouth. They were both now blushing furiously before Harry decided to push his luck. This year more than any other, Harry had discovered that the hat put him in Gryffindor for a reason. He may have courageously faced a dragon, with the whole school watching, but this felt every bit as scary. If he got this wrong, their friendship could really suffer. Harry very deliberately leant in, giving her plenty of time to object or move away, and then keyed Hermione on the lips. It took Hermione a second to realize just what was happening here, though thankfully her arms reacted automatically. They were wrapped back around Harry before she started to return his surprising but very welcome key. Ron's loud exclamation of, "Bloody hell," reminded both where they were, and that all their friends, fellow students, the Grangers and Dursleys would all be watching them. They may still be blushing furiously, but both were now wearing wide smiles. Ron was shocked by this development, however he remembered how his temper had buggered things up between the three of them earlier in the year. He said nothing more but simply smiled toward both his best friends. They would all deal with whatever came out of this later. Relieved to see the smile coming from the redhead, Harry turned his attention back to the girl who he was hoping had just been elevated from the friends bracket. "This makes leaving you even harder, so you better believe I'll be in touch. I don't have the words to say how much you mean to me, Hermione. When you key me like that, I know exactly how you feel. We'd better get going." A quick peck on the lips saw Hogwarts' newest couple separate to go to their respective families and their homes. After all of the shit that Harry had dropped upon him since he last saw his relatives, ignoring Vernon's rants about freaks was child's play. Seeing Harry's lack of reaction reflected in his rear-view mirror though had Vernon upping his game. Those vicious comments began to be focused more on Hermione, though the walrus didn't even know her name. As if it wasn't bad enough having to drive all this way and then be amongst hordes of those freaks, we were then treated to that disgusting display of debauchery between you and that little slut in the station. Dudley punctuated his comment on the matter with a hard punch to Harry's upper arm. She must be stupid, as well as a slut, to be keying Potter in public. Since both were sharing the back seat, Harry had merely to turn his head to pin Dudley with a hard stare. "That young lady is the top student at my school, and someone I'm very fond of." Those green eyes were broadcasting something that caused Dudley's follow-on derogatory remark to dry up in his throat. He didn't know what had changed with Potter but recognized there was a definite difference. Until he could work out what that difference was, Dudley decided not to push Potter. Well, at least not without the rest of his gang to back him up. Dudley holding his tongue was such a rare occurrence it was of course noticed by his parents. Not happy with the way the freak spoke to her beloved son, Petunia fired her first shots of this Dursley family verbal barrage against Harry. "I don't care if the little tart is the Queen of Sheba, she won't be setting foot in our house, where decent normal people live." Were her parents at the station? Did they approve of public wanton behavior in such a young girl? If his 4th year at Hogwarts had taught Harry anything, it was to face up to the situations you found yourself in with courage and conviction. There was also the fact that these were his relatives that had abused their positions of authority over him since he was a toddler. Spending all those years with the Dursleys, Harry had learned just what made them tick. Now seemed like just the time to start pushing their buttons for a little payback. Hermione, that's my girlfriend's name by the way, is sometimes compared to my mother by the professors at Hogwarts. It's not just because she's as brilliant as my mother was. You see, just like my mum, both of her parents are non-magical too. Her mum and dad are both dentists, who own and run their own dental practice. Harry could practically taste the jealousy being broadcast from the two adults in the front of the car, jealous that he, the freak, knew people of such social standing. He wasn't finished yet, however. Over the years there were many things Harry had wanted to say to the Dursleys, had actually dreamed of saying to the Dursleys. Once he'd opened that particular door a crack, then everything just started pouring out. Funnily enough, they never locked Hermione in a cupboard so an obese obnoxious relative could have 2 bedrooms. Nor did they turn her into their own personal servant, yet these are 2 perfectly normal people. What does that say about your claim to normality? The screech of Vernon stamping on the brakes was easily drowned out by all the car horns being blasted in his direction from the motorists who were having to slam on their own brakes, or in one case, swerve to avoid a collision. Vernon was oblivious to all that surrounded him, his sole focus being the black-haired freak in the back of his car. The big man moved with a speed that belied his size. It took only a few seconds for him to get out the car and practically rip the back door off. "Right, you ungrateful little bastard, out. We didn't want to take you in the first place, we've never wanted you, we don't want you now. Get out of my car, get out of our lives. I don't care where you go, just stay away from us." Harry barely had time to grab Hedwig's cage, that had been placed on the floor between him and Dudley, before Vernon dragged him out the car and deposited both boy and owl onto the curb. Since Vernon's actions were being cheered on by his wife and son, it was no surprise when Harry's trunk joined him and Hedwig at the side of the road. As the Dursleys pulled away, Harry clearly heard his supposed family discussing going out for a celebratory meal, now that they had finally gotten rid of the freak. In any other city, a scene like this would have drawn a crowd. In London, however, people were so busy getting on with their own lives that they had no time left to get involved in anyone else's problems, so Harry was basically ignored. Picking up his trunk, after reassuring an upset Hedwig that everything would be fine, Harry began walking. Reckoning he had enough Muggle money on him for a cup of tea, Harry began looking for a cafe with seating outdoors where he could try and work out what he was going to do next. One thing was for certain, he wouldn't be returning to Privet Drive. About the only thing he agreed with the Dursleys on was that Harry Potter should never go back there again. Neither Harry nor the Dursleys were aware that Vernon's actions of a few minutes ago had rendered him returning to Privet Drive pointless. The blood wards around number 4 had come crashing down when the house's owner had thrown Harry out onto the street, telling him not to come back to their home. The ward monitoring device, sitting in Dumbledore's currently empty office, emitted a few puffs of smoke before stopping whirring. It wouldn't be checked until much later, when Albus received the first reports that Harry Potter was missing. Hermione was sitting in the back seat of her dad's car, petting a Crookshanks who was delighted to be freed from his traveling basket. She couldn't really concentrate on what had just happened with Harry in the station because her emotions were currently all over the place, and both parents were busily firing questions at her. "You never told us that phone was for your boyfriend, just your best friend, who happened to be a boy." While said half-jokingly, Hermione could easily detect the concern in her father's remark. "Dad, Harry is my best friend. I'm not sure about the boyfriend part." "What do you mean? Do you let other boys key you like that?" Her father's worry meter had just jumped a few degrees, so Hermione attempted to reassure him. Of course I don't. That was my first key asterisk, our first key asterisk, and we didn't exactly have time to discuss what it meant to our relationship after it happened. That's something we'll do when he calls, but Harry will still be my best friend. It was her mother who then posed the all-important question. And what do you want to happen next? The blush may be back, but Hermione's voice never wavered. I'm hoping Harry will ask me to be his girlfriend. Do you think he will? This had her mother smiling. From what I saw in the station, I think he will. So does your father. That's what's gotten him all steamed up. I am perfectly fine with my daughter having a boyfriend, just as long as that boyfriend is a gentleman. Oh, Harry is, Dad. It's going to be murder now waiting on him to phone. Why don't you phone him? I can't, Mum. His relatives would probably take the mobile from Harry. They're not very nice people and he hates going back there every summer. Their conversation was interrupted by Hermione's new mobile ringing. Hi Harry. Not that I'm complaining, but I didn't expect to hear from you so soon. Both her parents watched as Hermione lost her smile. They soon discovered why. She couldn't contain her rage, and didn't even try. They did what? That fat bastard actually left you on the curb and just drove away. How could anyone be so cruel? Seeing that the situation had become serious, Hermione's swearing was a good indicator of that fact. Her dad was pulling over to the side of the road while her mother asked to speak with Harry. Hermione was so angry at the Dursleys, she just handed the phone over. It seemed only minutes later that they were once more underway, though her mother now had their London street map out, guiding her husband to where she now knew Harry was waiting. Hermione sat in the back seat, seething with anger at how anyone could treat Harry that way. Her parents were a good team though, and her mother's navigation soon had them pulling up in front of a cafe. Hermione was out of their car the instant it stopped moving. A smiling Harry was soon settling her nerves. Hey, I haven't seen you in ages. Thanks for coming. A quick, gentle key accompanied the hug he'd held her in since the moment Hermione was within arm's reach. Seeing Harry safe and well calmed a lot of Hermione's fears, and she also remembered her manners. Her parents may have left the car at a more sedate pace than their daughter, but both were now standing looking at the couple. Mum, Dad, this is Harry. Harry immediately held out his hand. I believe we met a couple of years ago, but it's good to see you again, Mr. Granger. Thanks for coming here. Shaking the lad's hand, Dan thought Harry was certainly polite enough. It was Emma who worked out your location and then led us here. I'm just the driver, Harry. Thank you, Mrs. Granger. Sorry to be a bother, but I didn't know what else to do. I could hardly send Hedwig off with a message in broad daylight. As fast as Hedwig is, it would also have taken ages for any help to arrive. Emma couldn't help but hug the boy. Abandoned and stranded here by his relatives, and yet he was apologizing for being a bother. It was no trouble, Harry, and please call me Emma. Let's get back into the car and discuss what we're going to do next. When they had all climbed back into the car, Harry offered his suggestion. If you could drop me at the Leaky Cauldron, a quick visit to Gringotts, and I could hire a room from Tom for the summer. That wasn't what Hermione wanted to hear. Will Dumbledore let you do that? This is not like the end of your second year. Voldemort is sure to be looking for you. Wanting to find out just what happened, before they made the offer both he and Emma were thinking of, Dan asked Harry what had led up to him being abandoned at the side of the road. I unfortunately have many years' experience of their taunting and verbal put-downs. It doesn't really bother me anymore. When they started to bring Hermione into their ravings though, I wasn't about to just sit there and let them get away with that. They pride themselves on being perfectly normal, blaming their abnormal behavior on the fact I'm a freak. Me pointing out that you and Emma were perfectly normal, yet didn't force Hermione to live in a cupboard, nor treat her as their beep, was a bit too much normality for them to swallow. My uncle nearly caused a crash in his haste to throw me out of the car. Dan had been studying Harry as he spoke and believed what he was hearing. Hermione said your relatives were not very nice people. I'm beginning to get some idea of what she means by that. To be honest, sir, it's not something I talk much about, even to Hermione. Emma though had picked up on something mentioned earlier. Hermione, you mentioned Voldemort. Isn't he that dark wizard who died trying to kill Harry? Oh, sorry Harry, I didn't mean to be insensitive. It's fine, Emma. Turns out he wasn't actually dead, just surviving as a kind of wraith. I was kidnapped from Hogwarts as the tournament ended last week. He wanted my blood to use in a dark ritual that would give him a new body. The ritual worked, he's now back and I was lucky to escape alive. Cedric Diggory, another Hogwarts champion, wasn't so lucky. They murdered him right in front of me. Dan was glad he'd yet to start the car, the shock of hearing that could have seen him crash. This happened in school. Shaking his head, Harry answered the clearly concerned father. I was magically kidnapped out of the school, to a graveyard actually. Cedric was murdered and I became unconscious for a while. I woke tied to a gravestone and my arm was then cut open so my blood could be used in the ritual to bring him back. Hermione snuggled into Harry, offering her support as he continued his answer. After the ritual, he then called for his most rabid followers, intending to kill me in front of them. Even with all those advantages, Voldemort wouldn't fight fair. He used an unforgivable curse to try and control me, before using another unforgivable to torture me, all this before we fought. Come to think of it, Voldemort has now hit me with all three of the unforgivables. There's yet another bit of notoriety I don't want. Both Elder Grangers were healthcare professionals and could clearly see the pain and anguish this young man was carrying around with him. Hermione's request for a way to keep in touch with Harry over the summer now made perfect sense. They could clearly see their daughter cared for him. That he was then passed off to a family so unloving they would abandon Harry in the middle of London disgusted them. It was as Hermione's parents, however, that they made the offer that had been on their minds since Emma had requested her daughter's mobile phone to speak with Harry. The slightest of nods from Dan was enough to let Emma know she should take the lead here, and she did. Harry, Hermione originally contacted us about a method so she could keep in touch with you over the summer holidays. She thought you needed to keep in touch with your friends this summer. Having spoken to you, Dan and I agree with her opinion. We'll take you to the Leaky Cauldron, if that's where you really want to go, or you could come home and spend the summer with us. Here was the offer Hermione had been hoping for. She squeezed Harry's hand, clearly indicating which option she wanted him to choose. Harry though had a couple of things he wanted out in the open first. As Hermione said, Voldemort will be looking for me. I couldn't have him or his followers turning up at your house. If that was the only objection, Dan though this was already settled and started the car. Harry, you let us worry about that. Sir, it is also my intention to ask Hermione if she would be my girlfriend. Would that change your mind? Dan pulled out into traffic amid the squeals of both his girls. As Hermione had just keyed Harry, he was already aware of his daughter's answer to Harry's question. I said to Hermione earlier that, as long as her boyfriend was a gentleman, I wouldn't mind. We'll all sit down tonight and discuss what that means in practice while you're our guest. A now delighted Hermione was cuddling her new boyfriend, very happy with life at the moment. Should you send Hedwig with a letter to Dumbledore, let him know what happened. After a moment's thought, Harry shook his head. If Dumbledore is having me watched, let's see how long it takes him to find me. It will give us some idea of how good they are, and give me the chance to see if protection could be placed around your house. If I'm in danger then so are you. All of Hogwarts was in King's Cross, they'll all now know my best friend as my girlfriend now. While neither Emma nor Dan were happy with all this talk of danger, they were delighted however that Hermione's new boyfriend's focus seemed to be on protecting their daughter from it. This danger, perceived or otherwise, would also feature heavily in their talk with the kids tonight. Draco had wondered why only his mother had been there to pick him up from King's Cross. On arriving home and seeing his father sitting in his study, Draco immediately had his answer. His father looked terrible. Lucius Malfoy's normally immaculate appearance was looking decidedly ruffled. His almost gray pallor and bloodshot eyes were also easily distinguishable signs that something was seriously wrong. Lucius' voice too had a rare quality to it now. If Draco didn't know his father, he would have suspected it was fear. As you will no doubt have heard, our Lord has returned. He is displeased at our house at the moment, but we will soon work our way back into his good graces. His displeasure is merely a temporary setback. Even with Lucius trying to hide them, Draco quickly noticed the tremors that would uncontrollably spasm through his father's body. If this is what the Dark Lord's displeasure brought, then it was vitally important that the Malfoys were soon once more standing at their lord's side, and not under his wand. Father, would news that Potter now has a girlfriend appease our lord? He was keying the disgusting mudblood, Granger, at King's Cross. Clutching the arms of his chair tightly, in an attempt to control at least some of the tremors, Lucius thought for a few minutes before answering his son. Potter is certainly the golden ticket back into our Lord's favor, but that news is not exclusive enough. Most of Hogwarts will have witnessed the same thing you did, and the news will have already been delivered to our Lord. Answer me this though, what effect would us delivering this mudblood into the Dark Lord's hands have on Potter? A couple of points he'd just heard had Draco taking a deep calming breath, especially his father's use of the word, us. It was time to answer the question his father had just posed, before asking one of his own. Anything happening to Granger would destroy Potter, they're very close. Would you really let me help with this? Draco then thought whatever their lord had done to his father had an affect greater than just the obvious tremors. Lucius Malfoy could never be described as honest and open, yet that's what Draco received from his father by way of an answer. You're getting old enough to begin discovering what it really means to be a Malfoy. This seems like an ideal opportunity. There's also the fact that we can't wait until I'm fully recovered, just in case some other family has the same idea for courting our Lord's favor. I will need your help with this. There was no hesitation in Draco's answer. This was a few of his better dreams all coming true at the one time. His father respecting him enough to ask for his help with this mission was a huge step for Draco. That this mission would also see him gain revenge on that mudblood, Granger, as well as devastate Potter, left Draco with a grin on his face that could only be considered as evil. I would be honored to help, Father. After having an in-depth, honest and frank talk with Hermione's parents, including setting down boundaries of what Emma and Dan thought was acceptable behavior for a teenage couple temporarily living in the same house, Harry had gone and blown it on the first night. Hermione was currently on his bed, with his head cradled against her unencumbered chest. Since he had both arms wrapped around her, and clinging on for dear life, Harry was certainly aware of just how flimsy the material Hermione's nightdress was constructed from. About the only Granger house rule they had complied with wasn't going to win them any points either. Yes, the room door was open, but, with Emma and Dan currently standing in it, Harry was ready for the shouting to begin. Then Emma gently spoke. My father's favorite recipe for dealing with his little girl after she'd had a nightmare was first to get up and have some hot chocolate. I know I always felt better after we'd sat and talked it over while sipping from our mugs of chocolatey heaven. I'll go and make some now. Hearing Emma say the word, nightmare, saw something click in Harry's head. With a groan he embarrassingly asked a question. Did I wake everyone? Watching his young daughter hold a boy like that was hard for the father in Dan to accept. There was no denying the positive effect Hermione was having on her new boyfriend though. Harry had been shaking like a leaf when he and Emma had first raced into the spare room. There was also no denying the effect being friends with Harry had on their daughter. Her frequent letters and visits home for the last 4 years always saw his name being fondly mentioned. Both parents were well aware how important Harry was to their daughter. That, and the hint of desperation in Hermione's last letter home, was the reasoning behind them spending so much money on a pair of mobile phones. They were also hoping Hermione would now be able to use hers, and keep in touch with them, when she stayed at her other friend's house. Trying not to let his discomfort with just how close these two were show, Dan attempted to keep his answer light. Harry, you probably woke half the street. Are you prone to nightmares? Hermione wasn't for letting him go, so Harry just answered from where he lay. Every night since the graveyard. In school I can put up silencing charms so's not to disturb anyone else. We're not allowed to do magic here. She was well aware that suffering in silence was her boyfriend's modus operandi, but Hermione thought even Harry might be pushing that to extremes here. His screams had torn at her heart, and she was out of her own bed and by his side in seconds. What about dreamless sleep potion? I'm sure Madame Pomfrey would have given you some. It's apparently highly addictive, and only administered to patients under her care. Harry's screams had terrified Emma and Dan too. What this young man had been forced to endure had left both parents very angry at those supposedly charged with caring for him. Well, Emma will have the hot chocolate on by now, and I don't think any of us are ready to go back to sleep just yet. I'll see you down there. As Dan was coming back out of his room, after collecting his housecoat, he overheard something that confirmed he and Emma were handling this right. Hermione, your parents are awesome. Then again, that shouldn't be a surprise, they produced you. Both teens soon joined the adults, just as Emma was filling 4 mugs with hot chocolatey beverage. It was the company though, albeit aided by the soothing drink, that saw Harry open up. We'd just defeated the final obstacle, an acromantula. I was injured and the cup was just sitting there. I told Cedric to take the cup, end the bloody tournament, but he wouldn't. It was my idea to share, to cement a Hogwarts victory, and it got him murdered. Though still sipping from his mug, fat tears were currently running unnoticed down Harry's cheeks. Hermione was desperate to throw her arms around him, but her mother had signaled not to. Getting Harry talking about this was an important first step. Dan then tried to get Harry to look at the situation from a different angle. Harry, you seem to be blaming yourself for offering to share the cup with Cedric. What would have happened if he had followed your first suggestion, if Cedric had taken the cup to end the tournament? Now understanding what her parents were doing, Hermione sat quietly as Harry carefully pondered that question before answering. He would still have been taken to the graveyard, either murdered right away, or forced to take part in the ritual and then murdered. I only escaped because my wand is a brother to Voldemort's. Cedric didn't have that advantage, he wouldn't have escaped. Pleased with the way this was going, Dan tried to nudge Harry along a bit further. It would seem the only way Cedric would have survived was if you had reached the cup first. Harry, shaking his head at this, rather confused the 3 Grangers. That was until he offered an explanation. I was going to reach the cup first. Cedric though hadn't seen the acromantula. If I had grabbed the cup it would have been on him, and I wouldn't have been there to help. A 14-foot venomous spider is no picnic, it took both of us working together to deal with it. Emma needed the comfort of her hot chocolate, and her husband's arm slipping around her, after discovering just what an acromantula was. Emma was terrified of spiders. How Harry had stood and faced that monster she would never know. Resting her head on Harry's shoulder, Hermione now tried to reassure her boyfriend that he couldn't have done any more that night, and was in no way responsible for Cedric's murder. You saved Cedric when Victor had him under the cruciatus, saved him again from the acromantula. The only other thing you could have done was claim the cup for yourself when Cedric offered, something we both know you could never do. Silence then prevailed before Dan started collecting the now empty mugs, giving them a quick rinse in the sink before popping them in the dishwasher to await being joined by the breakfast dishes. As they all began to make their way back to bed, Dan was thinking it would be a late breakfast. That proposed long lie-in was ruined by the door being knocked at just after 7. A still tired Dan was pulling his housecoat on while making his way down the stairs. His mood didn't improve any when he discovered who was knocking on his door. Good morning, Mr. Granger. You may remember me, I'm Professor McGonagall from your daughter's school. Sorry to disturb you, but could I have a few words with Miss Granger? After inviting the witch in, Dan had barely closed the door before he started looking for answers. I must ask why you're getting us out of bed, during the school holidays too. One of our students, a friend of Hermione's, has gone missing. I wanted to ask your daughter if she'd heard from him. What of the boy's family? How did he go missing? Emma joined Dan as Minerva wondered at this woman's rather strange question. His family are saying they don't know where he is. Dan cut her off there. They're telling the truth. I bet they didn't mention that they threw Harry out of their car, then drove away and left him in the middle of London. Minerva was gobsmacked at hearing that, and then jumped to the obvious conclusion. You know where Harry is. The situation was just too funny at that point. Dan simply had to smile. He's actually standing right behind you. Spinning around, Minerva spotted her pajama-clad target, with a similarly attired Miss Granger holding his arm. Mr. Potter, do you realize the trouble you've caused? Before Harry could say anything in his defense, McGonagall had a face full of an angry Emma Granger. Don't you dare shout at Harry in my house. This is summer and they're not in Hogwarts, you have no authority here. Even in Hogwarts you haven't been able to keep him safe. Forcing a 14-year-old boy to face a dragon is insane. Making him do so for your entertainment is just barbaric. I don't believe for one second there wasn't a method available where Harry didn't need to take part in that tournament, otherwise you people should be jailed for allowing such a dangerous object as that fiery goblet within miles of a school full of children. She was then joined by Dan, whose words might have been delivered a touch calmer, but there was no mistaking the anger lurking just below the surface. That is just one of many incidents we have heard of where Hogwarts failed Harry. It also leads us to believe you are here with the sole intention of returning Harry to the Dursleys. Dumbledore says. That barely hidden anger now surfaced as Dan exploded at McGonagall. I don't give a shit what your school's headmaster says, that's not going to be happening. What the Dursleys did to Harry, abandoning him like that, is a criminal offense. If your headmaster pushes this issue, we will contact the police and press charges against the Dursleys. We will also contact social services with our concern about Harry's welfare while he's living there. We will not let this matter go. These Dursleys couldn't stand up to even the most basic questioning concerning their supposed care of Harry, then your whole house of cards will come tumbling down. The only thing holding us back is that Harry is currently safe, and involving the authorities could see him moved to a temporary foster home, something none of us wants to see happen. Shuddering at that possible scenario, Minerva tried to explain the advantages of Harry returning to his relatives. There are protections at Privet Drive, we also have people watching out for him. Both Grangers had been prepared for this line of defense. We understand these protections, wards, can be placed around any premises and are willing to allow them here. We are also willing to allow these people you deem essential to Harry's safety onto our property. Harry returning to the Dursleys is simply not going to happen, not without dire consequences. Before Minerva could again parrot Dumbledore's wishes, Emma cut across her. If this should reach our courts, they would certainly take Harry's wishes into account. Have you even asked Harry what he wants to do? This had everyone looking in his direction. Harry wasn't shy about offering his opinion. I am never going back to Privet Drive. They've gradually gotten worse and I'm not in the mood to put up with it anymore. Things would be far worse than my summer spent there after second year, and somehow I don't think the minister would be so forgiving if they triggered another bout of accidental magic. I have been invited to stay here, that's what I want to do. I've also been invited to spend some time at the Burrow, I'd like to do that later in the summer too. Knowing Harry would be well looked after there, and also that their daughter would want to accompany him, Emma made an offer that she hoped would please everyone that mattered to her, that is. How about you stay here until your birthday, then spend August with your friend Ron? I know you can fly your broom there, something that you can't do here. Harry's wide smile provided its own answer, and saw Dan once more addressing McGonagall directly. That seems like the basis of a plan to me. Neither Harry nor Hermione will be anywhere near places like Diagon Alley, they'll restrict their movements to purely non-magical areas. We're quite happy to allow any protective measures you deem necessary to be placed around our home during Harry's stay. We all want to keep Harry safe, but I don't think that can be accomplished by basically imprisoning him at the Dursleys for the entire summer. If that is still the only option you're offering, then you have a fight on your hands. In the face of such strong, and well-argued, resistance, Minerva was left with no option but to attempt a dignified retreat. It was hard to fight for something you didn't really believe in, and she'd never really supported Harry having to live with the Dursleys. Albus had championed that cause and Minerva was quite happy to let him deal with this mess. Some of her frustration boiled over though as she spoke with Harry. I'll pass your wishes, reasoning and threats on to Headmaster Dumbledore. What he'll do next is anyone's guess, but you can be sure he'll be in touch. I can only hope nothing untoward comes of your shenanigans, Mr. Potter. Minerva once more found herself being faced down by an angry Granger parent, only this time it was Dan. Never mind trying to guilt-trip Harry around to your point of view, he's already suffering nightmares from that tournament you forced him to compete in. Harry has made us aware of the risks we face, but let me ask you this. How much danger is Hermione in? What protection is there for her? Where are the warnings to other non-magical parents about this new danger? The Minister of Magic won't allow. A raging Emma jumped all over Minerva's excuse. Playing politics with children's lives is despicable. Then again, when you use one as bait in that abomination you called a tournament, I suppose we shouldn't be surprised. I thought we were sending Hermione to Hogwarts for an education. None of the stuff we heard last night from these two was mentioned by you when introducing us to magic, and that bloody school of yours. Dan then took over to close proceedings. You've heard what we have to say, the next move is yours to make. I think it's time you now left. Minerva was escorted out the door and quickly found herself standing in the street. It was an angry McGonagall who left the Grangers. That she couldn't refute anything they'd said to her just made Minerva even angrier. She would be having words with Albus soon. Harry was staring at Hermione's parents with something resembling awe. That was brilliant. I've never seen anyone stand up to McGonagall before. Not only that, you left her unable to answer any of the things you threw at her. Dumbledore won't let this go though. Dan just shrugged his shoulders. If this Dumbledore has better answers, we'll listen. If he has a better plan, we'll talk about it. If he comes into our house and starts making demands, he'll be asked to leave too. Standing with Hermione by his side, Harry's respect for her parents climbed another couple of notches. For the first time ever, he actually felt as if he had people on his side. While the Weasleys certainly cared for him, they would never take his part in any argument with McGonagall or Dumbledore. Sirius fell into a somewhat similar bracket. As an escaped prisoner, he wasn't able to offer Harry much in the way of parental support. Harry was starting to believe he just might be staying at Hermione's before heading for the Burrow. Now that would be a perfect summer. On arrival at the Burrow, Minerva walked in on a frantic Molly berating Albus through the flow. Things quickly changed when Minerva announced she'd found Harry. Albus' head immediately withdrew as he then stepped out of the Burrow fireplace only a moment later. He headed straight for his deputy. Well done, Minerva. Where is Harry? Albus was looking around, expecting to see Harry in the room. He's at the Grangers. This saw Ron explode, though mostly with relief. I told you he'd be with Hermione, and there was nothing to worry about. Albus ignored this outburst, focusing solely on his deputy. Am I to assume Mr. Potter is still at the Grangers? Here was a target Minerva could unleash her anger on, and she did. Those Dursleys threw Harry out of their car, before driving away and leaving the boy. Even mentioning returning Harry there had both Granger parents shouting at me. Nevertheless, Albus never got to say any more as Minerva was now in his face. Her finger poking Dumbledore in the chest to emphasize each point she made. The Grangers made it perfectly clear to me I had no authority in their home, practically threw me out. They also made it clear the Dursleys are not fit guardians for Mr. Potter, something you and I have argued about since you left him there. She continued with her rant, not giving Albus a chance to interrupt. If we try to return Mr. Potter to their care, the Grangers will contact the Muggle authorities regarding the Dursleys' treatment of him. Abandoning him like that is apparently against their laws, leading to a lot of other questions being asked of them. She wasn't sure if this news had Albus taking a step back, or whether it was an extra hard poke in his ribs from her that forced the issue. Either way, Minerva still had more to say. I was informed that, should this reach the Muggle courts, Mr. Potter's opinion on where he stays will be asked. Harry quickly confirmed that the Dursleys was no longer an option for him. He has been invited to stay at the Grangers, and also by Molly. That is how he wants to spend his summer. Including the Burrow in the mix immediately had all the Weasleys on board with that option, leaving Dumbledore as possibly the only voice against. Minerva then battered down any reasons Albus had left for denying Harry his wishes. It would seem both teams have made the Grangers aware of the current state of our world. While being as unhappy as us about the situation, they were livid at the Ministry cover-up currently in place. They will allow warding of their home, and allow Order members access as they guard Harry. Having spoken to these people, I can practically guarantee they are not bluffing about contacting the Muggle authorities over this. With the way Fudge has been acting lately, word of this reaching the Ministry could be disastrous. Harry spending the summer staying with his two best friends will raise no eyebrows. A ministerial custody case is something we all want to avoid. That last point of Minerva's was like being stabbed with an icy dagger. Albus was well aware Cornelius would grasp any chance to exert some control over Harry Potter with both hands. Once the Muggle authorities became involved, there was no way to ensure that news did not reach ears they didn't want to hear it. The Ministry gaining even a whiff of that would be a disaster. He would not only lose his influence on Harry, but most of the recently reformed order as well. Minerva and Molly were two of Albus' staunchest supporters, yet both clearly disagreed with any plans to try to place Harry with the Dursleys. The boy's godfather would certainly hold the same opinion, possibly losing what remained of the order, and also their meeting place. That the blood wards had fallen at Privet Drive meant any wards he raised there could just as easily be erected anywhere else. Albus was already thinking what he could gain from Harry, and squeeze out by way of gratitude, by allowing the boy to spend the summer where he wanted. None of that showed on Albus' face as he though over what was being proposed here. There would need to be restrictions placed on their movements. Again Minerva was ready for him. The Grangers had already thought of that, promising that neither Harry nor Hermione would be anywhere near magical areas. They also proposed Harry staying with them until his birthday, before he then spent the rest of the summer here. While slightly disappointed at missing Harry's birthday, Molly was more than happy to have him staying here for all of August. She wasn't shy in expressing her opinion to Albus as well. With nothing to lose by allowing these concessions, and plenty to gain, Albus' mind was already decided. He didn't broadcast his decision however, preferring to take his own time. "I will return to Hogwarts and think this over. I will let you, and Mr. Potter, know my decision later." The headmaster had barely stepped back through the flow when the burrow resounded to the sound of cheering. The thought of Harry staying at the burrow for a month was something all of them felt like celebrating. Minerva may have been on the wrong side of a verbal roasting this morning at the Grangers, but, after getting most of her temper out on Dumbledore, she could clearly see the Grangers' justification for everything they said. Better than that, Minerva was certain Dumbledore could too. She had stated loudly and forcefully that the Dursleys were the worst type of Muggles, and that Harry Potter shouldn't be left there. Nothing she had seen or heard in all the years since that night had changed Minerva's opinion on the matter. The Grangers, obviously prepared to stand up to anyone on Harry's behalf, restored her faith that there were good people out there. One only had to look at their daughter to know the Grangers were good people. Dinner in Crawley was thrown into chaos when they received a very unusual visitor. To be fair, a phoenix appearing from a ball of fire above any dinner table in Britain would probably draw the same reaction. Harry, being well acquainted with Fawkes, soon had everything back under control. "Hello Fawkes, great to see you again. Is that a message from the headmaster?" Dropping the parchment from his beak into Harry's lap before singing something that probably meant yes, to anyone who understood Phoenix, Fawkes reveled in being the center of attention. As Harry began to read the note, Hermione was telling her parents just who, and what Fawkes was, though this was also her first meeting of the wonderful bird. Harry then let out a yell that was every bit as happy as the tune Fawkes was singing. "Dumbledore says I can stay here. There will be a guard we won't see outside tonight, and he will be here tomorrow to put up wards, if that's okay with you." The pleading look Harry sent in Dan and Emma's direction would melt hearts a lot harder than theirs. "Of course it's okay, Harry. It was after all our idea. Now we can start to plan for what you two want to do for the rest of the holidays." Harry could only stare at Emma. It took a moment for him to actually respond. "Ma'am, just allowing me to stay here is more than enough for me. I would hate to cause you any trouble." "You're no trouble, Harry, and I've told you it's Emma. We always try and spend time with Hermione, doing things as a family. We'll just include you in what we do." Only Hermione understood the effect those simple words had on Harry. Her boyfriend was almost in tears as she moved to hug him. "This is normal, Harry. The way the Dursleys treated you certainly wasn't. While it might stick in my craw that they could get away with it, getting you away from them is far more important to me than any revenge on them." Hermione's arms around him allowed Harry to get his emotions back under control. He smiled at his girlfriend before talking to Fawkes. "Can you tell Professor Dumbledore that we'll be fine?" With a clear nod of his head, Fawkes once more was a ball of flame before disappearing. After everyone had settled back down, Dan had a question that was nagging at him. "If you couldn't receive mail this summer, How is it the headmaster is allowed to send you a note? Hermione was quick to answer. Phoenixes can't be traced or intercepted. Fox is possibly the safest way to pass a message that there is. Shaking his head, Dan gave a voice to what was troubling him. So the headmaster has a totally secure magical way of passing messages, yet still wanted to keep Harry isolated. You and Ron could have sent Harry letters via Hogwarts, with that bird delivering and collecting letters from Harry, say once a week. Both teens were sitting open-mouthed at Dan's observation, while Emma mentally placed another item on the list of things they wanted to discuss with Dumbledore when he came to erect their wards tomorrow. Harry awoke with a start, his hand automatically reaching to the bedside table for his wand. With that comforting rod of holly held tightly in his hand, Harry then attempted to assess the situation he now found himself in. Heart racing, rapid breathing and sweating profusely were all signs he recognized, another nightmare. Since he was currently still alone in his room, Harry was left to surmise that at least this time he'd woken before making any noise, and broadcasting the fact he'd had another nightmare to everyone else. Knowing from experience he wouldn't be able to go back to sleep for a while, and wanting to escape a room he currently found stifling, Harry put on his housecoat, popping his wand in the pocket, and headed downstairs. Opening the French doors and stepping into the back garden, Harry instantly felt better as the night air's cooling embrace chased away the last clinging remnants of the nightmare. Making his way to the rose-covered pergola with the bench seat, Harry suddenly remembered the guard who was supposed to be out here. If anyone is sitting on this seat, I'm about to sit on your lap. Whispering that made Harry chuckle, though the bench proved to be empty. Harry could only have been sitting staring at the stars for 10 minutes when a pop of someone apparating into the garden disturbed the still of the night, and once more saw his wand clasped in his hand. Harry clearly heard two distinct voices and recognized both of them. He didn't need to wonder for long why there were now two Malfoys in the Grangers' back garden. They were here for Hermione. While Harry was currently well hidden, with Draco and Lucius obviously unaware he was even at Hermione's, that was soon going to have to change. There was no way either of these blonde bastards were getting their hands on Hermione, far less dragging her away to their master. Harry would do whatever he needed to. Protecting Hermione was his main priority here. Using his contacts at the Ministry, and dropping a little gold into some greedy palms, meant discovering where the mudblood lived was child's play to the wealthy blonde pureblood. Lucius was left wondering if bringing Draco along was a mistake. However, his son was currently quivering with excitement. Remembering well the elation he himself had felt when accompanying his father on their first Muggle hunt, it would appear Draco was a Malfoy through and through. Wishing there was someone else he could have trusted to help him with this critical task, Lucius quietly reminded his son why they were here, and what was at stake. I need you to concentrate, there is no room for mistakes tonight. Dragging the mudblood bitch to our master should see the Malfoy name once more be the most prominent amongst his supporters. We need to quickly take care of her parents and then get her out of here. I understand, father, I can do this. What his father didn't understand, because Draco had never told anyone the mudblood had physically hit him, was tonight was the night Draco Malfoy took his revenge. Yes, they needed the mudblood alive, but her parents were a different matter. Draco intended to kill them both, preferably with the mudblood watching. They would then drag the broken bitch to their master, who would surely reward them before making her suffer so much more. Discovering what happened to Granger would surely destroy Potter, making this one of the greatest nights of Draco's life. He was like a coiled spring, desperate to get his often dreamed of revenge underway. Dan, a light sleeper, had heard the door into the back garden opening. Glancing out their bedroom window, he spotted Harry heading for the rose bench. Standing watching for a few moments, Dan was drawn out of his thoughts by a gentle tap on their bedroom door. Opening that door, he discovered an agitated Hermione standing there. Dad, I thought I heard someone moving about. Looking in Harry's room, he's not there. Harry's fine, he's just stepped into the back garden. I get the impression he doesn't sleep too well, even without the nightmares. Although there was only the dim hall nightlight providing illumination, Dan could clearly see the relief on his daughter's face at hearing Harry was just in their garden. Oh, thank goodness. I'll go and get my housecoat. I'll go out and see how he is. I'm sure he would like some hot chocolate though, and since you're already up. Hermione just smiled at how skillfully she'd been maneuvered from being alone under the stars with her boyfriend to making hot chocolate for that same boyfriend, and her father. "Okay, Dad." Chuckling at his own ingenuity, a smiling Dan made his way down the stairs. He heard mumblings coming from the back garden and assumed Harry must be chatting with the posted guard. Dan wasn't prepared for the two figures in the dark cloaks he practically walked into, with the taller one wearing a mask. "Who the hell are you, and what are you doing on my property?" Spotting both Malfoys raising their wands, Harry knew he was all out of options. He had to take immediate action. There was not one shred of doubt in his mind that Dan was currently in deadly danger. Harry had to put the senior Malfoy down, and then deal with Draco. Any other choice could see them all dead. With absolutely no sign of this supposed guard, Harry's choice of spell reflected the danger they were all in. A powerful piercing curse slammed into Lucius' back, punching right through his torso and bursting out his chest. Time seemed to slow for Draco, and the rest of the world simply disappeared, as he savored his moment. Having this Muggle scream from the torture curse was an option Draco would have liked to experience. Those loud screams, however, would have woken the entire neighborhood. Clearly enunciating his chosen curse, Draco put all the hate he had for this man's daughter into his spell. The green curse left his wand and struck true. The Muggle was so close there was no way he could have missed. The delicious surprise on this Muggle's face as he dropped to the ground dead would live with Draco for the rest of his life. The splattering of blood confused him though. The killing curse wasn't supposed to cause any wounds. Then Draco noticed his father drop to his knees, his blood pumping out between his fingers. Lucius was trying to use his hands to staunch the flow of blood from a terrible chest wound. It was an effort the experienced Death Eater knew was futile as his vision began to gray. Knowing someone else had to be responsible for this attack on his father, Draco's gaze finally locked onto the last person he expected to see here. As his dying father joined Granger's on the grass, Draco screamed, "Potter," while bringing his wand to bear. After witnessing Draco's cold-blooded murder of Dan, Harry wasn't exactly in a forgiving mood. While Draco was screaming his name, another piercing curse was already leaving a raging Harry's wand. The curse hit Draco in the mouth, instantly punching up through his palate and scrambling his brains. Draco dropped like a puppet who'd had his strings cut, dead before he hit the grass. Hermione had almost made it to the kitchen when she heard her father verbally challenging someone. She was mentally remonstrating with herself for the fact that her wand was still up in her room when a hated voice she knew well changed her life forever. Hearing that disgusting curse cast, and seeing the green flash momentarily illuminating through the windows, Hermione also recognized the silhouette of who the curse had hit. Losing all sense of anything other than getting to her father, she raced for the open doors, arriving just as a dead Draco dropped to the ground. That was no compensation for Hermione. An agonizing wail seemed to come from her very soul as she threw herself at the body of the man who had been her rock since the day she was born. Alerted by all the noise, Emma was only seconds behind her daughter in arriving at the horrific scene. Her reactions were even more distraught than Hermione's. A numb Harry stood helplessly staring at the macabre scene before him. His heart was breaking, but not because he had just killed two people. That he couldn't save Dan was already eating away at him. Watching the two weeping women hold Dan's body, Harry also felt something shift inside him. Harry knew he would personally fill the entire back garden with bodies, rather than let anything else happen to the now mourning Emma and Hermione. Apart from taking action the instant he discovered what the Malfoys were here to attempt, Harry was struggling to think what else he could have done. There was no doubt in his mind Lucius was the more dangerous of the pair of Malfoys. Had he targeted Draco first, Lucius could have then overpowered him, and would just as surely have killed everyone in the house. A pop of apparition from behind had Harry spinning around and his wand spitting out another piercing curse the instant he didn't recognize the wizard. Mundungus Fletcher froze at the horrific scene he'd just apparated into. That was until a very powerful spell slammed into him. That wasn't quite true though. The spell impacted on the bag of goods he had been clutching to his chest while apparating. The impact of the spell then lifted Dung clear off his feet, before he hit the ground with a thud. Struggling for breath, he found himself faced with an enraged boy who lived. The point of Harry's wand was glowing with the next spell before Dung managed to gasp a few words out. Order, Dumbledore, your protection. Dung thought he must have said something wrong because the boy almost attacked him before gaining some control. Protection. Where the F*** were you? Getting his breath back, he was able to answer in a little more detail this time. A bit of business came up. Dung found himself being dragged to his feet by this enraged teenager. Get Dumbledore. Tell him the Malfoys came looking for Hermione. They murdered her father and I killed both of them. Dung wasn't too happy about being ordered about by a teenager. He wasn't about to argue that fact with this one, however. Harry had apparently killed both Malfoys, their bodies lying there lending credence to his claim, with only luck seeing the name Mundungus Fletcher not joining those of the recently deceased. He also couldn't wait to get out of here as the Aurors were certain to show up soon. He nodded before Harry released his hold, allowing Dung to disapparate away. Moving back over to protect both Granger ladies, Hermione proved she'd been listening to what he'd just said. While a crying Emma was cradling Dan's head on her lap, Hermione was clinging to both her parents. She managed to get a question out between her sobs. They were here for me. This family had taken him in, and now one of them was dead, leaving the other two devastated. The magnitude of that had Harry struggling to speak himself. I should have been quicker, I'm so sorry. Harry now broke into sobs too, leading to Hermione pulling him down beside her parents. She also had another question for him. How do you know? Crying on her shoulder, he was eventually able to get the words out. I heard them discussing it. Dan and Emma were to be dealt with, they were taking to Voldemort. I was moving into a position where I could do something when your dad walked right into them. I took out Lucius first, but it was Draco who murdered Dan. I killed the wrong Malfoy first. Multiple pops of apparition stopped their conversation. Help had arrived far too late for any of them. Albus, Minerva and Poppy portkeyed into the Grangers' back garden, and into total chaos. Harry was being held in wrist restraints by a pair of Aurors. He seemed to be stoically facing his fate. The same couldn't be said of Hermione, who was having to be restrained by another pair of Aurors. She was obviously vociferously objecting to Harry being arrested, but, since someone had placed a silencing charm on her, that assumption had to be an educated guess. Her mother was just sitting on the ground, quietly staring at a cloth-covered human shape. The real noise was being generated by an argument between Amelia Bones and Cornelius Fudge. Both seemed to hold contradictory opinions on what had happened here, and what should take place next. Cornelius was trying to lay down the law, but Amelia was just as animatedly quoting the actual law of the land straight back at him, as well as reminding the Minister of Magic that she was the one in charge here. Needless to say, Cornelius wasn't too happy with any of that. Potter killed 2 people, he's not even contesting that fact. Poor Lucius was cursed in the back. Amelia wasn't standing for ministerial interference in a case that could blow their world apart, not without one hell of a fight. Your poor Lucius is lying there in full Death Eater regalia, including a mask with his name on the inside. He also carries the dark mark on his arm. Had I been here, I would have fired on him too. What about Draco? His wand clearly shows a killing curse as the last spell cast, and we have a body here for which that spell was the cause of death. Trying to bluster and piece together an explanation that would fit the circumstances, Fudge clearly indicated the tone of interpretation he wanted placed on tonight's events. Young Draco had just seen his father murdered. His grief would understandably see him cast that awful curse at his father's killer, Potter. The Muggle was probably just in the way, an unfortunate accident. A thoroughly frustrated Amelia came right back at him. Could the reason that Muggle was in the way be that this is his property? What excuse do you have for both Malfoys being here, in the middle of the night, with Lucius wearing his Death Eater uniform? A flustered Fudge just tried to stamp his authority, and his solution, over the situation. We'll probably never know, because Potter murdered them both before we could ask. Harry answered that question, even although he wasn't asked. He had spotted Dumbledore's arrival and shouted the vitally important information to Albus as soon as the headmaster came close enough to hear. Sir, they came for Hermione. Malfoy wanted to take her to Voldemort. Whipping around, Cornelius spotted Dumbledore for the first time. Not that old chestnut again, boy. You know who is not back. Dumbledore, this is your fault for spreading these lies amongst impressionable children. Harry came right back at the minister. I'm prepared to give evidence about that incident, and tonight, under truth serum. Or do you plan to do another Barty Crouch and have me key-ed by a Dementor before I can tell people what really happened? A raging Fudge turned his anger onto a physically restrained Harry. You will face ministerial justice for what you did tonight, boy, and you will pay for your crimes. A coolness seemed to have embraced Harry. He calmly answered the minister's shouted threats. I've seen your version of ministerial justice and I wasn't impressed. Sending Hagrid to Azkaban because you had to be seen to be doing something comes to mind. It was also me who saved your ass over that matter as well, a matter your good friend Lucius here caused. I wonder if he was under the Imperious curse then too. A gleam in the minister's eyes was not a good sign. So this was a revenge killing. Potter holding a grudge because his girlfriend was petrified. They probably lured both Malfoys here so he could murder them. Shaking his head, Albus couldn't let that go. Cornelius, I don't think I've heard anything so ridiculous in my long life. The minister didn't take too kindly to that, throwing Dumbledore's own claims back at him. More ridiculous than you know who returning from the dead. I know which one is more believable to me. Madam Bones, Potter here has already confessed to killing both Lucius and Draco Malfoy. I want him in Azkaban. The witch in question was less than happy with the minister's attempt to circumnavigate the law, especially when it was to generate the specific result he wanted. What about the lad's trial? You want me to throw a boy who's not yet 15 straight into Azkaban? Cornelius wasn't for backing down. Amelia, I will not have this tragedy used to spread Dumbledore's latest crazy scheme. He may have convinced Potter here, but I will not have the lie that you know who has returned terrifying our citizens. My job is to protect this country, that's what I'm doing here. I'll make this a ministerial order if I have to. In the silence that declaration caused, Minerva reported to Dumbledore. Both Granger ladies are suffering from shock. Poppy has administered a light calming draft to them. Cornelius, how did you get here so quickly? A now growling Amelia answered that one. Mafalda Hopkirk will be looking for a new job tomorrow, make that today. She sent word to Cornelius that an underage Draco Malfoy had cast the killing curse. Our Minister of Magic rushed to the scene, obviously intending to declare Draco innocent. Now that he can't, Cornelius is hell-bent on seeing Potter punished. Irrespective of facts, laws are people's rights. Only the fact Miss Granger's wand is still in her bedroom is saving her facing manufactured ministerial charges too. Cornelius really let his temper out now. This boy just killed the head and heir apparent of an old pureblood family. He has single-handedly ended the Malfoy line. A few detentions and loss of some house points isn't going to be his punishment here. Albus was desperately trying to change Cornelius' mind, otherwise he would have no other choice left open but to act. The Potters are a far older and more respected family than the Malfoys. You are deliberately trying to end the Potter line, without even providing the head of that family with his legal right of a trial. So you can use that trial to spread your lies. No, I won't allow it. If I had a Dementor here at the moment, we wouldn't be having this argument, and the problem would already be solved. Amelia, as Minister of Magic, I'm ordering you to place Potter in Azkaban. I can't allow that, Cornelius. The Chief Mugwump has no say in this. Cornelius was supremely confident of his position on this matter. Dumbledore though didn't back down an inch. If the Ministry were going to disregard their own laws to achieve the result this small-minded wizard wanted, Albus really couldn't afford to stand here and let them, not this time. I still can't allow that. Finally realizing what was actually being said by Albus, a now panicking Cornelius reacted. Aurors, arrest Albus Dumbledore. Their collective hesitation as the Aurors questioned that order was more than enough time for Albus. Everyone but those he deemed necessary were soon lying unconscious on the grass. That will only hold them for a few moments. Harry, we need to get out of here. Minerva. No. Harry's shout stopped Dumbledore's instructions to his deputy as he, Minerva, Poppy, Emma and Hermione all stared at Harry. Harry, my boy, we need to get out of here. No, if Fudge gets me, he'll leave Hermione and Emma alone. You can then protect them from Voldemort. If I leave with you, Fudge will arrest them. With you then a fugitive too, they will be left defenseless. I can't allow that to happen. I'm not leaving here without them." Knowing the sand was already running out here, Albus tried to reason with Harry. "If I take them with us, they will become fugitives too." Hermione and Emma stood beside Harry. "We don't mind that, as long as we're together." The potion might have slowed Emma's speech, but the hand clamped on each of the teen's shoulders demonstrated she meant business. Her words also showed she was thinking clearly on this matter. "I don't want Harry to go to prison, and I don't want Hermione anywhere near the people who would send him there. The only way to achieve that is for all of us to leave together with you. I don't want to leave my Dan here either though." With a wave of Albus' wand, Harry's appeared from the Auror who had confiscated it, while Hermione's wand shot out a window of her house. The restraints on Harry's wrists also dropped to the ground. Dan's covered body was quickly levitated by Dumbledore toward the group. "Minerva, you know where I must take them. Look after Hogwarts for me." Turning his attention to Harry, Hermione and her mother, Albus gave instructions that they simply couldn't ignore. "I need the three of you to hold onto a tail feather. I will take Mr. Granger." At that, Fawkes appeared above them. With one hand on Dan and the other on Fawkes, Albus made sure they were all holding on before they flamed out of there. Minerva and Poppy quickly sat on the grass, pretending to be just recovering like everyone else. Not quite like everyone else, however. Cornelius was now apoplectic with rage. "Amelia, I want all of them hunted down and flung in Azkaban. Dumbledore and Potter will learn they're not above the law. I can and will issue warrants for both of their arrests. I cannot do so for either of the Grangers. They have committed no crimes, and we don't even know if they wished to leave, or were coerced into doing so. What am I supposed to charge them with? Knowing that, in their society, the fate of a Muggle-born witch and her family would be inconsequential when compared to the murder of two prominent pureblood wizards, Cornelius nodded his agreement. He had more to say on the matter though. With Sirius Black still on the run, and now Potter and Dumbledore being added to the most wanted list, we really need to see some results soon. If we don't see some positive results in those cases quickly, your position as head of the DMLE might just become untenable." Having worked with Fudge since he snuck into the post of minister, Amelia was well acquainted with how he operated. Cornelius was setting her up for the fall, and protecting his own political skin in the process. The fact that he wanted to send a 14-year-old wizard to Azkaban, without the benefit of a trial, clearly forced Dumbledore's hand tonight. Amelia also had no reason to disbelieve Dumbledore or Potter's claims that Voldemort had returned. A dead Death Eater lying on the grass was further proof things were changing. With Fudge being an ass about it, and refusing to even consider the possibility things had changed, they were woefully underprepared to deal with this. If Voldemort had returned, his next move would be to quietly take out those who would oppose him. Amelia knew she would be near the top of that list and had no intention of leaving Susan as the last living bones. Fixing Cornelius with her best, talking to an imbecile, stare, Amelia blasted right back. When the Minister of Magic interferes in a live DMLE investigation and then attempts to impose his own solution on us, just because his friends are involved, then that is when my position becomes untenable. Since that is exactly what you tried to do here tonight, you've left me with no option other than to tender my resignation, effective immediately." A shocked Fudge could only watch as Amelia turned away. She had, however, some parting words for the minister. "If Voldemort has returned, your refusal to believe Dumbledore and Potter could see the entire country fall to that dark madman. Remember, Minister, no body was ever found that Halloween. Remember also, you are about to issue arrest warrants against the only two people with any hope of saving us." Amelia thought, "us" sounded better, though she now intended for her and Susan to be out of the country long before it fell to the darkness. She also knew dear Cornelius would insist on being the one who told Narcissa Malfoy she no longer had a son or husband. That was one task she was glad the Minister of Magic insisted on. Amelia disapparated away, leaving Fudge to deal with the mess. The intruder alarm had Sirius and Remus racing from their respective bedrooms with wands already drawn. Spotting Dumbledore was one of the intruders certainly lessened the tension both marauders were feeling. Seeing his godson amongst the group initially had Sirius excited, That was until he laid eyes on the cloth-covered body lying in front of them. What happened? The calming draft might have dulled Hermione's emotions, but her words broke Sirius' heart, knowing the pain that would hit his godson's best friend later. Draco Malfoy murdered my father. Hermione, I'm so sorry. I swear that little shit will pay for this. Harry's already taken care of that, Sirius. He took out Draco and his father. Thanks for offering though, that's already more than the Ministry did. They were going to send Harry to Azkaban. Sorry for dropping in on you like this. Harry was standing behind Hermione, with both arms wrapped around her. Emma was behind Harry with her arms doing their best to encircle both of the teenagers. Approaching, Sirius bent and keyed Hermione on the forehead. You helped Harry save my life, even without that I will help you any way I can. Switching his attention to the woman he didn't know, Sirius introduced himself. Excuse me, ma'am, we haven't been introduced, but I'm assuming you're Hermione's mother. A nod from Emma saw him continue. I'm Sirius Black, Harry's godfather and your host. You also have my condolences. My offer to your wonderful daughter of course includes you too, anything I can do. The same calming potion was still working on Emma, allowing her to think practically. My Dan, what will happen next? We're not particularly religious, nor had we ever talked about this, but I think he would like to be buried. How can I make arrangements? Albus spoke for the first time since arriving, trying to offer the oh-so-recently widowed lady some reassurance. Mrs. Granger, please allow us to take care of your wishes for you. Waving his wand, the cloth covering Dan transfigured into a simple but elegant oak coffin. Ma'am, there is rather a large garden at the back of this house. Your husband would be welcome to rest there, permanently or until your circumstances change. Staring at the coffin, her vision blurred by tears, Emma felt Hermione nod her agreement before accepting Sirius' offer. That's very kind. If it's not too much trouble, could it be done tomorrow? After being assured it would be no trouble, Sirius led them to a bedroom they had prepared for anyone staying over. Hermione was clinging to Harry, not wanting to let him go. Hermione, your mother will need you. I know, but so do you. I know you, Harry, don't blame yourself for this. Neither me nor my mum does, Emma emphasized Hermione's sentiments by keying Harry on the cheek. Over the coming days and weeks, we're all going to need each other. Gripping Hermione tighter, Harry wasn't aware he'd spoken his thoughts out loud. I'll need you a lot longer than that. At any other time, hearing Harry say that would have Hermione ecstatic. The circumstances, and the potion, left her barely able to muster a smile. Her arms tightening around Harry though told its own story. Sirius closed the door, taking the first chance to speak with his godson. He tried to keep it light. This old house is in a bit of a state. You're going to have to bunk with me tonight until a room can be made ready. Watching as Harry casually sat on the floor, taking his wand out as he did so, totally confused Sirius. Harry, what are you doing? Anyone trying to get near Hermione or Emma will have to go through me, and I'm done holding back. They will be safe here. His godson totally cut Sirius off. They should have been safe in their own house. We were even supposed to have a guard, with Dumbledore putting wards up tomorrow, later on today. I heard them say why they had come. They wanted to take Hermione to Voldemort, yet I kept waiting on the guard doing something. Turns out he'd buggered off because a bit of business came up. Dan walked right into them. I thought Lucius was the most dangerous, so took him out first, and that little bastard Draco cast the killing curse. I killed them both, Sirius, and my only regret is I didn't do it before Dan got murdered. I will take out anyone who tries to hurt those I love, and the Ministry can go and F*** themselves. The Death Eaters don't follow laws, we have to do the same to deal with these murdering bastards. With both the Ministry and their master protecting them, I don't see any other option. Seeing the determination in Harry's eyes, Sirius realized there was no way of moving him from here tonight. Instead, he levitated an armchair to beside the door before supplying a blanket. After being thanked by a grateful godson, Sirius strode off in search of Dumbledore, and some answers. Albus was sitting quietly chatting with Remus, a bottle of fire whiskey and some glasses on the table in front of them. Taking the time to pour a glass of the spirit, and having a measured sip, Sirius finally let out what was eating away at his insides. Albus, what the F*** happened tonight? Did Harry really kill 2 Malfoys? Where was the guard you placed there, and why did it have to be tomorrow those wards went up? We heard from Arthur what those Dursleys did, and I was delighted Harry was staying with Hermione. Surely though protections should have been put in place immediately after you discovered where Harry was. Dumbledore appeared to age before their eyes as Sirius continued his rant. He's along there sitting outside the Grangers' room door, ready to kill anyone who goes near Hermione or her mum. We all knew he was blaming himself for Cedric Diggory's death, now he'll add Hermione's father to a list no 14-year-old should ever have. I want to know, I demand to know why he wasn't protected. Not lifting his eyes from the glass of fire whiskey now held in his lap, it was almost as if Albus was having a discussion with himself. Harry initially refused to come with me tonight. He predicted, probably correctly, that him leaving with me would see the Minister of Magic turn his ire onto both the Granger ladies. He was prepared to end up in Azkaban, knowing we would protect Hermione and her mother. Harry always has a large self-sacrificing streak running through him, but that has been joined by a ruthlessness that saw him cast a fatal curse at Lucius Malfoy's back. No warning, no attempt at restraining, Harry killed him. There wasn't any danger of Sirius not coming back after Albus saying that. Harry told me they were there for Hermione, planning to hand her over to Voldemort like some sick, welcome back, gift for their master. I would have killed the bastard too. And what of young Draco? Not wanting the fact he'd been sitting there quietly be construed as he didn't have an opinion on this, Remus now entered the argument. He also made his position clearly understood. Hermione said it was Draco who murdered her father. Was Harry supposed to stand there and hope he survived being hit with another killing curse? Choosing between the life of a Malfoy or Harry is not a difficult choice for me, or Sirius. I saw how close Harry and Hermione were last year. Sirius caught the end of it and had the same opinion as me. Arthur telling us they were keying in King's Cross had this old mutt wagging his tail. I also noticed you never answered Sirius questions over the wards and guard. I had Mundungus. Albus never got to say any more. Remus was on his feet, his tumbler of fire whiskey thrown into the fire as the werewolf fought to control his temper. I was available and desperate to help, you knew this. Had I been there, this entire incident could have been avoided. Your actions, or inactions, leave us with an innocent man dead and Harry piling even more guilt onto himself. Since you don't pick what robes you're going to wear without a good reason, I think Sirius and I deserve to hear the reasons behind tonight. The old wizard sat there and said nothing, leaving the Marauders in complete agreement over what they would do next. His position as Harry's godfather saw Sirius telling Dumbledore what that would be. Albus, you're now a wanted criminal, just like me. You're not Harry's headmaster anymore, nor do you hold any position of authority over him. I will talk to my godson tomorrow and discover what he wants to do next. That opinion will be my only concern. Your opinion will neither be sought nor listened to. You could be a great help, with whatever we decide to do next, but we just don't trust you. I do thank you from the bottom of my heart for bringing Harry here tonight. Azkaban is no place for a teenager and Fudge is a right bastard who needs a good cursing for even suggesting that option. With his temper once more under control, Remus tried to be the voice of reason here. Albus, we shouldn't be fighting amongst ourselves, there's already more than enough enemies facing us. You seem far more concerned though over Draco's death than the fact that Harry lived. It's also obvious to us that you have plans for Harry, plans that you refuse to discuss with us, or Harry. You have to see we can't sit back and allow that to go unchallenged. The resulting silence was eventually broken by a sorrowful sigh from Albus. The last 24 hours has changed many things. Everything now needs to be reconsidered. I understand you are both desperate for answers, but right now is not the time. We need our heads clear before treading that dangerous path. If you gentlemen will excuse me, I intend to use this extremely comfortable chair and meditate for a few hours. Seeing both Marauders about to object, Albus supplied the timescale he was considering here. I'll attempt some reconsidering of my own and have answers for you after we bury Mr. Granger. Tonight happened too late to feature in today's Prophet, but I think we need to call an order meeting for tomorrow as well. You can also be certain Harry and Miss Granger will be looking for answers too. There is something I have been meaning to tell that boy but kept putting it off. I fear I have run out of time. I can only hope Harry may see it in his heart to forgive an old man his mistakes." Sirius and Remus were prepared to wait that long for some answers. Albus apparently going to include the teens in those discussions sealed the deal for both of them. As Remus headed back to bed, Sirius headed off to see if Harry needed any company in his vigil. He guessed neither him nor Harry would sleep much tonight anyway. Being awakened in the middle of the night was always going to put Narcissa Malfoy in a bad mood. That she was awoken by that bumbling fool of a minister turning up at their manor just darkened her mood. Hearing the news Cornelius had come to personally deliver certainly didn't lighten Narcissa's demeanor any. While maintaining her stoic pureblood exterior, there was an intense internal battle being fought under that flawless alabaster skin. A part of Narcissa was wailing like a banshee, grieving for her son. Another part wanted to reanimate her ****** Cretan of a husband, just so she could make his death a great deal slower and infinitely more painful. As Cornelius was pooh-poohing Potter's explanation for both Malfoys being in Crawley in the middle of the night, it actually made perfect sense to Narcissa. Lucius had obviously done something really stupid. He'd returned from being summoned by the Dark Lord barely able to crawl. To compound that stupidity, Lucius had apparently then attempted a big play. Her husband's idiotic decision to end all idiotic decisions though was to take Draco along with him. Hearing that Draco had fired the killing curse on that Muggle actually offered Narcissa a grain of comfort, in the strangest of ways. If Draco was successfully able to generate enough hate to power that curse, then the boy she loved had already been lost to her, well before Potter fired on Lucius' son. Her grief and anger however were soon being swamped by a much stronger desire, self-preservation. The Malfoy fortune would be closed to her now, a widow's stipend would be all she would ever see of it as others fought over Lucius' gold. Not only was that fortune lost to her, it was also no longer available to the Dark Lord. That's where the real danger to her well-being lay. In the upcoming war, Narcissa Malfoy was no longer a player. She had nothing either side would want. To compound that problem, she was now the last remaining Malfoy. Since Lucius had so obviously earned his master's displeasure, and that was before going off and getting himself killed, the Dark Lord would be desperate to show his followers what would happen when one of his Death Eaters angered him. If any Death Eater got hold of her, Narcissa understood her life was over. Her life would end as publicly and unpleasantly as the Dark Lord could make it. Since the Dark Lord was rightfully considered an expert on the administration of pain, that was an option Narcissa needed to avoid at all costs. After getting the minister out of the manor, it was time to pack. Reckoning she had mere hours before this news reached the Dark Lord, she needed to be out the country by then. Over the years Narcissa had managed to squirrel away enough gold to see her comfortable for at least a few years. With her jewelry available for sale if things got tight, she would get by. Compared to being beaten and tortured to death for the Dark Lord's amusement, anything was preferable as an alternative. She would grieve for her son only when it was safe to do so. Right now, she didn't have the time. Draco and Lucius were dead. Her first priority was to ensure she didn't join them anytime soon. Hermione awoke and thought she was in a different room from the one she'd eventually fallen asleep in. Hermione knew she was in Sirius' house, and well remembered the circumstances that brought them here. What she didn't understand is how she was now surrounded by things from her own home, and Crookshanks was on the bed purring for her to wake. Opening the room door saw a dozing Harry shoot up from a chair to inquire if anything was wrong. "Our entire room has been changed while we slept. Our clothes, toiletries and other possessions from home are there." Hugging Crookshanks to her, she couldn't say any more. "Hermione, I never moved from here." A pop saw a disconsolate little elf pulling at his ears. "Dobby is sorry, he was only trying to help." With merely a glance at each other, it was decided Harry should ask the questions. "Dobby, what are you doing here?" With Harry Potter leaving Hogwarts, Dobby no longer wants to work there. Dobby spoke to Headmaster Dumbledore, asking if Harry Potter might want an elf, now Harry Potter has left Hogwarts. Dobby cleaned the room next to this one, putting Harry Potter's things in it. Dobby then thought Harry Potter's friends would need their things too. A smiling Harry saw Dobby stop speaking. Dobby, I honestly don't know my circumstances at the moment. I have a few galleons in my trunk and that's it. I hadn't even thought about me not being able to return to Hogwarts. If Dobby is Harry Potter's elf, Dobby can go to Gringotts for him. Dobby can do many things. Again Harry's smile stopped Dobby talking, allowing him a chance to answer. I need to sit down and do some talking about my situation, but I can promise you this. If I need an elf, yours is the only name on my list. Harry now had an elf hugging his legs while promising to work hard. The touching scene almost had Hermione grinning too. She heard her mother beginning to stir and key-ed Harry on the cheek. Go grab a shower and get changed. If your room is next door, I'm sure you could sleep there tonight. Dobby would make a fantastic sentry. Neither of us heard or saw him. This had the little elf standing as tall as he could, and swearing not even Creature would get past him. This left both teens puzzled, until an aged elf made his presence known. Half-blood brat murdered Master Draco. Whelp deserves beheading for daring to curse pureblood son of a black. Mudbloods and muggles in the proud house of black. Creature feels the shame to his bones. The unworthy should be smothered in their sleep. Without taking his eyes off the old elf, Harry let his little friend know his decision. Dobby, the job is yours. We can discuss details later, but your main task is to protect Hermione and Emma. They are family. Dobby was again hugging Harry's legs, his dreams having just come true. Hermione's hand on Harry's shoulder saw him turn to face his girlfriend. Instead of a row, he found himself being key-ed. Hermione then explained her reasoning to a puzzled boyfriend. Dobby is way beyond happy with your decision, and my mother is defenseless in this house. What grounds would I have for arguing? As she headed back into her room, Sirius appeared and was raging at seeing Creature there. I told you to leave my guests alone. Creature, I am ordering you to have no contact with Emma, Hermione and Harry. You will stay away, nor will you pass information about them to anyone else. Do you understand? Yes, Master. All heard the mutterings from the old elf as he shuffled away, with Harry having to physically restrain Dobby from attacking Creature. Sirius, Dobby here is the best house elf in the world, and he now works for me. Will that cause any problems, this being your house? You're my heir, so someday all this might be yours. Now there's a depressing thought to start the day with. Did you get any sleep last night? Not really. I didn't think so. I came down to stand guard so you could go freshen up. Dobby was going to do that. I'm a better guard than I am a cook. If Dobby makes breakfast for everyone, I'll stay here. None of us should eat anything Creature has been near. Creature is a bad elf. Let his house get filthy, and then says terrible things about Harry Potter. Dobby will look after his family. The little elf popped away, neither Sirius nor Harry sure which of Creature's offenses were worse in Dobby's eyes. A passing summer rainstorm that morning meant it was now afternoon before Dan's burial could take place. This pushed Dumbledore's promised discussion with the Marauders back until after the already scheduled order meeting. Albus was waiting to see how the teenagers handled the funeral before suggesting they become part of that discussion. Sirius and Remus agreed, as long as the meeting went ahead today. They needed to know what was going on, and they could then help decide when to tell Harry. The dark rain-filled clouds of earlier had quickly passed, leaving blue sky for the somber occasion. Emma and Hermione were wearing black dresses, with Harry in a dark resized suit that belonged to Dan. As both Granger ladies held each other for comfort, Harry hovered at Hermione's side. That was until Hermione grabbed his arm in a vice-like grip. Someone needs to say something. We can't just lower my dad into that great hole without someone saying something. Tears were running down Hermione's cheeks as she said those words, her eyes fixed on the coffin that contained her father. With Sirius, Remus, Albus and Minerva there too, only the head of Gryffindor had ever spoken with Dan Granger. In a situation like this, saying the wrong thing could be a lot worse than saying nothing. All four were then shocked when Harry started to speak. I only knew Dan for a very short time, and that is already one of the greatest regrets of my life. He had a wonderful way of leading you to take a step back and look at situations from a different angle, something I will always be grateful for and try my best to keep doing. Although I only stayed with the Grangers for a day or so, it was more than enough for me to see where Dan's main focus lay. He leaves behind a wife and daughter whose love for Dan was only matched by his devotion to both of them. He was an innocent victim in this war, sadly not the first, nor will he be the last. I will make a promise here to do everything I can to help Hermione and Emma, now and for as long as they'll have me around. Knowing Dan, that would mean a lot more to him than the fact the person who murdered him will never hurt another soul. Emma and Hermione now had Harry wrapped in their joint embrace, both making it clear they wanted him around for a long time. As Albus levitated the coffin, in preparation for lowering the coffin into the prepared grave, something just came to Hermione and she went with it. An honest man here lies at rest, as ere God with his image blessed. The friend of man, the friend of truth, the friend of age, and guide of youth. Few hearts like his, with virtue warmed. Few heads with knowledge so informed. If there's another world, he lives in bliss. If there is none, he made the best of this. There wasn't a dry eye present as Hermione finished reciting the poem just as the coffin came to rest. Wiping her own eyes, Minerva asked what had inspired that particular verse. It was actually Emma who answered. Hermione was sobbing into Harry's chest at the moment. My Dan loved his poetry, especially Robert Burns. He frequently used to recite it, in the worst Scottish accent I've ever heard, but those words lost none of their power because of that. When she was little, Hermione used to love sitting on her father's knee as he read Tam O'Shanter to her. Dan will never really be gone as long as we remember things like that. The grave was now filled in, and Albus transfigured a few rocks into a headstone. Removing his wand, Harry created bunches of flowers for Hermione and Emma to lay. As Hermione placed the flowers on her father's grave, she looked around and approved of the location. The garden was obviously as expanded as the house, with this little glade at the end of walk about 50 yards behind the Black residence. Hermione also suspected Dobby had played a part in this area, looking so nice as some parts of the garden they had walked through to get here were wild. Here, amongst the few apple, cherry and rowan trees, it was actually beautiful. Thanks, Sirius. This is a lovely spot. Emma agreed with her daughter. Not only that, she could visit Dan anytime she was in this house. The way things were progressing, with their fugitive status and the two teens getting closer every time Emma looked in their direction, they could be spending a lot of time here. Harry stood back as the other four left. Hermione then joined him as they waited on Emma being ready to leave. The trio were arm in arm, with Emma in the middle, as they made their way back into the house. They entered a much busier house than the one they'd left. All the red hair amongst the new guests was an instant indicator that the Weasleys were here, though both Harry and Hermione could have done without spotting the greasy locks of their potions professor. Sometimes you just couldn't catch a break. Ron was first to react, quickly making his way over to the entering trio. Hermione, I don't really know what to say. Sorry just doesn't seem to be enough. Hermione had a now blushing Ron in a hug, tears once more running down her cheeks. Not knowing how to cope with a crying Hermione, Ron turned his attention onto Harry. Glad you were there, mate. Harry just nodded as he took Hermione back into his arms, just before Mrs. Weasley arrived. With her arms around the hugging couple, Molly was in full smothering mode. Oh my dear, we're all so sorry for your loss. You're going to have to leave the kitchen however, as we're about to have an order meeting. I brought some sandwiches so you children could go somewhere and chat. His arms tightening around Hermione, Harry stared straight at the woman. Mrs. Weasley, what age were Ron and I when we saved Ginny? If Harry had drawn back and smacked Molly one, the effect on the crowded room couldn't have been any more pronounced. He noticed Arthur move to wrap his arms around Ginny, almost as if to reassure himself his daughter was still with them. Harry's question also had Molly taking a few steps back. Although she now had the complexion of a bottle of milk, after being reminded of the day she almost lost two of her children, Molly was a tough witch. She wasn't about to have her opinion publicly challenged by the teenage wizard in front of her. That doesn't change the fact you're still only 14. You need to leave this to the adults. Using the same calmness that served him well last night, Harry then proceeded to use logic to destroy her argument. Ron and I took an adult with us to save Ginny. That adult tried to leave us all down there to die, while he got a new bestseller out of our deaths. Last night, I waited on the adult who was supposed to be guarding us taking action. We just buried a good man because I waited. We have a returned Voldemort who wants everyone in this room dead, and a powerfully corrupt minister of magic who would throw all of us in Azkaban, but only if he didn't have a Dementor with him at the time. Not being able to contain himself any longer, the sarcasm was dripping from every syllable of Severus' comment. So you think you know better than everyone in this room now? Potter, your arrogance is astonishing. The expected explosion never came, a respectful Harry calmly answered Snape. Professor, I would be the first to put my hand up to admit the amount I don't know is astonishing. There are people in this room, yourself included, with a far greater understanding of what is happening around us, and what we need to do to change things for the better. I would love to go and spend time with my friends, time spent just being a teenager. Whether people in here like it or not, that just can't happen. Time and time again, Voldemort has come after me. Now he's coming after my friends. I can't keep relying on luck to save me and them. I need to be better. I need to be more prepared. Then next time we might not have to bury any of ours. Looking directly at Snape, Harry tried to reach the man behind the scowl. Professor, from the moment I met Draco, his greatest ambition was to be just like his father. Lucius Malfoy was a Death Eater, one who turned up in Crawley with the intention of taking my 15-year-old girlfriend to Voldemort. Her parents were only Muggles, not worth their consideration, they were simply to be dealt with. Lucius took his son on that mission, a mission Draco was clearly looking forward to. Had I stunned both of them, Fudge would have seen the Malfoys were cleared of any wrongdoing, and I would probably still have ended up sentenced to Azkaban. Now talking to the entire room, Harry made his point. That is what we're up against here, a corrupt system where the Death Eaters use their positions and gold to help make the rules. These are the same rules they know they can break whenever it suits them, their position and gold again enough to protect them from justice. That is why I need help with training, to fight against all of that. That is the only way we're ever going to win this war, because this is a war. I've witnessed 2 innocent casualties of this war murdered in the last couple of weeks. It's time to fight back. There were well over 20 people in that room, yet the shock Harry's remark caused resulted in total silence. It was Dumbledore who finally broke that silence, horrified at what he was hearing here. Surely, Harry, you're not implying we start killing. This is war, sir. In war it's kill or be killed. When it's down to them or us, that's not a hard choice to make. Does anyone here think Emma, Hermione or me would have survived last night had half a dozen Death Eaters appeared in the Granger's garden, rather than just the 2 Malfoys? If we let them choose where and when the battles will take place, then we've already lost. Snape again snarled out a question. So you see yourself as judge, jury and executioner. Seeing what he was doing here was working, Harry again kept his cool. The best way to be taken seriously here was not to set off on some teenage rant at the world. No, Professor, again I have neither the knowledge or experience to make those decisions. There are people in this room who do though, and that knowledge and experience will be telling them what's coming next. You know who the guilty are. You also know, under the current system, they will never be punished. Lucius Malfoy was at the Grangers, in full Death Eater garb, yet Fudge declared he was innocent. Just like he declared Voldemort couldn't be back, and we're all powerless to do anything about it. Pick the targets and train me to take those targets out, then we will at the very least make a difference. Apparently Albus only thought he was horrified before. Hearing that Harry was willing to kill people just took his horror to a whole new level. You would deliberately set out to murder people. Hermione had gotten herself back together and decided it was time to enter the fray. There was never any doubt which side she would be supporting. Still with Harry's arms around her, she turned to face Dumbledore. Professor, do you consider Harry's actions last night to be murder? Silence once more descended as everyone awaited Albus' answer. He of course tried to dodge the question. I believe Harry could have made different choices last night. Hermione was having none of that. I notice you didn't answer the question, or perhaps you did. Tell me, Professor, what is it about Draco Malfoy that makes his life so much more important than that of my father's? Is it his age, him being magical, or is it that Draco was a pureblood? Miss Granger, all life is sacred. Taking a life can also change someone. That is all I wished for Harry, to save him from that. Harry was standing with Hermione in his arms while she leaned back on him, Emma just behind them with her hands on Harry's shoulders. A quick squeeze of Hermione's waist signaled that he would play the next shot in what was becoming a verbal tennis match. The rest of the room were certainly as enthralled as if watching a Wimbledon final, only this one was about life or death matters. You're a bit late for that, Professor. I killed a Voldemort-possessed Professor Quirrell when only 11. I asked you after that incident if there was a reason Voldemort kept coming after me. You said I was too young to hear it. Am I still too young? With a sigh of resignation, Albus was able to answer honestly. No, Harry, you're not. I had already made arrangements to sit down with Sirius and Remus later to discuss that very thing. You and Miss Granger's involvement was dependent on how you coped with the burial of Mr. Granger. I now have no qualms about inviting you both to that meeting. It was only hearing the loud commotion from outside the room that Harry noticed neither his godfather nor Remus were currently present. Their absence, and the reason for the disturbance, was soon explained as their supposed guard from last night rushed into the room. His hand was pressed to his face in an unsuccessful attempt to stop the blood gushing from his nose. A raging Sirius followed closely behind, with Remus trying to stop his best friend committing murder. As Mundungus headed straight for Dumbledore, Sirius loudly made his opinion known. That piece of shit not only didn't apologize for leaving his post when guarding my godson last night, he actually wanted compensating for the merchandise Harry destroyed when the piercing curse hit it. He cost a life, nearly lost his own, but all he's concerned about is the little gold he lost. Was he getting paid to guard Harry? Finding himself once more in the spotlight, Albus again had to come up with an answer. Mundungus has been gracious enough to carry out some tasks for me in the past. I of course compensated him for his time. This time it was Remus who lost it. You were getting paid to do a job, but left it when something more profitable came along. How the hell can we trust him not to sell us down the river the instant he gets a better offer? Nodding in agreement with his best friend, Sirius took it further. Albus, I don't want him in my house. Remus is right, he can't be trusted. Seeing an opening, Harry pounced on it. We seem to have a lot of trust issues within this group, issues that will see us beaten before we even begin to start fighting back. There has to be trust amongst us, otherwise what's the point? Professor Dumbledore, could the reason Voldemort is after me be shared with this group? Trust has to be started somewhere. As all eyes were once more on Dumbledore, it was Albus' turn to appear ashen. Harry, I can't express how much of a bad idea that is. Voldemort doesn't have all the information, and I was intending taking steps to ensure he didn't get his hands on it. This information getting out could literally change the course of this conflict. It was Hermione who came back at him. Sir, you say that like it's a bad thing. With you a fugitive, who's left to stand up to Voldemort? Fudge will be no obstacle. Voldemort could take over the country by Christmas. From where we're standing, I struggle to see how things could get much worse. Harry backed up his girlfriend. I am all for denying Voldemort vital information, but could you share the portion that Voldemort already knows? That would show a level of trust to the people in this room without jeopardizing what you don't want him to discover. While Albus was contemplating his answer, a deep baritone voice cut right through the argument. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. That is the reason you were his main target, and why your parents went into hiding. Albus is certain you are the one from the prophecy but hasn't shared the complete version with me. Severus, what have you done? Exactly what Potter suggested, showed some trust. You are going to ask for volunteers to guard the entrance to the Hall of Prophecies, without disclosing what is being guarded or why. If the Dark Lord comes for that prophecy, those people's lives will be on the line. They need to know why they're there, and then make that risky decision for themselves. It's already clear Fletcher here is not suitable for guard duty, Severus was interrupted by a stunning spell shooting past him and striking dung. Sirius then justified his actions to the rest of the room. He would have that news spread all around the country by the end of the week. Looking up at Harry and getting a smile of agreement, Hermione then added her tuppence worth. Sirius, that might be a good thing. Fudge will have declared Harry and Professor Dumbledore fugitives by now. Minerva confirmed that to be true, and that Amelia Bones had resigned from her position too. Hermione's smile contained no joy, it was almost predatory. Fudge has lost his biggest backer in Malfoy. We heard him try to spin the story to make both Malfoys seem nothing more than innocent victims, with Harry and Professor Dumbledore now wanted criminals. News of this prophecy can be spread, leaving our Minister of Magic without a scapegoat, or a savior, when Voldemort eventually makes his move. Harry then really stirred the pot. I'm actually glad neither of us are going back to Hogwarts. Without Professor Dumbledore there, the castle will be as inviting a target as the Ministry. Albus of course instantly proclaimed Hogwarts would be safe. Harry calmly refuted that claim. Our first year, Voldemort taught there for a full year, possessing Professor Quirrell. Second year he was back, possessing a student and controlling a basilisk. Last year we had one of his most fanatical Death Eaters polyjuiced as Professor Moody. Sorry, Professor. Moody was standing back and enjoying this. Like Black, he thought Albus' decision to have dung guarding the lad was a ludicrous one. He decided to declare what side of the argument he agreed with. Since I was never actually your professor, lad, just call me Moody. I would certainly like to be involved in any training you're looking for, and help you with any missions. Turning to face Emma, Hermione started pleading. Mum, I want to do this training too. Can I? Bending and keying her daughter's forehead, Emma never could resist Hermione when she really wanted something. She didn't want to give in too easily though. I want to know more about this training before I say yes. I also want it understood I'm only saying yes to the training. I couldn't lose you too. You, and Harry, need to be safe. There was far too much going on here out with his control. Albus wasn't happy. No one has agreed to anything here. Harry remaining calm was winning arguments for him, he kept doing what was working. It was a perfectly poised Harry who dropped a bomb into the middle of the room. Professor, I actually don't need your permission to do anything. I will have a talk with Sirius, Emma and Hermione. You're welcome at that talk too, Remus. Moody was almost chuckling as this skinny, dark-haired lad had Albus all in a tizzy. He also noticed Molly glaring at her own lads. 3 of them seemed ready to volunteer for training too, only their mother's scowl was keeping them from asking. Noticing that Albus was getting annoyed, Harry's next barb deflated Dumbledore. If you have a plan that sees Hermione and I living long and happy lives, providing Emma with grandchildren to spoil, this entire conversation can be classed as irrelevant. The Granger ladies were not the only ones who let out audible gasps at hearing that. They were the only ones whose opinions mattered to Harry though. He was looking at them while continuing to speak to Albus. You offer me that, I will bite your arm off right up to your shoulder blade. You can't offer that though, you can't keep us safe, even in the castle. Returning his full attention to the headmaster, Harry laid it all out. I really want to work with you, listen to your advice, but I will not blindly follow anyone. If I make mistakes, they will be my own, and hopefully I can learn from them. At the moment all I've got is the knowledge that I don't know enough but need to fight back. I hope the people in this room can help me refine that need into some kind of plan. Hey kiddo, you know Remus and me are already in for all of that. I'm already bored sitting around this mausoleum, and you've met my mother's painting. Albus, everyone is here because they want to fight back against Voldemort. Whether that's gathering information, passing on knowledge or doing the actual fighting, one thing is certain, we have to become a unit. Everyone in this room respects your knowledge and skill, however that doesn't make you our commander that we should blindly follow orders from. If you have things needing done, things we need to know, put it out there and ask for volunteers. This was a step too far for Molly. Sirius Black, you can't seriously be considering letting children train to fight Death Eaters. Look around this room, very few of us are fighters, what are we supposed to do? After quoting Burns so successfully at her father's burial, Hermione once more dipped into her father's teachings to sum up what was happening here. This time though she didn't try for the Scots version, rather converted Burns' verse into English. Who will be a traitor knave? Who will fill a coward's grave? Who's so base as to be a beep? Let him turn, and flee. Minerva had of course recognized the Robert Burns poem recited at Dan's burial. She had just been surprised Hermione had known it, and used epitaph on a friend, to such effect. Here though, Scots wah hey, sent a shiver down her spine. She then explained the concept behind the verse to the rest of the room, the vast majority of whom were looking at the girl in puzzlement. Miss Granger's words are Robert Burns' version of a speech made to his troops by Robert the Bruce, just before the Battle of Bannockburn. He was basically saying to them they could go home, and might be allowed to live under English rule, or stand and fight for what they believed in. This is a choice faced by all of us in this room today. Yes, most of us could offer no resistance and probably survive under Voldemort's rule. I refuse to call that living. Our other choice is a decision to stand and fight with everything we have, for all we hold dear. As Sirius said, that fighting will take many forms, but if everyone plays to their strengths, I think we have a chance. I already know I will fight. A McGonagall could do no less. In all of this only one thing is certain, if we do nothing then Voldemort has already won. As everyone contemplated their reactions to what they'd heard here today, Albus took out his wand and revived Dung. That same wand soon had Dung's nose fixed before Albus helped him up. With emotions running so high, I think you should give today's meeting a miss. Have a few drinks on me for your troubles. The few gold coins Albus offered disappeared with amazing speed into Dung's pocket before the cagey wizard then did the same to Grimmauld Place. As Sirius appeared ready to start shouting at Albus, the old wizard held up his hand. If we want the news that Harry here is the prophesied one to spread, I can't think of a more effective method of doing so than Mundungus Fletcher in a pub. His voice will get louder with every drink he takes. Now, we came here to have a meeting. Can I suggest we start? Harry, you and Hermione are welcome to stay. Anyone younger than 17 can stay, with their guardian's permission. After just avoiding a war with Molly, Albus spoke to Emma as the miffed younger redheads were being marshaled out the room by their mother. Mrs. Granger, you have the sympathies of everyone in this room. You are also welcome to stay, and anything you have to say will certainly be considered. As has been continually said, we all need to work together to come out the other side of this. With all the revelations that had been passed on to Order members, Albus was going to have to work harder to get people doing what he wanted to do. Then again, it wasn't like he was going to be busy doing anything else. The Dark Lord wasn't sure how to react at hearing reports of what had transpired at Potter's Mudblood's Muggle home. That two Malfoys couldn't kidnap a Mudblood from her Muggle parents was embarrassing, and would have seen both of them severely punished at the end of his wand had Potter not deprived him of that pleasure. That Potter had chosen to kill, rather than stun, actually surprised Voldemort. He thought Dumbledore would have his golden child well indoctrinated into his "everyone can be redeemed" philosophy by now. What to do about Dumbledore also vexed the Dark Lord. With any ordinary wizard, losing all their positions of power and becoming a wanted criminal would take them completely off the game board. Dumbledore was not an ordinary wizard however, and would still be doing his best to thwart whatever moves he ordered his Death Eaters to make. The biggest puzzle for the Dark Lord though was the current Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. His actions last night made no sense. Yes, he could see the wizard wanting to protect his friend, and main benefactor, Lucius Malfoy, but he was already dead. There would be no more Malfoy gold bolstering Fudge, so why take those actions? Anyone who knew the facts, and there were far too many people present last night for those facts not to become known, could easily see their Minister of Magic had made a horrendous mistake. In what must eventually prove a futile attempt to keep knowledge of the Dark Lord's return out of the public domain, the Minister of Magic had just made outlaws of the two people that same public would look to for a degree of protection from Lord Voldemort. Was this merely a temper tantrum, caused by Fudge being faced with losing all that Malfoy gold, or was there some deeper message here? Was he so desperate to hold on to the position of minister that he was prepared to serve as a puppet under Lord Voldemort's rule? That outcome had some serious advantages and really had to be explored. His initial plan called for bolstering his forces under the noses of the ministry, while quietly dispatching anyone in that institution who could be the slightest threat to his eventual takeover of Britain. Lord Voldemort was going to have to tweak that plan slightly so a personal meeting with the Minister of Magic could be arranged. That meeting would have one of two outcomes. Either Cornelius Fudge would call him master, or the country would be left looking for a new Minister of Magic. Harry, Hermione and Emma were sitting in their new lounge, resting and contemplating what had been a long, harrowing day for all three of them. "I can't believe that little friend of yours can just create rooms, and then fill it with our belongings. He also makes the best hot chocolate I've ever tasted." Sipping his own mug of that wonderful elixir, Harry agreed with Emma. "Dobby has been a godsend. That I'm heir apparent to the House of Black allows him to alter the house to better suit our needs." Even with 4 years of magical education behind her, Hermione too was in awe of the house elf. "Making a sitting room between our bedrooms was fantastic. To then decorate it similar to our home, and put our furniture in here I haven't the words to thank Dobby enough. Just knowing he pleased both of you will be enough for Dobby, that's when he's at his happiest. We could all do with some of that." Harry was looking at both Granger ladies as he made that remark. Emma actually smiled as Hermione leant her head on her boyfriend's shoulder. It had been rather a traumatic day for Harry too. "How are you coping, after hearing all that today?" Harry's free arm slipped around Hermione as he thought about how to answer Emma's question. "I'm actually okay. Voldemort was always coming after me, knowing why doesn't really change that." "Well, not for me at least." Hermione quickly confirmed it made no difference to her either. This had Harry pecking her on the forehead before continuing. "I would have liked a chance to talk with Ron after the first meeting broke up, but Molly seemed worried we would tell him about anything discussed in there. She couldn't wait to drag them into the fireplace and flow home." Emma had been allowed into both meetings, something that seemed to irritate Molly as well, and gave her a good reading of the Weasley situation. "I think the only time Molly got her own way today was when she hustled her children out before the order meeting started. Arthur volunteering to help guard that prophecy appeared to be the last straw for her. She was fizzing mad as she dragged your friends away. I think Arthur will be in for a bollocking tonight." Emma started off giggling, but it soon changed to sobs as her thoughts turned to Dan. Hermione was over like a shot, sitting on the arm of her mother's chair and trying to offer some comfort. Seeing Harry was holding back, both of them signaled for him to come over too and join them. Taking the other wing of the chair as a seat, Emma then had an arm around each of them. "I keep expecting Dan to walk in that door, and then it hits me he'll never do that again. Harry, I can understand your anger over this, but I hope that isn't what's set you down the path you're taking. You said yourself, Dan would much prefer you being around to take care of Hermione rather than setting off looking for revenge. I also heard you mention grandchildren today. You are both far too young for that, so you're going to have to be with us for many years to come." After a moment to make sure Hermione knew he'd seen her deep blush at that remark, Harry answered as best he could. "Last night changed all of our lives, that can't be disputed. It nudged me down a path I was already considering. Since that night in the graveyard you both know I haven't been sleeping well. This has given me a lot of quiet time to consider my life, and what I want to do with it. Since returning to a world I knew nothing about, I have survived one death-defying ordeal after another. Looking back, luck has played a massive part in both Hermione and I still sitting here. That luck had to run out sometime. I'm sorrier than I can say it picked last night to do it. I need to learn how to be better at so many things so I'm not as reliant on being lucky." Emma's arms tightened around both of them as she heard that, her tears still slowly falling. "Harry, we don't blame you for last night. Please don't blame yourself. Without doubt, you saved Hermione and I. I knew Dan better than anybody, he would have settled for that outcome." While agreeing with her mum's opinion about Harry and her dad, Hermione was still trying to comfort her. Something else Harry said was also bothering her though. Eventually she had to ask. "You mean all that time I thought you were brooding, you were trying to come up with a master plan? Why didn't you ask me for help?" "I didn't have a plan, still don't, more like a few notions of what I need to do. Like when we keyed at the station, my new more confident inner self was screaming at me it was something I needed to do. I don't know where I got the nerve from, but I'm already sure it was my best decision ever." Losing his smile, Harry then got deadly serious. Looking Voldemort in the eye is like facing up to total evil. Cedric was a spare he didn't need. There was no hesitation in giving the order to kill a 17-year-old wizard who was no threat to him whatsoever. That was why your verse was so effective before the order meeting. You either bend to Voldemort's will or he murders you. There is no middle ground, no sitting on the fence, no room for negotiations. Serve, or die. I could never serve. His Imperious couldn't even make me do what he ordered, so I will fight. I'd already made that decision before last night, and before hearing about any prophecy. That was all I had, Hermione. The events from last night and today have just brought into focus how I can best fight back. There were a couple of Aurors in that meeting, add in Moody, Sirius and Remus, and we have a good team around to train us. And what about knowing you have to kill Voldemort? Dumbledore seemed pretty clear that's what the prophecy meant. His girlfriend's question saw Harry shrug his shoulders. I'm not a great believer in prophecy, neither are you. Had he turned up at your house last night and I had the shot, I wouldn't have hesitated to curse him in the back. I can't even think of him as a man any longer. He looks like something out of a nightmare. Red eyes, no nose, almost reptilian in appearance. I will have no problem taking the shot if the opportunity comes along. I think concentrating on his followers first is the right place to start. The hunters can become the hunted, see how they like it. This also bothered Emma. Are you going to be okay with putting yourself forward as the one to do the hunting, Harry? Emma, the people I'll be going after will be the worst of the Death Eaters. Murderers, rapists, torturers, arsonists and any other horrors that you can think of. These Death Eaters never paid for their crimes the last time, and now their master is back. They'll pick right up where they left off. You, Hermione, Sirius, Remus, Hagrid, the list of people close to me that Voldemort and his Death Eaters would murder out of hand just keeps growing. You were at the Order meeting today. Dumbledore had no plan for fighting back, none of them did. If I need to be the point of the spear, so be it. This is not for revenge or some queen and country patriotism. I think this is the best way I can protect those I love. If Dumbledore had a better plan to keep everyone safe, I would certainly have listened to it. While Emma sat with her arms around both of them, Hermione tried to change the subject. Mentioning that there was a library in the house certainly did that. It wasn't much later though that Emma rose to go to bed, telling Hermione not to stay up too late. When they were alone, both teens cuddled into each other for comfort. I can't leave my mum too long. A smile from Harry was all Hermione needed to know he understood. Now they were alone. The question that had burned brightly since earlier today could now be asked. Harry, did you mean what you said today about us, or was it just to get a reaction out of Professor Dumbledore? It certainly got a reaction, and left him with nowhere else to go. I think it was so effective because I meant every word of it. I know it's something we should have spoke about first, and sorry for putting it out there without doing so. If you don't feel the same way. Seeing the hurt in Harry's face, Hermione thought actions would speak louder than words. Gently placing her hands on Harry's cheeks, she keyed him with all the love she possessed in her body. She then spoke to her now dazed boyfriend. You put into words what I've been dreaming about. I know we're young, but I also think we're both mature enough to understand this is no summer romance. You mean far too much to me for this to be a fling. It's taken us 4 years to reach this point, and I really like where we're at now. I have no intention of rushing into anything we're not ready for, but I think we can both see this working for many years to come. I'm only sorry it saw the Malfoys turning up at your door. Harry, Draco Malfoy hated me from the minute we met. After you, I was probably top of his list of people he wanted dead. Killing my parents in front of me before dragging me off to Voldemort must have been a dream come true for the blonde bastard. Mum was right, my dad would have gladly sacrificed himself to see both of us escape that fate. Neither Malfoy will ever hurt anyone again. Holding his girlfriend as she cried, Harry could only make sure she knew he was there for her. Getting herself back under control, Hermione asked Harry's opinion on something else that had bothered her today. Why do you think Snape said what he did? I don't think Dumbledore would have told the others about the prophecy. Dumbledore had no intention of letting that slip. Snape forced his hand. Snape puts his life on the line every time he goes anywhere near Voldemort. That is not an exaggeration. He must have been as pissed off as us that Dumbledore had no plan for going forward. I don't think we'll ever reach the stage where we like one another, but I'll certainly work with him to bring Voldemort down. I think he probably reached the same conclusion. The enemy of my enemy kinda thing. Dumbledore eventually saw the way things were going and just went with it. He would have lost too many people otherwise. He also knew the prophecy, and that I have more options than just to blindly follow whatever path he chooses for me. There was something he needed to say, knowing his girlfriend wasn't going to like it. Hermione, this training is going to be hard. Having been expecting something like this, Hermione just smiled at him. Don't worry, Harry, I won't let Sirius tease you too much if you can't keep up with me. She keyed him, declaring the subject was now closed. A few more keys and Hermione left to join her mother. Harry was standing shaking his head at how easily Hermione had circumnavigated his objections, before he had a chance to air those objections too. He called for Dobby and the little elf was instantly by his side. Nothing will get past Dobby, Harry Potter needn't worry. Am I that obvious that everyone knows what I'm going to say? Harry's smile was greeted by Dobby's megawatt variety. He was very pleased to have anticipated his master's needs. Dobby, while guarding Hermione and Emma is your top priority, there has to be time during the day when you can rest. We can't have you working yourself into bad health. You must look after yourself too. Dobby could only nod in agreement. His voice wouldn't work at the moment. Never before had anyone taken Dobby's health into consideration. Harry Potter was an even greater wizard than Dobby had thought, and Dobby was now working for this great wizard. Things were certainly changed for the better in Dobby's life. The older he got, the less sleep Albus found he needed. That was why he was browsing through the Black family library while everyone else in the house slept. That the events of today kept running through his head and would have prevented sleep anyway was immaterial. The first revelation that had set him back on his heels was Severus telling everyone the prophecy, or at least the part he knew. Looking back, Albus now thought it was the right thing to do. Harry was instantly accepted into the Order meeting and everyone became more focused on the tasks in hand. The prophecy, and Harry's willingness to fight, seemed to give them hope, something Albus hadn't considered. Then again, Harry's quip about having children with Hermione certainly gave Albus hope. He had worried Harry was an angry young man who was ready to kill for revenge. It wasn't a massive step from there to becoming a Dark Lord, a pitfall Albus would need to be careful Harry didn't slip into. Harry's new relationship with Hermione appeared to cement the close bond that had undoubtedly already existed between the pair, and Ronald Weasley. Molly's interference there could see Ronald losing his two best friends, especially with the couple not returning to Hogwarts. The more ties Harry had to family and friends, the less chance there was of him being tempted by the dark. Albus intended to carefully monitor the situation, and perhaps have a quiet word with Arthur about it next time they met. Having a quiet word with Molly was a misnomer, and something Albus would happily leave to her husband. His morning had started off so well too. The Daily Prophet had broken the story, and printed it just as he'd planned. Malfoy's murdered by Boy Who Kills was a headline that would grab everyone's attention. His favorite though was, Dumbledore attacks Minister and Aurors before fleeing with Potter. There was a nice picture of the Minister on the front page too, in quite an authoritative pose, if Cornelius said so himself. With Dumbledore and Potter now disgraced, that would leave Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, as the most popular wizard in Britain. That thought alone had made Cornelius mourning. Of the dastardly deed, all the paper's emphasis was placed on Potter cursing Lucius in the back. What Lucius was wearing at the time of being cursed didn't rate a mention. Neither did the fact that young Draco had cast the killing curse. After all, the curse only hit a Muggle. That there was no mention of Madame Bones' resignation as head of the DMLE was a deliberate action on Cornelius' part. He wanted to have someone in place to take over the DMLE before publicly announcing the change, with no mention being made of why Bones resigned. That's where his morning started to go wrong, with the first candidate he had sent for point-blank refusing to accept the position of DMLE head. When Cornelius attempted to force the issue, he found an orb badge being tossed onto his desk. After that, the scene had been replayed spookily similar to the earlier episode in his office by his second choice for the post. This one actually threw their badge at the minister. Cornelius was left perplexed at what to do next. In this situation, his normal modus operandi was to ask for advice. With Lucius dead and Dumbledore on the run, Cornelius sent for his senior undersecretary. When Dolores finally arrived, Cornelius was about to reprimand her for the time she took to answer his summons when he noticed she seemed rather flustered and somewhat detached. "Dolores, are you feeling unwell?" "What? No, Cornelius. I apologize for taking so long, but I was in the Department of Mysteries when your summons arrived." "What were you doing down there?" A troubled Dolores explained how she'd spent her morning, up until now. "There's a vicious rumor spreading throughout the ministry that a prophecy exists regarding Harry Potter and you-know-who. Apparently Potter is prophesied to defeat him. I was down there checking if there could be any truth in these rumors." This was dismissed out of hand by Cornelius. It doesn't matter if there was a prophecy or not. Harry Potter defeated you-know-who, so the prophecy would already be fulfilled. There was no need for you to go all the way down there to discover that. "I'm afraid there was, Cornelius. The rumor has since evolved to include the existence of this prophecy. Someone has apparently already been down there and confirmed that fact. I had to see it for myself." Cornelius shook his head. Good staff was getting harder to find. "I already told you, any prophecy that existed has already been fulfilled. The unspeakable told me that, when a prophecy has been fulfilled, the sphere turns black. I saw this prophecy orb for myself. This prophecy was made by a seer to Dumbledore, and the orb is still silver." Getting really worried now, Cornelius was left clutching at proverbial straws. Could there be a mistake? I asked that very same question. In all the centuries prophecy orbs have been used, there has never been a mistake. The unspeakable was quite adamant. This particular prophecy is still active. Both officials in the minister's office knew exactly what this meant. For the prophecy to still be active, you-know-who couldn't be dead. Do we have any means of discovering the exact wording of this prophecy? I am the Minister of Magic after all, and this is a matter of national security. Shaking her head, Dolores delivered the bad news. Only Potter or you-know-who can touch the sphere, never mind listen to it. This is ancient magic that existed before the ministry, it won't recognize your authority. The only bit of this prophecy that I was able to squeeze out of someone, who heard it from a source in the DMLE, was this. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. There is apparently a little more known, but not the complete prophecy. Since it was made to Dumbledore, he would certainly know it. If Potter is the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord, that puts a completely different slant on Dumbledore's actions last night. Knowing you-know-who had returned, he would of course need to protect the Potter boy. That one phrase, the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, and the confirmation that the prophecy was still in play left Cornelius in a position that was untenable. He'd publicly declared that you-know-who was not back, and then threatened the boy who lived with a Dementor's key. If the ministry was already buzzing with this information about a prophecy, it would only be a matter of days before the entire country knew of it too. Amelia claimed that, should you-know-who return, the head of the DMLE would be his first target. With the rumor already reaching that department, you could safely bet it was one of them who checked the Hall of Prophecies too. It's no wonder none of them want the job. With Potter and Dumbledore now wanted criminals, I could have a drawer full of orb badges before the week is out. Looking again at the newspaper on his desk, the headline he'd been so happy with mere moments ago now mocked Cornelius. If I try to bring Dumbledore and Potter back, I'm finished as Minister of Magic. If I don't drop the charges, the ministry might be finished. Damned if I do and damned if I don't. With parts of the prophecy rumor able to be confirmed, Dolores knew this wasn't a situation that could be waited out, it simply wasn't going to die down. Action would need to be taken to solve this problem. Only having a plausible excuse for taking that action could save Cornelius' position, and her own. You need to have new evidence that clears Dumbledore and Potter of any wrongdoing. An incredulous Minister of Magic practically shouted his response at his undersecretary. Potter killed 2 purebloods, he didn't even try to deny it. Slowly picking a non-existent piece of lint from the sleeve of her robes, Dolores didn't let the minister's anger affect her in the slightest. We need to change that perception. Yes, Potter undoubtedly killed 2 Malfoys, but he claimed they were Death Eaters. If Potter's claim could be substantiated, that would put him in the clear. Dumbledore dragged Potter away before the investigation could run its course. We claim new evidence has been uncovered that leaves him with no charges to answer. Like a drowning man, Cornelius snatched at the lifeline Dolores had just thrown him. That could work, but only if we had this new evidence to display. Lucius was dressed as a Death Eater, and Draco killed with an unforgivable curse. That can be used to justify a search of Malfoy Manor from top to bottom. Evidence could be found that proves the Malfoys were Death Eaters, clearing Potter and Dumbledore. What if we don't find any evidence? Dolores just stared at the minister. That stupid question didn't deserve an answer. Even if there was not one shred of evidence in the entire manor, the people doing the searching would still find some. Leaving all the arrangements to Dolores, a relieved Cornelius though he just might survive this very public Stramash as Minister of Magic. That the Stramash was of his own making never even crossed his mind. The single chime of her beloved clock informed Molly that someone had just crossed their wards. Her usual response to that chime would be putting the kettle on, but these were not usual times. With her wand already drawn, a quick glance out the window settled her nerves. Whatever this woman was doing here, it wouldn't be to harm them. She moved to answer the expected knock on the door. Madam Bones, what a surprise. What brings you all the way to Devon? Please, it's Amelia. I'm rather embarrassed to say this, Molly, but I was hoping to have a chat with your youngest boy. My Ronald, what's he done? Oh, he's not in any trouble. I've actually resigned from the ministry. My apologies, Amelia, and where are my manners? Please come in and I'll put the kettle on. The kids are all down at the paddock playing Quidditch, but I'm expecting them back for lunch in 10 minutes or so. Entering the house, Amelia wore a wry smile, knowing Molly Weasley would be using those 10 minutes to interrogate her. That was probably a good idea, since Amelia herself wasn't exactly sure why she was here. Sitting at the kitchen table while Molly prepared the obligatory tea, spotting an obviously well-read edition of Today's Prophet lying somewhat crumpled on the same table gave Amelia her starting point. Gesturing toward the paper, Amelia began explaining to Molly why she was here. Realizing at once the implications of this case, the senior responding or contacted me immediately. I got there barely 5 minutes before Fudge. He wasn't interested in any investigation, he didn't want the truth of the matter to become known. His interpretation of the matter is today's front page, and was the last straw for me. I resigned, with the intention that Susan and I would leave the country. That was until I spoke to Susan. Gratefully accepting the cup of tea Molly provided, Amelia looked at the woman with something resembling awe. Molly, I don't know how you do it. Raise 7 children, I mean. It seems like only yesterday my Susan was in pigtails and heading off to Hogwarts for the first time. The young woman who spent hours yesterday arguing with me bore only a passing resemblance to that little girl. It seems like I blinked and missed her growing up. Her arguments were so well presented too, I'm honestly not sure what to do next. Molly wasn't sure what to do next either. She had one of the most powerful and respected witches in the country sitting at her table looking at Molly Weasley in admiration. Was she here for tips on how to raise children? My Susan said we shouldn't be running from this, but standing and fighting for our way of life. She was adamant that's what Harry Potter would be doing, and claimed Dumbledore would back him. It was strange to see anyone being put before Albus in importance, but Susan definitely listed them in that order. Susan said watching Harry fly against that dragon was easily the bravest thing she'd ever seen. Cedric's claim that Harry had helped him with the dragons too cemented his support in Hufflepuff. It was so difficult to see her standing there, so young but ready to fight rather than run. We really have let that generation down. Amelia needed a sip of her tea before she could continue. Susan was also adamant that anyone trying to attack Hermione Granger, your children, would need to go through Harry Potter first. From what I saw of the boy, I would have to agree with her. She also said your Ronald would usually have been standing right beside his best friends, ready to take on all comers, and that's what brought me here." Looking directly at Molly, Amelia spoke from the heart. "Dumbledore took action while I just stood there and did nothing. The shame in my Susan's eyes at hearing that was worse than being cursed. That's what brought me here today. Susan claimed there was no way Harry and Hermione wouldn't have contacted your Ronald, even if just to let him know they were okay. I was wondering if he had any way of passing on a message for me. I want to help them, any way I can." It was Molly who now needed a gulp of tea before she could answer, her mind shooting back to her own actions yesterday, and the loud words with Arthur last night. Harry and Hermione figure prominently in the worst and best day of my life. My Ginny had been taken into the Chamber of Secrets. The bloody message written on the wall said her bones would lie there forever. Acting on information Hermione had gotten, Ron and Harry went down there to save her. I'm sure only Hermione lying petrified in the infirmary stopped her being with the boys too. I was left sitting in Hogwarts, falling to bits while trying to face the terrible thought of losing my two youngest, when it suddenly became the best day of my life too. It was with a smile Molly recounted the next bit. Harry staggered into the room, supporting Ron, who'd broken his ankle, and with Ginny clinging to him for dear life. The boy could barely stand himself, and the bloody sword he carried was all the indication I ever got of the battle he'd fought to save my children. Ron couldn't make it to the actual chamber and Ginny didn't wake until Harry had fought his battle. Harry reminded me of this yesterday, when I was chiding him about being too young to fight. Your Susan was right, that's the path he's chosen. The two witches sat in silence for a moment before Molly spoke her thoughts. It's really hard to let your children grow up, especially when we now know what awaits them. My Ginny adores Harry, Ron thinks of him like another brother. He's also heavily involved with my twins, in what I haven't quite figured out yet. Arthur and I see that boy like family, and it's hard to let go. They were interrupted by the noisy arrival of the four youngest Weasleys, though their boisterous behavior stopped the instant they noticed their mother had company. Making her mind up, Molly barked out an order. Ron, flow over and ask Harry if Madam Bones can visit. Make sure he has that dog of his under control, and I want you back here by dinner time. Shouting thanks as he raced for the fireplace, Ron was soon gone. The fact that her youngest son didn't even mention missing lunch told Molly she'd gotten it right. Looking toward her twins, she gave her next order. When Ron sends back a message, you two can accompany Madam Bones to her destination. Seeing how excited this made the twins, and that Ginny was almost in tears at apparently missing out, Molly added a proviso. Again, I want you back here by dinner time, and look after your sister. A delighted Ginny hugged her mother just as Ron's head appeared in the fireplace and told them to come through. In the space of a few minutes, her kitchen had gone from being full and noisy to just Molly and the tick of her clock. While knowing she was still a few years from all her children leaving, for some strange reason what just happened felt like the first step. Not even another chocolate biscuit could stop the tears from running down Molly's cheeks. With a dozen Aurors and two Unspeakable in her raiding party, Dolores was taking no chances with her unannounced visit to Malfoy Manor. Faced with the locked iron gate, she tried the blindingly obvious solution first. We're here on official Ministry of Magic business. I command you to open. No one was more surprised than Dolores when the gates obeyed her command. One of the Unspeakables made his way to Dolores' side to offer a possible explanation as they headed down the manicured drive toward the manor. With both male Malfoys now dead, the estate may be awaiting a new owner. That command would really only work though if the estate had been abandoned. The thought that she might not have to deal with Narcissa Malfoy was a pleasant one for Dolores. The beautiful pureblood always made her nervous and insecure, as if showing Dolores something she could never have. Narcissa not being in the house would also make things easier if evidence had to be planted, before it could then be shockingly discovered. The main doors of the manor opened to the same command. Dolores had 4 pairs of Aurors sweep the impressive building, searching for anyone being home. Both Unspeakable began casting charms, looking for hidden things or spaces. They hit pay dirt almost immediately, their spells detecting a large cavern directly under the floor of Lucius Malfoy's study. It took both of them working together another 20 minutes to actually get the trapdoor open, but what was found there saw Dolores send off a couple of Patronus messages. The tiny cats shot from her wand to find their targets, Cornelius and the Daily Prophet. Stepping out of the fireplace into what was clearly an old pureblood house, Amelia's horror instincts had her automatically scanning the room. She of course recognized Dumbledore, few in her world wouldn't. She also recognized Harry Potter, the same rules of recognition applied to him too. Of the other two adults, Amelia thought one was Remus Lupin. She then approached the lady standing beside Harry, and the girl who could only be her daughter. Mrs. Granger, receiving a nod of confirmation, saw Amelia continue. You and your family have my deepest sympathies for your loss. We didn't even get to speak the other night. That idiot Fudge turning up threw a right spanner in the works. I resigned my position shortly after you left, but I would just like to say no charges were placed against you, or your daughter. I couldn't do anything about the rubbish printed in today's Prophet though. Thank you for that, one less thing to worry about. I have been wondering how I would tell our friends, neighbors, colleagues and patients about Dan. Our authorities too will need to know. How do I explain to them he was murdered by magic? Emma's tears had never been far away since that terrible event. Thankfully, neither had Hermione nor Harry. Amelia watched as the two teenagers immediately moved closer to offer the woman a little comfort. She tried to alleviate at least some of those worries Emma just mentioned. When a Muggle is killed by a witch or wizard, a branch of my former department takes over to handle most of that. All the correct documentation will already be in your house, properly signed to say your husband died of a sudden but massive heart seizure. With you and your daughter disappearing, the insert to the local press will probably say you both are staying with family or friends to get over the shock. It is a sad state of affairs that we are very good at taking care of things like this. You will have no problems from your authorities. Well, that's at least something less to worry about. Hermione and I might be facing no charges, but, should we appear in Diagon Alley, how long would it be before the Ministry or this Voldemort and his followers came after us? Everyone wants to get their hands on Harry. We won't play any part in that. It was time for Amelia to say why she was here. Turning to face Harry, she laid it all out on the table. My Susan has a very high opinion of you, and your friends. She didn't believe Fudge's version for a second and was certain you would be preparing to fight back against Voldemort. I'm here to offer our help in that fight. Anything you need, just ask. As it was to Harry, Amelia had made the offer. Albus and Remus were content to stand back and let him handle this. Both though would be quick to offer any advice, if they were asked for it. Wondering if the rumors had already reached Amelia, Harry decided just to ask. Madam Bones, have you heard about the prophecy that links Voldemort and me? Amelia, appearing as if she'd been physically slapped, kinda answered that question to the entire room. She then spun to face Dumbledore. You knew. That's why you grabbed Harry. As things began to fall into place, she once more addressed Harry. I think it's plain to see I didn't know that, but understand why you asked. My offer still stands though. I was already committed to helping you fight Voldemort and his followers. Fudge making an ass of himself and the Ministry is something we'll need to look at closely, especially if his actions hinder the fight and help Voldemort. The Ministry rushing to make an ass of itself, all to tie things up quickly and neatly, is not a new thing. Scratching the big black dog, that had never moved from his side, behind the ear, Harry gently spoke to it. I trust her, Padfoot. As I have repeatedly said, we need to trust people or we've already lost. The dog let out a nervous whine before transferring into a wizard. Amelia thought she was all shocked out for the day, after hearing about this prophecy. Seeing the most wanted wizard in all of Britain standing right in front of her proved that theory wrong. Harry's introduction just kept those shocks coming. Madam Bones, I'd like to introduce you to my godfather, Sirius Black. It must run in the family because he was thrown into Azkaban without a trial too. The two had of course known one another, since previous to his extended stay in Azkaban, Sirius worked as an Auror. It's true, Amelia. No questioning, no trial. I was stunned and woke in an Azkaban cell that had a Dementor parked outside it. For the record, I was not the Potter's secret keeper. I would have died before betraying James, Lily and my infant godson. I didn't kill Pettigrew or any of those Muggles. Pettigrew is alive and responsible for all of that. You have 5 people in this room who not only spoke to the rat, we all heard him confess to everything I've just said. Ron, Hermione, Harry and Remus indicated that they were the people Sirius had just mentioned, and confirmed everything he'd said. Albus couldn't believe their luck in recruiting Amelia Bones to their struggle. It was time to move things along though. Amelia, you look as if you need a seat, and a stiff drink. Let's sit down and we can answer the questions I know you must have. Harry, you are of course welcome to join us, or would you and Hermione rather take some time to catch up with your friends? Both Harry and Hermione instantly sussed what Dumbledore was up to, positioning himself once more as leader of their resistance. They also knew Sirius and Remus would tell them anything they needed to know about what would be discussed. It's a lovely day, so I think I will ask Dobby if he could make us a picnic. We'll eat it out in the garden. Dobby instantly appeared, saying he would bring a picnic basket out to them. Slipping her arm into her mother's, Hermione started to steer her toward the garden. Emma protested, though not very strenuously. Hermione, you and Harry should be spending time with your friends. Mum, after 5 minutes the talk will inevitably switch to Quidditch. With Ginny getting just as bad as the rest of them, I need someone I can talk to. Hermione's wink at Ginny let her friend know what was happening here. Harry also helped by taking Emma's other arm. Hermione must be getting delusional if she thinks Ron could talk for 5 minutes without mentioning Quidditch. It really is too nice a day to sit in this house, and you know Dobby will make a wonderful picnic. Fred and George, no pranks. No Quidditch talk for at least 5 minutes. And no pranks, hardly worth coming. The broad smiles the twins were wearing belied their words. Taking an arm each of their little sister, they led the way to the garden. Ron following on, shaking his head at their antics. That was all the coaxing Emma needed, and the seven headed off to share the afternoon and a picnic together. Albus was also grinning as they left, something Remus noticed. He answered the unasked question as honestly as he could. I'm merely glad to see Harry having some time to spend with his friends. He has chosen a rather onerous path for himself. Harry will need those friends, and his family, if he is to come out the other side of this and still be the outstanding young man we know and love. Both Remus and Sirius nodded at that, while Amelia was intrigued. She couldn't wait to discover what was behind Albus' comments. By the time the reporter and photographer arrived at Malfoy Manor, Cornelius and Dolores had already worked out how they wanted to present this new evidence. Laid out on display for the press to see, but certainly not touch, were a few items so dark that anyone owning them would immediately find themselves being sent to Azkaban. There were also many dark items of a lesser severity, though still heavily restricted and outright banned. Dolores had all the information from the unspeakables in front of her. They would be taking the items to their department for study, or to be destroyed, directly after this impromptu press conference. Using this information, she then walked the reporter through what the items were, and what they could disgustingly do. The photographer was busy photographing everything while his reporting colleague tried to keep the contents of his stomach down. Even although he was feeling rather green about the gills, the reporter eventually asked the question both Cornelius and Dolores knew had to come. Given all this evidence found in Malfoy Manor, what effect will that have on the charges filed against Harry Potter and Albus Dumbledore? This was where Cornelius discovered if he would still be Minister of Magic this time next week. When this evidence is added to what was found at the scene of the crime, I think you'll agree this proves beyond doubt Lucius Malfoy was a Death Eater. Taking that into consideration, this would see Mr. Potter's actions classed as self-defense. If Albus Dumbledore hadn't acted so presumptuously, justice would soon have prevailed and this whole mess could have been avoided. Naturally, the Ministry still wants to speak with both of them regarding what happened the other night. Cornelius wanted Potter down in the Department of Mysteries, so he could use the boy to discover what that prophecy said. He wasn't about to tell the reporter that though, just use him so the Ministry could get its hands on Potter. The most serious charges they would be facing, however, would be leaving the scene of a crime. Given the circumstances, their actions are perhaps understandable. As for me, this whole mess can be settled by a couple of handshakes. There are no hard feelings from myself or the Ministry. Due process has brought forward the evidence that clear Mr. Potter of any crimes. The reporter was taking his time writing down that statement. The only reason he could think of for this total reversal of the minister's opinion were these rumors that were buzzing around everywhere, and that was a terrifying thought. He asked another question, just to try and gauge how much the minister's position on this matter had changed. This evidence certainly lends credence to Lucius Malfoy being a Death Eater, and Mr. Potter acting in self-defense. What about the youngest Malfoy though? Where is the evidence that condemns him? Cornelius fielded that question, since they'd again known it would have to be asked. While an investigation is ongoing, it is important not to comment on specific details that could sway people's opinion. Draco Malfoy used the killing curse to murder Mr. Potter's girlfriend's father. He was a Muggle who died in his own back garden, right in front of Mr. Potter, murdered by a wannabe Death Eater. Mr. Potter's actions are again understandable, and most definitely self-defense against both Malfoys. The reporter knew fine well that nugget of information changed everything, and that the minister would have to have a very good reason for releasing it now. It was time to ask the big question. Minister, are you aware of the rumor that's sweeping the country? Trying to laugh that off, Cornelius attempted a bluff. There are rumors sweeping through the ministry on a daily, sometimes it feels like an hourly, basis. The vast majority of these rumors prove to be nothing more than that, mere rumors. Seeing this shaping up as the biggest story of his life, the reporter reached for the brass ring. I understand these rumors, of a prophecy linking Harry Potter and you-know-who, have been substantiated by members of your own ministry. As Minister of Magic, do you have a comment for the witches and wizards of Britain? It would be a cold day in hell before Cornelius Fudge publicly announced you-know-who was back, certainly not without conclusive proof that he couldn't hide. He tried to muddy the waters somewhat, while neither denying nor confirming anything. He was a politician after all, this is what he was supposed to be good at. After the final task of the Tri-Wizard Tournament, Mr. Potter claimed he had been physically forced to participate in a dark ritual that saw you-know-who being reborn. I suspect this is where all these rumors started from. That Mr. Potter was distraught at the death of his friend, Mr. Diggory, was perfectly understandable. Given that the person who supposedly attacked Mr. Potter and Mr. Diggory has been dead himself since just after the lad's parents were murdered, you can perhaps understand why those claims weren't taken too seriously. They were investigated though, and no evidence to support Mr. Potter's claims has yet been found. The reporter could clearly see how Fudge wanted things to play out here, but the reasons behind these actions terrified the journalists. Since his wife was Muggle-born, he would be getting his family together and getting out of Britain before the hammer fell. This lent him the courage to push further than he ever had before, knowing ministerial repercussions were the least of his worries. Given that no body was ever found the night the boy who lived earned that nomenclature, do you think that it's possible you-know-who could one day return? Faced with such a direct question, Cornelius' first reaction was to lie. He took a moment though and tried to formulate an answer that wouldn't come back to bite him on the ass. I would think it most unlikely, but, with magic, you can never really say never. Thank you for coming here today, but we need to get on with cataloging all these items. It's time to head off and let the professionals do their jobs. The fact that, if it suited his needs, Fudge would be dictating what he wanted to happen next to all of those same professionals was known to all in the room. That he could make that statement with such conviction just reiterated how much of a manipulative lying bastard their Minister of Magic actually was. The reporter and photographer quickly headed off, knowing their work would grace the front page tomorrow. Cornelius and Dolores returned to the ministry, now thinking there was a better than even chance of them saving their jobs. The picnic proved to be a wonderful success, with the twins going all out to put grins on the faces of the two Granger ladies. When the last of the food was polished off, by Ron of course, the company slowly split along gender lines. Ginny was desperate to hear the story of how Hermione and Harry became a couple, and Emma was delighted to have something normal to talk about. Gently embarrassing your daughter about her new boyfriend in front of her friend was as normal as things were going to get. Ginny was agog, hanging on every word. Her brows furrowed though at something she didn't understand. How could Harry contact you when he was stuck in London and you were heading home? Taking out her mobile, Hermione flicked it open and pressed the speed dial for Harry. The four boys were sitting under a different tree, though only a few yards from the girls when Harry's phone began ringing. Looking up, He could see Hermione holding hers and smiling at him. Taking it out his pocket, Harry pressed the accept button and 3 male Weasleys were shocked to hear Hermione's voice coming out of the device. Due to the wards, Hermione's voice was slightly distorted, though still clearly recognizable as hers. "Hello love, Ginny wanted to know how I contacted you when the Dursleys buggered off and left you stranded." Seeing his girlfriend hand the mobile to Ginny, Harry spoke to the youngest Weasley. "Hi Ginny, these are mobile phones and can connect to anyone else who has one. My wonderful girlfriend bought me one so we could stay in touch this summer. She would even have been able to use it while we stayed at the Burrow to keep in contact with her parents." The words were hardly out Harry's mouth when he regretted them, his eyes drawn to the headstone further along the garden. Ginny tried to cover for him. "These are brilliant. Would they work in Hogwarts?" "We don't think so. Hermione reckons it's the concentration of magic, and all the witches and wizards, that fries any electronics taken into the castle. We've established that they work under wards but don't want to use them too much, just in case." With that Harry said, "Bye," and hung up. The 4 young men sat and watched as Ginny excitedly continued talking with Hermione and Emma. It was then Ron mentioned the elephant in the room. "I'll say it again mate, I'm so glad you were there that night. I would love to volunteer for the extra training you two will be getting but I honestly don't know if I could do what you did. I might freeze and get someone else hurt." Knowing how much it took for Ron to admit that, Harry helped him out. He was still looking over at the girls as he spoke. "Don't sell yourself short. All you need to do is ask yourself this question. What would you have done if the Malfoys had come to the Burrow to take Ginny away?" There was 3 loud gasps beside him, loud enough to see the girls looking in their direction. Seeing Harry still calmly sitting there, the girls returned to their own conversation. "I know you 3, there is not one shred of doubt in my mind that each of you would fight to the death to protect her, and the rest of your family. The thing is, I'm sure that's how bad things are going to get. The Ministry aren't going to help, Dumbledore wasn't going to help, that's why I decided to fight. We need to take these bastards out before they turn up at the Burrow, or anyone else's home. That doesn't mean everyone needs to be on the front line though." Facing the twins, Harry laid it out for them. "George and Fred, you guys are geniuses. Use that gift to give me an advantage when I go up against a target. Ron, you can see 4 moves ahead in chess. Again, I'll need that ability to keep us safe. I have this horrible feeling Hermione will demand to do this with me." Almost as if she knew Harry was talking about her, Hermione looked over and smiled. That settled it for Ron. "If you two are doing this, then count me in. That's assuming Mum will let me." The sheer absurdity of that statement, "I'll fight the Death Eaters with you, if my mum will let me," had all 4 of them rolling on the grass with laughter. Hermione wore a genuine smile as she looked over at the laughter. After all the doom and gloom, it was nice that they had found something to laugh about. She hoped hearing about it later might get her mum to laugh too. Suspecting the twins' involvement though, she would need to check with Harry first to see if the story was suitable to tell to her mother. The editor couldn't decide which headline to lead with so chose all 3. While the Prophet's readers were familiar with moving pictures, this was the first time the newspaper had experimented with moving text. As one headline faded, the next would appear, the unusual effect captivating its readers, and slightly deflecting the shock each headline provided. If this new publishing effect distracted ever so slightly from their content, the article underneath these headlines then proceeded to focus, in far greater detail than the readers of this newspaper were used to, on the specific reasoning behind each of the 3 headlines. The existence of this prophecy was no longer in any doubt, and the Prophet had even managed to get hold of a source that confirmed the Ministry of Magic would know if this prophecy was still active. The chilling consequences of this prophecy still being active were glaringly obvious to everyone, and questions had apparently already been asked of the minister. When asked if he thought the Dark Lord of this prophecy had returned, Cornelius Fudge was quoted as saying, "With magic, you can never really say never." On reading that line, Cornelius' copy of the Prophet was flung across his desk. "I've been misquoted. I also said, it was highly unlikely, but that part has been ignored. This makes it sound as if you know who is back, and about to start killing everyone." With a calmly asked question, Dolores easily punctured the minister's anger. Isn't he? Cornelius was almost sulking as he answered his undersecretary. He might well be. That doesn't mean I want it plastered on the front page of the Prophet. We need to pull that reporter in, let him see it's not in his best interest to set the Minister of Magic up like he did. This makes it look as if our only hope of defeating you know who is Harry Bloody Potter. Isn't he? Letting his exasperation show, Cornelius rounded on his senior undersecretary. Dolores, I need someone with answers to this. Not someone sniping at me. I'll get plenty of that the moment I step out of this office. Giving him a moment to calm down, Dolores then checked whether he was finished with his rantings. Okay, are we ready to discuss this now? After Cornelius nodded, she continued with her briefing. This journalist has faded into the night. His house is empty, wife and 2 young children gone. His wife is a Muggle born, he himself is a half-blood. He obviously believes the war is about to start again and has gotten his family to safety. While I would normally be leading the cheering at people like this leaving Britain, they could be just the tip of the iceberg. In the last war, the Death Eaters killed almost as many pureblood as they did mudbloods. If all the witches and wizards who believe themselves at risk adopt the same approach, then the ministry might not survive an exodus from Britain on that scale. Now sitting behind his desk with his head in his hands, Cornelius was beginning to think he'd jumped from the frying pan into the fire. I asked for answers, Dolores, not more problems. The Potter boy is the answer to all your problems. This had Cornelius paying attention, so Dolores continued with the answer he clearly wanted to hear. A picture of you shaking hands with Harry Potter anywhere in the ministry will see most of your immediate problems disappear. Potter being seen out and about in public will let everyone know that the country is still running as normal. Potter being on the Hogwarts Express on the 1st of September might be the only reason that Hogwarts will be able to stay open. If he's not there, how many people will think that makes Hogwarts unsafe and keep their children home? Thinking those statements over, Cornelius was unable to disagree with any of it. How did Potter become so powerful? With a shrug of her shoulders, Dolores explained the blindingly obvious. The prophecy turns the boy who lived into the boy who gets whatever he asks for. The witches and wizards of Britain are terrified of the Dark Lord. I'm terrified of the Dark Lord. While certainly not a follower of Dumbledore or his little protege, they at least don't torture or murder those who disagree with them. This whole thing is now about survival, and I don't just mean political. Sitting straighter, Cornelius thought this was a game he could play. We'll just have to wait and see what he wants then. Dolores, I want you to take over the DMLE. What, are you seriously suggesting I put my head on the block here? I was going to make you Hogwarts headmaster. Dropping the charges against Dumbledore took that position off the table. This was a move that, if she turned it down, would end her career at the ministry. Accepting it however might end her life. You told me yourself, Bones was sure you know who would be targeting whoever held that job. That is not a move I see helping me with my career. The smile Cornelius was wearing confused Dolores, until an explanation was offered. He would certainly target Amelia Bones if she still held that post. We both know she would have gone after him and his Death Eaters with everything at her disposal. As the new holder of that post, you will do no such thing. Protect the ministry, let the public see we're protecting Diagonal Alley, that will be the limit of our efforts. While seeing the sense in not provoking a response from he who must not be named, this proposed strategy made no attempt to actually deal with the problem. How do we respond when attacks start happening outside those specific areas, and people start dying? Then Potter will discover the other side of the coin. With great power comes great responsibility. Who do you think the public and press will be baying at to do something? I'll give you a clue, it won't be us. With an almost reverence for Cornelius, genius, Dolores whispered the name. Harry Potter. A now smirking Cornelius agreed with that. Too right. Today's paper should flush him out, then we can see what he wants. In return, we, at the very least, discover what this blasted prophecy actually says. After the first attack, we'll issue some sort of home defense advice. That will let everyone see their ministry is doing something, putting more pressure onto Potter to respond. With a smile and a nod, Dolores gratefully accepted her new promotion. In Grimmauld Place, whistles, cheers, clapping and banging on the kitchen table greeted Harry's response to today's newspaper. Undeterred, he continued keying Hermione. They eventually finished and rested their foreheads together, oblivious to all around. You, my beautiful girl, are a bloody genius. I can't believe the result that idea of yours caused. Thank you so much. While Sirius, Remus and Emma had been the ones making all the noise, and gently ribbing the young couple, Albus only stared at the copy of the newspaper in front of him. He'd been against news of the prophecy leaking, yet who could argue with the results that leak achieved? This changes everything. Harry picked up on Albus' muttered comment immediately. I hope you were talking about yourself there, sir, because, for me, this changes nothing. Of course this changes things. You can return to Hogwarts now. The kitchen had suddenly gone quiet as Harry answered Albus. And why would I want to do that? Napping in Ben's history class isn't going to help me learn what I need to. Do the names Quirrell, Lockhart and Couch ring any bells? They didn't teach me what I need to know either. Unless Voldemort gets hit by Lori before September, I will not be returning to Hogwarts. Letting out a sigh of frustration, Albus tried to explain the new situation. I was planning on giving you private lessons when you return to the castle. Harry felt Hermione's hand tighten on his arm at hearing that. He knew she would be excited to receive private lessons from Dumbledore, but Harry was learning you couldn't take anything the headmaster said at face value. You always had to look deeper to try and figure out what he was up to. What will these extra lessons consist of? Oh, I would like to think I am the foremost expert on one Tom Marvel riddle. I've been researching him for many years. I have important memories to show you, memories that will throw light onto how Tom Riddle became Lord Voldemort. In any conflict, knowing your enemy can be key. Harry was waiting on Dumbledore saying more, but Hermione didn't have his level of patience, not where her boyfriend's safety was concerned. Know thy enemy is a sound strategy. Will you also be teaching Harry how to defeat Voldemort? New spells, a better strategy. Miss Granger, knowledge is power. Not impressed, Hermione cut him off. That would be a no then. His frustration clearly showing now, Albus was not used to having his every suggestion dissected and questioned. He thought it was time to point out a few home truths to this young couple. Harry, you say this changes nothing, but I am once more your headmaster. It was Harry's turn to cut across Dumbledore. We're not in Hogwarts and it's the summer holidays. You have no control over me. I am also restored to my position in government. Again, this is not the Wizengamot, unless you plan to change the law to put me under your control. A thoughtful Harry then turned to Hermione. Fancy a little trip to the ministry, love. I'm sure they would treat us to lunch too. This clearly scared Albus. Harry, I can't allow you to do that. Fudge would have you reveal the prophecy to him. From there, it would soon be in Voldemort's hands. Harry stood and faced Dumbledore directly. First, you can't stop me. This is a Black property. I am scion to the House of Black. The House Wards would evict you if you tried to use your wand on Sirius or me. Secondly, yes, I would have to let Fudge know the prophecy. For that I would insist on Sirius receiving a trial, and that I get all the training I need. Shit, I could probably get Hermione awarded half the Malfoy fortune for what those bastards did to Dan. Now headmaster, where is your counteroffer? Albus was really knocked back on his heels at that. Do you really think I would draw my wand? Hey, you made me compete in that tournament. Knowing someone had entered my name to do me harm, you told me that yourself, and still wouldn't give me any help. Harry, the rules. For the first time since that terrible night in the graveyard, Harry lost his temper. The rules. Your own rules said Hogwarts couldn't have two champions, there was your get-out clause. I was supposedly entered under another school so you could easily have helped. You deliberately left me dangling, unaware and unprepared, like bait in a trap. We all know Fudge is a lying bastard. How does it feel to know I trust him more than I do you? You obviously have plans for me, plans you refuse to tell anyone about. Not gonna happen. There is an order meeting tonight that you invited Amelia Bones to. You have until then to present your counter-offer. Otherwise, we go and see the Minister of Magic tomorrow. I don't think we'll have any trouble getting an appointment. Taking a deep, calming breath, Harry then spoke to Hermione and Emma. "Would you ladies like to accompany me for a day out in the normal world? With the Ministry no longer looking for me, we should be perfectly safe." Sirius digging Remus in the ribs was Moony's cue to offer his services accompanying them. Checking that was all right with both ladies, Harry quickly agreed. They had no sooner left the kitchen when Sirius started on Albus. "I will not have Harry going to Fudge." "I'm glad to hear that. You shouldn't be, Albus. I agree with everything my godson just said. If you don't come up with a better offer for Harry by tonight's meeting, I will initiate a vote of no confidence in your ability to lead the order. You know Remus will second that motion. I will base my motion on your past treatment and future plans for my godson. In your head these actions of yours might make some weird sort of sense, but, unless you're prepared to reveal your secrets at the meeting, it will look like a pile of shit to the rest of us. I'm quite confident I can have Mad Eye or Amelia elected as our new leader by the end of the evening." Albus attempted to interrupt but Sirius shut him down. "You tried to threaten my godson, not only in front of me but in my bloody house. UF*** with me on this, Albus, and I'll see you barred from this house, barred from playing any part in Harry's life. I honestly think Moony and I could convince the three of them to leave Britain, leave you and Voldemort to sort out the mess you both made of everything. This is not Harry's fight, no matter what your bloody pet seer says. I'm prouder than I can say that he's willing to take up this challenge, but it will not be using a rulebook that you write, and then don't tell him those rules." It was Sirius' turn to lose his temper at the old wizard as he now shouted at Dumbledore. "How dare you say nothing has changed? There is a good man buried in my garden. That alone clearly indicates for the three people who just left here that their whole lives have dramatically changed. This is your last warning, Albus. Stop trying to control Harry. Neither he nor I will stand for it." With that, Sirius left Albus staring at newspaper headlines that clearly didn't mean what he'd hoped for. For Albus, Sirius' threat of ousting him from the order was a very real one. Cast in a certain light, his actions with Harry could be made to appear very damning. Everyone at tonight's meeting would also know he was against Order members learning about the prophecy, far less the British magical population reading news of it with their breakfast. Now that news of this prophecy was out there, it made Harry Potter a very powerful individual. Albus was sure Harry was now powerful enough to have Fudge falling over himself to grant everything he'd mentioned a few minutes ago. He was probably powerful enough to sway the Order members to vote for a new leader too. Albus really would have to come up with a counter-offer, and clearly that offer would need to be more than showing Harry a few memories. That thought gave Albus an idea though, one he would have to move fast on. Remus sighed along apparated Harry, with Dobby then bringing Hermione and Emma to join them. That was how the four found themselves spending a very pleasant day in Brighton, trying to put all that had happened, and would happen, behind them for a few hours at least. Just walking up and down the prom, holding Hermione's hand and staring at the sea, was enough to make Harry happy. The lovely little bistro that they had lunch in soon had all four of them in a far more relaxed frame of mind. Even Hermione insisting Harry shop for a few things and some clothes didn't dent the mood any. Dobby had visited Gringotts for Harry, exchanging gallons into sterling, meaning the day was on him. He did slip Remus a couple of £100, so he could pay for lunch and such. With Dobby taking away any shopping bags they accumulated, and also keeping Sirius informed of what they were up to, none of them were in any hurry to return to Grimmauld Place. After such a good, you could even say normal, day, they rounded it off by getting some traditional takeaway fish and chips and eating it where Harry could still see the sea. Remus surreptitiously erected a ward that kept the flying thieves, seagulls, from interrupting their impromptu alfresco dining. They arrived back in Grimmauld just before the meeting started. Hermione hoped the stuffed toy under her arm, that Harry had won for her, wasn't a bad omen of what was to come. It was a pink elephant. They were immediately approached by the four younger Weasleys, Susan Bones too. Amelia, obviously not feeling comfortable leaving her niece alone in the evening, had brought her along to the meeting. Apart from offering Harry congratulations on no longer being a wanted criminal, there wasn't really time to say any more as the meeting was about to start. This time Molly didn't chase her brood out of the room, knowing Harry and Hermione had already told them what happened at the last meeting. Susan was invited to sit with the friends too as Dumbledore got the meeting started. "We have all seen today's newspaper. I have spent most of the day trying to figure out what this means for us here tonight, then I realized we were all missing some vital information. I have an idea of how to remedy that at tonight's meeting, and then hope we can collectively agree on a way forward. This of course will depend on Harry. Sorry I never had time to ask you before the meeting started, but I wondered if you would consent to your memory of the end of the third task being shown. That experience has left you with a different perspective on this coming conflict, a perspective more than a few of us are struggling to understand. I feel seeing this memory would help." Harry first looked to Hermione, then Sirius. Since neither of them had any objections, Harry then wanted to know more. "I'll say right now this will not make pleasant watching, please be certain you want to see this. What do I need to do? Since the news broke in this morning's paper that we were no longer facing charges, I was able to return to Hogwarts. This is a pensieve, it allows people to enter or display memories. I would think display would be best, though some people might want to enter the memory later to look at it in more detail. Harry, you simply have to bring the thought to the front of your mind. I can take a copy of that memory to place in the pensieve." Agreeing, Harry stood and then watched as a silvery thread left his forehead on the tip of Dumbledore's wand and was placed into the stone basin. He then nudged Hermione up a seat so Harry could sit between her and Emma. That more than anything indicated to Hermione just how bad this was going to be. She burrowed into Harry's side as his arm looped around her. The memory started with Harry's first sight of the cup. Emma screamed and burrowed into his other side at her first sight of the giant spider. The pensieve displayed the scene above the bowl, with the figures scaled about 16 inches tall. Hermione and Emma had heard Harry describe the scene where he and Cedric debated who should take the trophy. Seeing it in this format was much more painful. Harry was now clinging to both Granger girls as the scene continued. Having already lived this, Harry really had no inclination to watch it again. He spent his time comforting Hermione and Emma while watching the Watchers. Ron soon had his arms full of a sobbing young female as Susan broke down when Cedric was so casually murdered. Under normal circumstances, Ron would have been mortified to have a pretty witch crying all over him. This wasn't normal though, so Ron just held on to Susan, while never taking his eyes off the scene playing out in front of him. The baby thing that was Voldemort sent a shiver of disgust around the room, with more than one person sharing Harry's original hope that it drowned in that cauldron. A one-handed Peter making his way to Harry with the bloody knife had Sirius on his feet, and also raging Remus retaining enough sense to pull his best friend back into his seat. A resurrected Voldemort emerging from the steam at the end of the ritual had quite a few of the Watchers screaming in fright. When Voldemort called his Death Eaters, there was a scramble amongst some of the Watchers to get hold of writing implements to take note of who appeared. Albus announcing they could watch it again later to work that out saw them settle back to view the rest of the memory. Seeing a bruised, battered and bloody Harry refusing to bow to this monster had Emma squeezing Harry even tighter, though she couldn't match the pressure being applied by her equally terrified daughter. Neither Granger could look as Voldemort casually tortured Harry with the Cruciatus Curse. The two wands locking spells amazed everyone. As they worked out the struggle Voldemort was having with Harry, the bead of magic where the spells met being an indicator of who was winning the battle, the crowd watching were suddenly more involved than at any time since the presentation started. Harry felt a hand on each of his shoulders. The twins were behind him and practically willing the pensive version of him on. As the bead of magic made its way toward Voldemort's wand, the room became so charged with positive energy that Harry could feel the hairs on his arms standing up. As the bead reached Voldemort's wand, Ron was on his feet, a victory yell that seemed to come from the soles of his feet, before traveling the length of his body, reverberated around the room. All thoughts of celebration ended though as Cedric's ghost made an appearance. Cedric asking if Harry could take his body back finished Hermione. She was now sobbing at what Harry had to endure. Her sobs stopped abruptly when she heard the Potters make an appearance. Sirius and Remus looked as if their hearts had stopped as they watched their friends talking to their son. Both had tears streaming down their cheeks. Harry thought he was the only person who noticed Severus Snape was in the same condition. The potions professor was so caught up in watching what was happening that he made no attempt to wipe those tears away. Harry wasn't even sure Snape realized they were there. In the melee that followed the joined wands breaking contact, all realized that Harry had still loads to do as the assembled Death Eaters were now trying to kill him too. Harry, holding onto Cedric's body and summoning the cup, saw the memory end as the portkey activated. Apart from some sniffling and nose blowing as people tried to get themselves back under control, the room was silent. To put it simply, no one knew what to say about what they had just witnessed. Rather than letting the silence drag out and become uncomfortable, Harry ended it by trying to get his point across. To that madman, we're all spares, that he won't hesitate to order murdered. We can run, we can hide, or we can fight. I chose to fight, and you all just witnessed the targets at the top of the list to be taken out. Every Death Eater who joined Voldemort that night is a dead man walking, deserving nothing more than they would do to their victims. Albus just couldn't help himself. That's very black and white, Harry. There could be consequences. It seemed like cutting Dumbledore off as he spoke was becoming a habit Harry continued. The 9th of June, 1994, late evening at Hogwarts. I stopped Sirius and Remus murdering Pettigrew. Let's look at the consequences of that. Sirius still has a Dementor's key on site. Order against him. The best defense professor we ever had was effectively sacked. Pettigrew has since murdered Cedric and returned his master, Voldemort, to a body. I learned about consequences that night, and having to live with them. Killing any of those Death Eaters will bother me a lot less than not doing the right thing that night. They've clearly made their choice, it's time for us to make ours. The amount of approval Harry got for his views on these Death Eaters left Albus knowing he would lose any challenge to his leadership of the Order. The majority clearly approved of his intended actions. It was time to put his plan forward. Harry, if you agree, I will take this copy of your memory to the Ministry of Magic tomorrow. By doing so, I hope to accomplish 3 things. With Pettigrew clearly alive, a trial for Sirius, I will make sure they know he's your godfather, should be the least they can offer. They should also be able to accept that you will not be returning to Hogwarts, rather undergoing specialized training at a secret location in preparation for the task you face. The Ministry will in all probability leak that to the press, ensuring that the rest of the country don't keep their children away from the castle. Harry and Sirius were liking what they heard so far. They were waiting for but it never came. I will explain to Cornelius that anyone knowing the full prophecy would be placing themselves in deadly danger. That should discourage him from hounding you, and may even see Aurors guarding the prophecy. That would free up Order members to respond to this crisis. Assuming you accept this offer, we can discuss what that response will be now. The people you intend to target are very powerful and experienced individuals. Having thought long and hard about this, Harry knew what he wanted to say. There was something else that needed to be mentioned first though. Tell Fudge I will be at any trial Sirius has, and would be prepared to have my picture taken beside him, and my exonerated godfather. Moody couldn't help it, he burst out laughing. Oh, we have a right one here. Not only are you making Albus jump through hoops, you know exactly how to get that idiot Fudge to do what you want to. I'm really looking forward to training you, Potter. You have the balls and the power to back up what that devious mind of yours has planned. Let's hear it then, lad. Nodding acceptance at Mad Eye's compliment, Harry gave an outline of what he intended to do. I have no intention of taking these people on in a duel, nor attempting to break into their probably well-fortified homes in the middle of the night. What we need is information on these people, files of information showing their every move. There are enough people here to gather that information without putting themselves in danger, or alerting our victims that they're being watched. While I'm training, those files can be constructed and updated. We're looking for patterns and weaknesses in their behavior. Not even Mad Eye can be vigilant every minute of the day. If we know someone eats at a specific restaurant on a certain night, we can use that information to plan the attack. If we can, the first few should appear as accidents, to hopefully stop anyone changing their behavior that we've probably spent months mapping. The information gathered will determine who and where the first hit will take place. It was Amelia who broke the silence that followed Harry's explanation. I can say without doubt, what we just watched is the bravest thing I've ever seen. If one of my Aurors had accomplished that, the paperwork would already be on my desk to recommend them for an Order of Merlin. No one can doubt those who answered Voldemort's call that night deserve justice visited upon them. None of us here think the Ministry will provide that justice, not with Dolores Umbridge now heading the DMLE. Providing we have proof of the target's guilt, I will support this program any way I can. Voldemort needs to be stopped, but there is also more that could be done. Ma'am, thank you for your support, but that was the only idea I had. Amelia smiled at the boy. No, young man. And that is why we have a group here, to pool ideas, skills, resources and anything else we can get together. This prophecy might say you are the one to defeat Voldemort, but that doesn't mean we can't all help you. I propose a strike team take care of this problem, with members having to be past capable of joining by Moody or me. Molly and Emma were really pleased to hear that, and not just because both had children that would want to join Harry on these missions. Anything that made this safer for Harry got their vote. Sirius and Remus were also quick to confirm that there was never any chance of Harry doing this alone, or before he was ready. Rather than being annoyed, Harry's smile just got wider and wider as the floodgates opened and ideas poured from this group. Dumbledore sat taking notes, occasionally nodding in agreement or offering advice for or against an idea. Involving everyone like this certainly opened his eyes, as did some of the ideas put forward. Gaining a controlling interest in the Daily Prophet is something he thought was beyond their little group, but, by pooling resources, it might just be doable. Or Tonks' suggestion of portkeys to a safe place for everyone started another discussion that resulted in positive action. A secure room would be set up at Grimmauld to receive anyone using these portkeys. With a real danger of these falling into enemy hands, or someone unwillingly bringing a passenger with them, all arrivals would be greeted by automated stunning curses. These portkeys were for emergency use only, and being stunned would be far better than staying to face whatever causer the emergency. Miss Granger's idea for coins that would allow simple messages to be passed between the group was a brilliant one. Her suggestion of the Order having a counter to the Death Eater's dark mark, something that would give the witches and wizards hope, was shocking in its simplicity. We were at the Quidditch World Cup. The dark mark was actually cast using Harry's wand. We all saw the panic that mark in the sky caused. Imagine that effect reversed. It would give the ordinary witches and wizards of Britain hope, while striking fear into the Death Eaters. Their tactics work, so let's turn those same tactics against them. This idea of Hermione's was only one of many that would need further research before decisions could be made, with teams of members volunteering to work on those ideas that suited their skills best. Albus couldn't remember a more productive meeting, with everyone putting their name forward for at least one item. This was making him rethink his solo stance on the Horcruxes. There were people in this room who would literally do anything for Harry. Perhaps it was time to form a small team dedicated to tracing these abominations down and then destroying them. He would see how the meeting at the Ministry of Magic unfolded before making any further plans in that direction. It was time to call tonight's meeting to an end. As the meeting ended, Harry could see there were a lot of people wanting to talk with him. He decided on the best way to dodge that, and establish something else he was keen on. Grabbing a surprised Fred and George, he dragged them over to be introduced to their heroes. Padfoot and Moony, meet the current masters of mischief inside Hogwarts. I wondered if the four of you, working together with those unique skills, could come up with some prank diversions that would help this strike team. Even just making the target look the other way at exactly the wrong moment for them that is. Hermione had of course figured out exactly what Harry was doing, and why. She and her mother stood behind Harry as he tried to follow the discussion that was taking place between the four pranksters. With both missions accomplished, Harry found himself only having to say goodnight to the Weasleys, Amelia and Susan, the latter of whom hugged him almost as tight as Hermione did. I'll make sure the rest of the Puffs know what I watched earlier. You know Hogwarts, the entire school will know the truth by the 2nd of September. You couldn't have done any more for Cedric. Hermione actually smiled as Harry hugged Susan back just as fiercely. That was exactly what her boyfriend needed to hear. That someone who knew and admired Cedric didn't blame him for the Hufflepuff's death, nor shy away from him after hearing how he proposed to fight back. A blushing but beaming Susan handed a now emotional Harry back to Hermione. Look after each other. We all know this is going to get a lot worse before we can even hope to turn things around. Just remember, you're not alone in this. Susan then found herself being hugged from behind by her normally not so demonstrative aunt. I said to Molly that I must have blinked and missed you growing up. Your generation shouldn't have to fight the coming war, we should have finished it the last time. That more than anything saw me agree with your idea, Harry. We have to finish it this time. If we don't, there might not be future generations to continue the fight. I'm so proud of all of you, but terrified at the same time. Both Molly and Emma assured Amelia they knew exactly how she felt. The Hogwarts contingent of Albus, Minerva and Severus had witnessed this conversation before heading back to the castle. Each had their own thoughts but all silently agreed with Amelia, they had to end it this time. When the three finally made it back to their sitting room, Hermione dragged Harry onto the sofa and wrapped him in a hug. Hearing you talk about that night was bad, watching it was hard, you had to live it. Harry, showing that memory won you the respect of everyone in that room tonight, but what did it do to you? With Hermione holding him so tight, Harry really couldn't shrug. Both ladies got the gist of it though. To be honest, that night is never far away from my thoughts. It kinda competes every evening with that night at your house for the right to torment me the minute I close my eyes. Emma knelt and held both of them. Watching that I don't really have the words. It certainly wiped out any good our lovely day out in Brighton did. I don't think any of us are in the right frame of mind to sleep alone tonight. A surprised Hermione and Harry could only watch as Emma summoned Dobby. The little elf was only too willing to help. Dobby soon had an area of their sitting room cleared of furniture before 3 camp beds soon occupied that space. I think we should go and change into our nightclothes and then have some of Dobby's fantastic hot chocolate. Harry, the middle bunk is yours. Dobby spent the rest of the night sitting on the sofa, watching over his sleeping family. Whenever Master Harry would get restless, the little elf would smile as his mistress automatically reached for her mate's hand. That brief contact between them was enough to chase away whatever was bothering his master. Dobby now had a good family, and Dobby would protect them. Whether that be from crazy old black elf, witches or wizards, they would all discover Dobby was up to the job of protecting his family. Albus watched on impassively as the supposedly most powerful wizard in Britain, the Minister of Magic, threw up over his shiny shoes and plush office carpet. The new head of the DMLE at least managed to hold on to her breakfast. That greenish pallor though would lend even more credence to the often used amphibian nickname Albus knew Dolores hated with a passion. They had just left his pensieve after watching Harry's memory of Voldemort's rebirth, neither were taking it well. It took a good 10 minutes, a couple of cleaning and air-freshening spells, as well as Cornelius being on his second glass of brandy, before the Minister of Magic was able to reboot his brain. So Albus, what are your young man's demands? All 3 people in this office knew Albus held a strong hand, he saw no reason to rub their noses in it at the moment. That may change however, depending on the response he got here. Demands, Cornelius. Harry doesn't have any demands. He would like to see his godfather, Sirius Black, receive a fair trial. Harry and his friends told you a year ago his godfather was an innocent man, a man sent to Azkaban without even being questioned. Pettigrew being instrumental in the Dark Lord's return lends credence to those claims of innocence. Harry isn't looking for any special treatment, just a fair trial of a man neither you nor Dolores had anything to do with wrongfully imprisoning over a decade ago. Albus could see both liked that angle, he then sweetened the deal. Since his godfather will voluntarily submit to questioning under truth serum at any trial, you can perhaps see why Harry is pretty confident of the outcome. He's so confident, he has offered to have his picture taken with you, as you hand his godfather that deserved ministerial pardon for wrongful imprisonment. Cornelius couldn't hide his surprise, or delight, at hearing that. Dolores made no attempt to hide her nod of encouragement for Cornelius to accept the totally unexpected offer of perceived boy-who-lived support. The wily old politician knew this pair wouldn't like the next bit nearly as much. Harry understands better than most the monumental task he's faced with. You saw from his memory that the lad is also up to the task. He doesn't think a normal Hogwarts education will give him the tools he needs to complete that task however, so won't be returning to the castle come September. Instead, he and a few of his closest friends will have the best tutors we can find to help them prepare. Here was the opening Cornelius was looking for. He quickly snapped it up. That's all very well, Albus, but we're working in the dark here. If young Harry were to come into the ministry and collect that prophecy, we would have a much better idea of how we could help him. Knowing that Cornelius would go down this route, Albus had already prepared a suitable roadblock. The Dark Lord only knows a piece of the prophecy. That was why he targeted the Potters, and Harry in particular, all those years ago. Voldemort would do anything to discover this prophecy in its entirety. That must remain our ace in the hole. Anyone knowing the full prophecy automatically sees their name added to the very short list of people Voldemort would gladly torture to death to get that information. Hearing Albus' opinion, and understanding the reasoning and sense behind it, saw Cornelius swallow the rest of his glass of brandy. Knowing the contents of this prophecy was suddenly not top of his to-do list. Following Dumbledore's advice just might save his life, and Albus had more of that advice to offer. I approve of the increased security inside the ministry but would advise a 24-hour guard be placed in the corridor leading to the Hall of Prophecies. We need the alarm raised if the Dark Lord ever decides to come and collect it himself. Seeing his request was going to be granted, Albus then pushed for more. The Death Eaters who rushed to their lord's side that night should, at the very least, be brought into the ministry to face questioning. Albus could instantly tell he'd reached the limit of ministerial support before either of them actually said anything. It was Dolores who handled the excuses. While I'm happy to accept there is enough evidence in that memory to grant Sirius Black the trial he apparently never received under an older administration, I cannot use that memory to start arresting respectable purebloods. It just wouldn't stand up in court, leaving us with egg on our faces. Their lawyers getting that memory classed as inadmissible evidence would halt any case in its tracks. Knowing that would be the line the ministry wouldn't cross, Albus was left with no choice but to accept it. Very well, all that remains is to set a date and time for Sirius Black's trial, and have that Dementor, key on site, order immediately rescinded. I will bring Sirius into the ministry, and stand guarantor for his behavior. I'm assuming I have your pledge he will be safe. Of course Black will be safe, you have the Minister of Magic's word on that. Would tomorrow morning at 10 be too short notice? With Sirius and Harry desperate for this trial to happen, Albus was certain they could easily make it for then. Lifting his pensieve, he left the Minister of Magic's office, not with all he had hoped for but rather what he expected to get out of today. To win this war though, that ministerial response wasn't nearly strong enough. If Fudge and Umbridge became too big a problem then they would have to be dealt with as well. Politically though, rather than the permanent solution the Order appeared to be planning for the Death Eaters. Sirius had been worried how last night's memory reveal would affect Harry but seeing him at breakfast surprised the Marauder. He had of course heard from Remus that the four had spent a great day out yesterday, and observed for himself how close Harry was to Hermione and her mum. Sirius had no way of knowing Harry just had his best night's sleep in months, that didn't involve taking Dreamless Sleep Potion. The chat was light and funny, with the butt of whatever humor that was going around constantly shifting. Remus threatening he would soon whip them into shape, and then Emma saying they really needed a gym, cemented something that had been simmering away at the back of Sirius' mind for a few days now. Remus, we need to buy a house. One in a normal area, and also that we tell no one else about. We could set up this gym there and it would also give Harry, Hermione and Emma somewhere to go where they could be normal. Sirius didn't mention it would also serve as an emergency bolt hole should they ever need one. They all got that message loud and clear though from his insistence that they tell no one about it. Thinking this was a great idea, Emma had a suggestion on how to make it happen quicker. Instead of buying a house, it might be more practical to rent one, cheaper too. You just stipulate what length of lease you're looking for, what size, furnished or unfurnished, and it could be ready to move into by next week. Emma, money is no object here, but time might be. I really like that idea. Hermione then added to her mother's idea. If money really is no object, Sirius, could we rent one that has a pool? Combined with a gym, that would be the best way for us to get in shape. While hiding her blush quite well, Harry wasn't anywhere near as successful as his girlfriend. Thoughts of swimming with the aforementioned girlfriend was obviously the reason for that blush. Since this was the first time this summer Sirius had seen his godson acting like a normal teenager, he was always going to say yes to Hermione's pool idea. Harry though had seen a problem with that. If we have another place to go, one with a gym and pool, I don't think it would be fair if our friends missed out. I understand why you don't want anyone else to know about this, I really do, but we could end up spending a lot of time over there. Training, chilling or just watching a movie on TV. The thought of introducing a measure of normality into their lives was fighting against keeping them safe until Sirius hit on a really simple solution. Remus, we'll rent 2 houses. One with a room that can be turned into a gym. It also must have a pool, and another that no one outside the 5 of us sitting here knows anything about. That idea was then kicked around the group until long after breakfast had come and gone, with everyone loving Sirius' suggestion the more they discussed it. Emma then volunteered to accompany Remus on his task, stating it would look better if a couple were trying to rent a large home. All in all, it was a pretty happy bunch that Dumbledore walked in on. His news of Sirius' trial put everything else on hold for now. Dumbledore couldn't stay because Amelia and Mad-Eye were coming to Hogwarts. All 3 of them intended to spend a few hours studying Harry's memory for every scrap of detail they could get out of it. Harry, I've had a request from the Weasleys to view your memory of the Chamber of Secrets. I would have no intention of showing that to a full order meeting, rather just the Weasleys, Hogwarts heads of house and anyone else you wished to see it. Hermione, Sirius and Remus all quickly admitting they would like to see it too saw Harry give what was becoming his signature move, a shrug of his shoulders. If it would help them or Ginny, I have no problem with that. I wouldn't want this going anywhere near the Ministry of Magic though. Albus quickly agreed not to do that, for reasons of his own. As Dumbledore left, a stunned Sirius sat there staring in front of him. It was after a few minutes of this that Emma took command. Sirius, you don't want to walk into that trial tomorrow looking like a ragamuffin. You're Lord Black, and you should look the part. I can cut your hair, trim your beard, but you need the right clothes. Snapping out of it, Sirius re-engaged his brain. Remus, there isn't a lot of different in our sizes. You could shop for me, but Harry will need robes too. I don't suppose Dobby has seamstress as part of his skills. The elf appeared, slowly wringing his ears in distress at not being able to do what was needed. He of course suggested a solution to their problem. Dobby is sorry, but that was not a skill that had been needed before. Dobby has a friend, Winky, who is very good with clothes. She is also looking for a family. Winky not been liking living in Hogwarts. Sirius was about to politely refuse when Creature appeared and changed his mind. The House of Black does not have female elves. Mistress would never allow it. Dobby, tell your friend we would be delighted if she would consent to serving the houses of Black and Potter. Creature is of course referring to the old House of Black, and my mother has no say in what happens in this house anymore. Some elves would do well to remember that. The grin worn by the little guy was only matched by the scowl Creature now sported. Creature will not share this house with a female elf. Creature would rather join his ancestors' heads hanging on the wall. Being very firm, Sirius gave the old elf his options. When you join your ancestors, it will be in a hole dug in the garden. I will no longer have such things hanging like trophies on my walls. Take them down today and you may keep them somewhere safe, until you decide you can no longer serve the House of Black. Take my mother's portrait down too, or so help me I'll take a dagger to it. Go, Creature, and attend your master's business. As Dobby eagerly popped away to fetch his friend, a sulking Creature shuffled out the room. The contrast between the two elves couldn't have been more stark. Feeling nauseous, Emma couldn't hide her disgust. I thought those heads were just hideous ornaments. You mean they are real house elf heads? Former servants to the House of Black, until they got too old to serve. It just shows how twisted my family was, and Creature is. His greatest wish is to join them. You've all heard my crazy mother, and historically she was by no means the worst of the Blacks. I ran away to stay with Harry's father when I was 16, I couldn't stand the darkness any longer. Dobby appeared with a terrified female elf. Winky threw herself prostrate onto the floor, her entire body shaking from fear was hard to miss. Dobby is telling Winky her new master isn't dark, but the blacks are well known amongst the house elves. They is not a family a house elf would want to work for. Winky is disgraced elf, Winky deserves this. The little elf sobbing as she said this was too much for Hermione. She was down on her knees on the floor beside Winky, trying to talk with the distraught elf. Winky, Sirius Black is a very kind wizard. His godson is Harry Potter, both fight against the dark. The little elf lifted her head and those large expressive eyes fixed on Hermione, desperate to believe what she was hearing. Miss wouldn't lie to Winky. Didn't Dobby tell you that? Dobby did, miss, but Dobby been hit too often by Malfoys. Dobby not being right in head. Dobby likes being free and paid, Winky wants a family. Even if it is House of Black. Better than the disgrace of being free. Winky hates being disgraced house elf. A quick glance to Harry was all Hermione needed to know he approved of what she was about to do. Winky, would you prefer to be a Potter elf? The change in Winky's demeanor was dramatic. Winky has a choice. Winky has never had a choice of anything before. Things are changing, Winky, they need to. You can become a black elf, a Potter elf, or stay free and work at Hogwarts. The choice is yours. The way Winky looked at Hermione, there was really no choice to be made. Winky is a disgraced elf. If the House of Potter would take Winky, Winky would work so hard. This time Harry took over. Winky, I don't want you working too hard, your health and happiness is the important thing here. Welcome to the family. You could almost see the self-perceived disgrace slip from the little female elf as she stood that bit straighter. Dobby on the other hand was jumping about like someone afflicted with St. Vitus dance. His wide grin broadcast to the whole room though that the little guy simply had so much happiness in his body. This was his way of dealing with the excess of that previously unaccustomed emotion. A sneering creature would currently give Snape a run for his money in that particular facial expression department. No black female elves, creature still controls black manner. A fierce Winky soon robbed creature of that illusion. My master and mistress live here, in a house not fit for pigs. A house elf who lets his family home get into such a state should not be showing his face in company, never mind speaking to his master using that tone. Winky and Dobby will soon have house in shape, stay out of our way. Sirius couldn't help but laugh at the change in this little firebrand. Gone were the tears and shakes, she stood ready to fight all comers for the honor of her new house. That creature was no match for her was plainly illustrated as the old elf slinked away to wherever he had been previously hiding. Harry had to quickly intervene, diverting her attention away from a house-cleaning crusade, and ask Winky if she could alter or make dress robes. Winky promised to have sets ready for her master and his godfather by this evening. She and Dobby popped away to get on with their master's wishes, leaving a still chuckling Sirius shaking his head. You have two exceptional elves there, Harry. I'm actually sorry she didn't choose the House of Black, though I can understand why. This is what we'll be faced with when trying to reform the House of Black. Centuries of darkness are rightly attached to my family name. Attempting to change the subject, Emma asked Sirius what he would do first when he became a free man. She originally thought that question was a mistake as Sirius got very retrospective. I used to lie in my cell, dreaming about that very thing for days at a time. Eventually, when it finally sank in I was never getting out of there, those dreams died. So much so, I can't even remember what they were. A grin then cut right through those morose memories. Hey, we could go for a holiday. While not wanting to deflate Sirius' mood, Harry had to object. If I want to be taken serious about the task and training I've asked for, I can't really then just bugger off on holiday. I'll tell you what you could do though. Yesterday was brilliant. A much-needed slice of normality. If we could set aside one day a week to do something like that, I think it would help us focus on our training. We don't need anything too special, just being able to go out and spend time together was special enough. They all could see the sense behind that approach, and Sirius would have loved to have gone with them yesterday. With a mock pout he accepted the compromise, with one proviso. Fine, but we take 3 days off for your birthday, and that will be as special as we can make it. As some ideas for days out were being batted around, Dobby announced they had a visitor. A delighted Arthur Weasley congratulated Sirius on his trial date, saying the news was already all over the ministry. After hearing from Albus, he'd actually dropped by to ask Harry if they could see that memory tonight. Bill is in the country and he always was Ginny's favorite. We think she'll cope with this better while cuddling into Bill. Since they would probably spend tonight watching the clock slowly tick away the minutes until tomorrow's trial, Harry quickly agreed. When Arthur had to return to work, they added a couple of more names to who they thought should see tonight's memory too. With all four heads of house jumping at the chance of watching Harry's memory of the basilisk encounter, Albus led the Hogwarts contingent into Grimmauld Place. He was rather perturbed to see Amelia and Alistair there too, though couldn't argue with Harry's reasoning that both these people would soon be involved in his training. It was more that they might actually guess some of his secrets that concerned Albus. He would have one eye watching the memory while keeping the other on their reactions to it. For all of his great age and learning, Albus was still looking for trouble in the wrong place. Harry started the memory from where he and Ron headed off to get Lockhart. Ron was again sitting beside Susan, his comment that he didn't remember being that small drew a few chuckles. Everyone in that room though knew exactly how serious the situation had been. Watching as the famous Gilderoy Lockhart was ready to run away, rather than help rescue her daughter, ended forever Molly's infatuation with the handsome wizard. She thought both boys easily getting the drop on him finished off any glimmer of reputation the cowardly fop might have had left. Harry and Ron forcing the get down the chute in Myrtle's bathroom had Minerva muttering, 50 points to Gryffindor, as Lockhart's terrified screams shot back up the tube. The comment was heard however, with Phileas' retort gaining a few sniggers too. You're only awarding points because you wanted to throw him down there yourself. This earned a few more chuckles while both boys slid down too. All humor died the instant the basilisk skin was spotted. Gilderoy getting ready to obliviate both boys started Molly's tears, more fell along with the tunnel roof. Harry being forced to go on by himself, and then finding an unconscious Ginny, had more people than Molly in tears. Albus was watching Alistair and Amelia closely when Tom made his appearance. Tom's fire writing drew gasps of astonishment as the letters rearranged themselves to spell the message, I am Lord Voldemort. Fawkes' brief song was the only relief for the people watching a child battle against a monster of dinosaur proportions. Hermione and Emma were again clinging to Harry, both had tears running down their cheeks over what Harry had to face. When the sword ended the beast's life, there was no cheering. All the watchers could see the fang sticking out of Harry's arm. Young Voldemort's taunting of a dying Harry had Sirius and Remus on their feet, both couldn't help but shout abuse at the memory version of the Dark Lord. Harry yanking the fang from his arm and stabbing the diary with it had both marauders dancing a jig as Tom's taunting turned to screams as he disintegrated. Fawkes was by no means the only one to shed tears, Molly breaking her heart after witnessing what these children had endured. The memory ended as a recovered Harry led Ginny out of the chamber. Albus was still watching Amelia and Alistair, yet the attack caught him totally unawares. Handing a distraught Ginny over to his father, Bill couldn't contain his famous Weasley temper any longer. He lunged at Albus Dumbledore, physically tackling the old wizard to the ground. For Albus, having the wind physically knocked out of him was bad enough, but Bill was twisting his wand arm up his back. The angry young redhead had his other arm around Albus' throat. He seemed determined to snap something that had the last name Dumbledore. The shock of the attack froze everyone, then Bill's angry comment added to the chill. I know what that diary was. How the F*** did Voldemort's Horcrux get through the Hogwarts wards undetected? The twins and Ron didn't know what was going on here, there was no question though of what side they were taking. All three were on their feet with their wands drawn, ready to protect their brother. Funnily enough, there wasn't any rush from anyone else in the room to aid Albus. Ron had some more information for his eldest brother. I don't know what a Horcrux is, but Voldemort himself was teaching defense in the castle in our first year. Harry put an end to him then too. Joining the dots out loud, whilst tightening his grip on the old wizard, Bill laid it all out. A Horcrux is made by placing a piece of your soul into an object. It's the darkest of magic and no one thought it possible to split your soul more than once. Voldemort obviously has, or he wouldn't have been able to come back. This old bastard knew what had possessed our Ginny but never said a word. She should have been examined by specialist mind healers to check for any residue, but that would let the secret out, wouldn't it? You obviously don't give a shit about our sister, a sister who was in your care at Hogwarts. Albus managed to squeak out a, "Ginny's fine," but Bill wasn't buying it. How could you possibly know that? In great pain, and in danger of blacking out, Albus let his greatest secret slip. Harry has one in his head and he's fine. It was almost as if the touch of Dumbledore now disgusted Bill. As he backed off the old wizard though, a stunning curse flew past him and ensured the headmaster wasn't getting up of the floor. Harry gently lowered Hermione's wand arm. She was so angry, Dumbledore wouldn't be getting up anytime soon from the most powerful curse she'd ever cast. He's not worth it, Hermione. That goes double for you, Sirius. You become a free wizard tomorrow. Murdering Dumbledore would certainly change that. Watching as Harry wrapped his arms around Hermione to calm her down, Ron just had to ask what everyone else was thinking. Harry, how can you just accept this? I've had plenty of training at it. It's the one thing Dumbledore made sure I had enough of. How many times each year did you, me or Hermione almost get killed? After discovering I have a godfather who wants me to live with him, Pettigrew escapes and Hermione and me need to save Sirius. Get taken into Hermione's home, really like her parents, and then the Malfoys turn up. This is just another one of those times, Ron. We'll stick together and get through it, just as we always do. And what do you intend to do with the headmaster? Severus might still have asked the question in his rather droll manner, but it lacked the biting sarcasm that would usually accompany such a quip. The sad truth is we need him. I certainly don't trust him, but we can't deny we need him, for his power and knowledge. Where we go from here I have no idea. About Dumbledore or this thing supposedly in my head. Bill, you seem to know more about this than anyone else. Any suggestions? Still coming down from what he'd just learned, and attacking Dumbledore, Bill had a slight touch of the shakes. His voice was steady though as he answered Harry's question with a bit of background knowledge. Horcruxes and their manufacturer are thought to have originated from ancient Egypt. Pharaohs thought they were gods and searched for a method of living forever. I've personally never came across one, but you're not allowed to work in tombs in Egypt without knowing all about them. I recognized what that diary was. There is no way Dumbledore didn't. That's what made me so angry. He must have known, but keeping that news a secret was more important to him than Ginny's life. Glancing at the old wizard lying unconscious on the floor, Minerva added to the tale. Harry, I asked Albus about your scar the night he dropped you off in Privet Drive. Albus said he wouldn't do anything, even if he could. Thinking back, he may have suspected what your scar was then. Amelia had trouble dealing with that idea. He's known for 14 years, and what has he done? Dumbledore couldn't even deal with one that was in the castle, make that 2 if we're now counting Harry. I only have the vaguest notion of what a Horcrux is, and asking for help might put that knowledge out there. What do we do next? With Hermione, Emma, Sirius, Remus, Ron and Ginny all simultaneously demanding that this thing must be taken out of Harry, the mood of the room was set. It was decided to revive Albus and see what he could add to the discussion, though Harry summoned the old wizard's wand first. You all just watched Ron and me almost being obliterated by Lockhart. I have no wish for a repeat performance with Dumbledore. Unlike Lockhart, I don't think we would be able to stop him. It was a telling factor in just how far their trust in Dumbledore had sunk that no one objected to Harry's actions. The old wizard was levitated off the floor and into an armchair before being revived. It took a somewhat groggy Albus a moment or two to recall the situation he was in. When he did, his hand slowly moved toward his wand, only to be halted by harsh laughter. Young Potter really has got your measure, Albus. He took your wand before we revived you. Seems he was right not to trust you. Moody's laughter was torture to Albus, hurting more than the attack by William Weasley. Albus was not used to being laughed at. That laughter paled into insignificance though when those harsh words stabbed like a dagger at his heart. Adding insult to injury, Albus Dumbledore was no longer master of the Elder Wand. Harry, what have you done? Seeing the stares this drew, and not wishing to highlight the significance of his disarming, Albus quickly switched focus to Harry's friends. You can't have children knowing one of the darkest secrets of our age. There was no way Harry was going to accept that, even although one of those children was possessed by a Horcrux while in your school. What about the baby you abandoned on a Muggle doorstep with one in his head? You've had 14 years to come up with a solution to this problem. I think we all deserve to know how far you've gotten with that. That information cannot be shared willy-nilly. Harry once more continued his habit of interrupting the headmaster, and remaining calm while doing so. To be perfectly honest with you, sir, of all the people in this room I trust you least. I want this thing out my head and Voldemort gone. You could obviously be a great help with all of that, but not if you withhold information or strike out with plans of your own. Are you ready to work with us? Harry, things are not that simple. Should Voldemort hear even a whisper of what we're trying to do, he'll place them somewhere we can't reach. Hermione was on Dumbledore in a flash. Do you know how many he made? I have a few theories. Do you know where any of them are? Again, I have researched this thoroughly. So, just to be clear here, you don't know how many, or where any of them are. It's taken you 14 years to reach that point too. How are we any worse off if, while researching that Ginny is actually fine and how to get that out of Harry, Voldemort discovers what we're up to? Hermione tried to be as calm as Harry in her delivery, but her emotions had bled through near the end. Emma held her close as Sirius took over the verbal bashing of Dumbledore, making no attempt to mask his anger. I will be a free man tomorrow and Harry is my godson. Neither you, the Ministry, nor Voldemort himself will stop me trying to get that thing out of Harry. Arthur, anything you need to help your daughter is yours. Bill, your input would be very welcome too. That goes for everyone here tonight. If Albus won't help us, then we'll forge ahead ourselves. Severus then gave the group a starting point. The Dark Lord was desperate to get his hands on the Black family library. That's why he was so keen to get his mark on Regulus. I don't know what happened to your brother, but I do know the Dark Lord never got his hands on your library. Having watched everything from a dark corner, Kreacher thought this might be a chance to complete his beloved master's last order. With his dying breath, Master Regulus cursed the Dark One. He gave Kreacher an order, but Kreacher was unable to carry it out. Tried and tried Kreacher did, but he couldn't destroy the evil thing. It is in this house. Can you destroy it for Kreacher and Master Regulus? After all they had seen and heard here tonight, that a house elf's words could shock them into silence was a major achievement. It was Harry who finally broke the silence. Kreacher, I have already destroyed one of these, and hope to do the same to any more we can get our hands on. Could you show us your memory of what happened? Sirius came forward and removed the memory thread from the elf. They then watched as Voldemort ordered a distraught Kreacher to drink the contents of the font. The draught of despair, it causes the drinker to relive their worst memories. I would also wager that boat is charmed to allow only one person at a time to ride in it. Of course, the Dark Lord would not consider a mere house elf as a person. No one disputed anything Severus just said. All eyes were on Voldemort as he placed a locket necklace into the now empty font. The font then refilled while he left a distraught Kreacher on the tiny outcrop of rock and took the boat back to the other end of the underground pond. After Voldemort sealed the cave, the elf disappeared. Sirius was left speechless as his younger brother now appeared in the pensieve. Master ordered Kreacher to return when the Dark One was finished with him. Kreacher has returned. The memory ended as Kreacher obviously passed out. Master Regulus looked after his Kreacher for 3 days, until Kreacher was well enough to return to the cave with his master. Please don't make Kreacher watch that again. Kreacher can't. Kreacher displaying love and devotion was a far cry from what anyone in the room had seen before, all except Sirius, who knew the elf worshipped his brother. Kreacher, I really need to know what happened to Regulus. I need that memory. You don't need to watch. I will call for you when it's over. Nodding, Kreacher stood still as Sirius removed a second memory from the elf. Just before he left the room, Kreacher had something to say. Master Regulus knew what the Dark One had done. He wanted it destroyed. Kreacher would have stayed with his master but couldn't. He was ordered away. Kreacher will do anything to carry out his master's last order. Playing the memory, it became clear at once what Regulus' intentions were. Sirius was in bits as his brother ordered the faithful elf to force him to drink the potion if need be. Kreacher's pleas to be allowed to drink it instead went unanswered. With a grin Sirius knew so well, his brother gazed down at the elf and explained his reasoning. You're not yet fully recovered from the last time. I need you to replace the locket inside the font with this one, then destroy the other one. You bloody fool, Regulus, why didn't you come to us for help? Sirius sobbed as his brother practically committed suicide before his eyes. The creature in the memory cried nearly as many tears as Sirius, but the font was eventually empty. With magic not working on the font, creature had to practically climb inside it to do the exchange. As he got back down, the elf noticed his master had crawled to the edge of the pond and was scooping up water to try and quench his potion-induced thirst. Master must come away from the water. Creature was silenced as an arm reached out from the dark water and clamped onto Regulus. Creature, leave now and destroy that locket. That's an order, creature. Destroying that locket is more important. A dead hand clamping over his face ended anything else Regulus might say. After a direct order, a sobbing creature had no choice but to leave, and that's thankfully where the memory ended. The horror they had just witnessed affected everyone differently. Ginny was hiding her face in her father's chest while Ron once more had a crying Susan holding on to him. This time though, a horrified Ron appeared to be returning Susan's hug every bit as tightly. Harry was also being held tightly by both Granger ladies, but his gaze was locked onto Remus, trying to comfort a distraught Sirius. He called for Dobby to provide some much-needed refreshments. Dobby arrived with decanters of brandy and single malt whiskey, balanced on a tray with crystal glasses. Winky brought an ice bucket full of bottles of butter beer, for those considered too young to drink strong spirits. A few minutes later, Moody raised his glass of brandy and proposed a toast. To a brave man who knowingly gave his life so we might one day defeat the Dark Lord. As everyone there raised their drink and toasted, Creature shuffled into the room with the necklace held out in front of him. Sirius took it from the elf before Albus actually had the gall to ask if he could have his wand back. I need my wand to scan that item. We need to confirm it is exactly what we think it is. The old wizard couldn't hide his disappointment as Severus stepped forward and began casting spells on the locket. This is registering the darkest magic I have ever seen. We need to destroy this. Professor Snape, I have Sirius' trial tomorrow, but I will be available any other time to go down to the Chamber of Secrets and harvest more fangs from the basilisk. We know they will destroy a Horcrux. I figured you would be the best person to do any harvesting. You are also head of Slytherin and a potions master. I would assume there might be other parts of the basilisk that could be useful to you too. Severus thought he needed another drink after hearing that. Mr. Potter, parts of the basilisk can be quite valuable. Sir, as long as we have enough venom to destroy any more of these we find, you're welcome to the rest. All I would ask in return is that you help us destroy these things, and with the research to get this one out of my head. After graciously accepting, Severus was able to honestly say that he would have helped with those aims anyway. Downing the last of her whiskey, Minerva then tackled the elephant in the room, an elephant named Albus Dumbledore. I would like to say I speak for everyone in this room in supporting those aims too, Mr. Potter. Sadly, there is one here I'm no longer sure about. Albus, you told me the night we left that baby with the Dursleys you wouldn't change Harry's scar. You've spent the next 14 years playing your cards very close to your chest, and where has it gotten you? Minerva began using her fingers to count and illustrate Albus' failures. You were terrified of this prophecy leaking. Doing so saw you and Harry cleared, with Sirius getting his trial tomorrow. You were ready to use your wand to make sure none of us remembered what a Horcrux was. Albus was ready to protest but, looking around the room, changed his mind. Clearly no one here would believe his denial. Harry has destroyed one, and another just landed in our laps. As Miss Granger so elegantly just stated, you don't know how many he made, what or where any of them are. By that information leaking here tonight, we have one more ready to be destroyed and a recognized method for doing so. What I find unforgivable is your callous disregard for two children who were in our care. Not giving Albus time to answer, Minerva turned to address Molly and Arthur. I shall ask Poppy to recommend a mind healer to examine Ginny, with any cost involved being met by Hogwarts. We failed in our duty of care to your daughter, this is the very least we can do. She then switched her attention to Harry. Anything I can do, I will. Access to any books in Hogwarts is yours, and Miss Granger's. Albus will comply with that, or 4 heads of house will be taking some of your memories to the school board. Minerva, I hardly think we need to go that far. The head of the Pride rounded on Dumbledore. You have shown time and time again Albus Dumbledore has his own agenda where Harry here is concerned. Since you refuse to share that agenda with any of us, we have no way of knowing what you are up to. We have clear goals here, goals you surely can't disapprove of. We would like your help, but again the issue of trust stands between us. In this matter, none of us trust you. You need to go away and think on this, Albus. I will return your wand to you later. A defeated and deflated Dumbledore flowed back to Hogwarts, without wand or pensieve, while those left behind began to make plans to move on from here. Sirius limited himself to just that one drink. He had just watched as Voldemort cost him his young brother. Sirius swore to himself the bastard wouldn't get Harry too. He had no way of knowing everyone in the room was making similar proclamations to themselves. With his new hairstyle and trimmed beard, along with sporting a set of dress robes fit for any lord, Sirius sparkled under the harsh flashes of the amassed press photographs. The reason for that sparkle, however, wasn't even the ministerial apology, declaring Sirius Black to be a free wizard, that he held in his hand. No, it was his godson proudly standing next to him that made Sirius shine. The Marauder also knew Harry Potter standing next to him like this would, in the eyes of the British wizarding community, legitimize his innocence far more than any piece of parchment with Fudge's signature on it. Albus standing scowling in a corner affected today's proceedings not one iota, which probably added to the degree of Dumbledore's scowl. With the promise of a future financial settlement for wrongful imprisonment, Sirius was a seriously happy wizard. The Minister of Magic was another seriously happy wizard. Yes, Black would be standing between him and Potter in the pictures guaranteed to grace tomorrow's front pages, but at least Cornelius was in the frame. He'd been a politician for far too long not to notice Albus seemed to be on the outs with this pair. That was all good in his book. If Potter needed a political minder to protect him from the ministry bureaucracy and old family power games that would try and trip him up, he couldn't do much better than having the current Minister of Magic as a mentor. That such an arrangement would be a massive boost to Cornelius. Public popularity was just the cherry on top. After leading Sirius and Harry into the ministry, Albus had played no further part in today's proceedings. He was not asked for his opinion, nor asked to vote on Sirius' innocence. Sirius, questioning under truth serum, in front of the full Wizengamot, packed public and press galleries, left the former prisoner of Azkaban with no case left to answer. With no charges ever being brought against him, the only thing he was guilty of was being an unregistered animagus, Sirius Black left the session with a ministerial apology, rather than the pardon Albus thought would be the result. Albus was fingering the wand of destiny in his pocket. That he could no longer say this was his wand became evident to the old wizard the instant Minerva returned it to him this morning. One by one, Albus was losing his advantages in his fight against Voldemort. His secrets were becoming known, though Albus thought it advisable not to mention last night that Harry standing and letting Voldemort hit him with a killing curse might be a method of getting that Horcrux out of the boy's head. His position in the Order was currently at best described as tentative. Imparting that particular piece of knowledge to the group of Order members he'd met with last night would surely have led to his expulsion. What really irked Albus, however, was not knowing for certain who the new owner of the wand was. William Weasley clearly defeated him in combat, though not magically. Albus didn't know who'd cast the powerful stunning spell on him, but Harry had clearly taken the wand from his person. If things got any worse for him personally, passing the Elder Wand on to its new owner, providing that owner was Harry, might be the last card he had left to play. His petulance at Harry's unreasonable behavior that led to him not erecting protective wards at the Grangers immediately, or posting a more competent protector, had come back to bite Albus in ways he wouldn't have believed possible. That one poor decision was the precursor to all the bad things that had happened since. Albus couldn't help but be reminded of the old proverb, for want of a nail. A shudder ran down his spine as the last line of that particular proverb saw a kingdom lost. Albus sincerely hoped that wouldn't be the outcome here. A smiling Harry was ignoring the questions shouted in their direction by the press, even thought they had been told beforehand that neither he nor Sirius would be answering any of them. He was also ignoring Fudge's efforts to get closer to him, physically and politically. It kinda creeped him out a bit. Was the man so shallow that Fudge would think threatening him with Azkaban, only because he didn't happen to have a Dementor with him, could be so easily forgotten about? That Harry knew Fudge had used that very same method to permanently shut Barty Crouch Jr. up meant there would be no forgiveness heading in the minister's direction, far less any trust. Harry wondered if that knowledge had played any part in Dumbledore's decision to spirit him away from Crawley that terrible night. The more he learned about Dumbledore, however, the more he realized that trying to guess at Albus Dumbledore's motives for doing anything was a complete and utter waste of time. Those methods would probably only make sense to the old wizard himself. The person Harry was having trouble ignoring was the supposed sensible member of the Marauders. Moony was behind the press pack and pulling faces at them in order to get either Sirius or him laughing. That such juvenile behavior was actually starting to work on his godfather had Harry wondering if these two would ever grow up. No one wanted Emma anywhere near this circus, with Hermione of course choosing to stay with her mother. Since Dobby and Winky were there with them, and he had his mobile phone in his pocket, Harry wasn't in the least worried about their safety. They had slept in the same room last night again and, even after learning what was behind his scar, Harry had never felt more loved in his entire life. Hermione seemed to have been at his side ever since that night of the third task, and Harry was missing her not being there now. Thankfully this was the final part of a day that had gone much better, and faster, than they could have hoped. They would be going home soon. Emma was actually glad of this time alone with Hermione. It gave her an opportunity to have the mother-daughter talk she thought was necessary. It would be like no discussion she ever imagined having with her little girl. "Dear, you know I like Harry, he's a fine young man. What worries me is the life he's been forced to lead, and the dangerous choices he now seems to be making. What really worries me is that you seem to be getting dragged into these choices too." It was a lovely summer's day, so both ladies were in the garden, sitting under a tree about 20 yards from where Dan was buried. Hermione, rather than being upset, took both her mother's hands in her own and tried to answer her perfectly understandable concerns as sincerely as she could. "Mum, I understand why you're worried and can't thank you enough for all the support you've given us, and also waiting until it was just me and you before bringing this up. Harry isn't dragging me into anything. I'm having to fight like hell just to get to stand with him. He would much rather I stayed safely at home with you. Sorry, but that's just something I couldn't do. This is all of our fight, and it's already visited our door." Hermione, glancing at Dan's final resting place, soon had tears in both their eyes. "To the people who came after us that night, I'm nothing but a filthy mudblood. They try to imply I'm inferior, yet their children have academically finished behind me every year since I started Hogwarts. Malfoy has hated me since we first met. That hatred skyrocketed when I had my wand on him last year, and then smacked him one. Regardless of my relationship with Harry, Draco Malfoy was always going to come after me, and he wouldn't be alone. This is the world I live in now, and I'm really sorry I never told you about certain dangerous parts of it. To me, having friends who liked me for who I am was far more important than any backward, unsubstantiated bias based solely on my parentage. I always intended to warn you when the situation got too dangerous. Things just happened much quicker than anyone thought. Even Dumbledore was surprised by the speed of it." Taking a deep breath to try and calm her emotions that threatened floods of tears again, Emma tried to explain her deepest fear to her daughter. "Darling, I'm proud of you in so many ways. You have always had the courage to follow your convictions, even when you were little. You have a young man there who would face down the very devil himself to protect you. Watching those unbelievable memories makes me think he might be able to pull that feat off too. Then I think about anything happening to you, or Harry, and my sensible side gets thrown out the nearest window and fear takes control. I can't lose you too, Hermione, I just can't." Losing her emotional battle, a now sobbing Emma was clinging onto Hermione, and threatening to never let her go. Holding onto her mother just as tightly, Hermione understood exactly where her mother was coming from. Her mum had lost the most important man in her life, and so had Hermione. The mere thought of anything happening to Harry too tied her insides up in knots. There was no way she was losing him as well. It was the Death Eater's turn to suffer losses, see how they liked it. Finally getting herself back under a semblance of control, Emma was wiping her eyes with a hanky. We should be sitting here talking about appropriate behavior for you and Harry, and I mean say not fighting a madman and his murdering minions. A blushing Hermione answering, Mum, let's not. Soon had both of them giggling. We're a pair of emotional wrecks. It would seem the men in our lives were the sensible ones. Harry never used to be. Ever since that night in the graveyard, there has been a very noticeable change in him. Hermione, just watching Harry's memory of that night changed everyone who saw it. Haven't you noticed people treating Harry differently? That's business as usual for Harry, Mum. One minute everyone hates him, then they're all falling over themselves to be his friend. Our minister, who we both saw threatening Harry with Azkaban, will now try to be his best friend. It's sickening. What about this thing in his head? Is it going to affect him? Adopting Harry's now signature move, Hermione shrugged her shoulders. We don't know, and Harry says he's not going to waste energy worrying about it. We have a trip to Hogwarts, Chamber of Secrets and then training to organize. Harry will keep himself busy, leaving the people who know what they're doing to do the research into a possible solution. Harry says it's been there nearly 14 years, so why worry about it suddenly attacking him now, or something similar. You know I've always been driven, but when Harry really focuses on something, he leaves me in his wake. I'm going to have to work like mad just to keep up. Seeing what was really bothering her daughter, Emma took some action. Keying Hermione on the cheek, Emma then explained what was blindingly obvious to everyone else. This is no summer romance, Hermione. Your young man isn't going to run away. I'm terrified of you losing him, but it won't be like that. That's one thing I'm not worried about. Well, let's just say I have a whole different set of worries there, but you're both sensible. In a tone instantly recognizable by parents of teenagers the world over, Hermione managed to stretch one word almost into a sentence. MUUMMM. Cornelius just had a stellar day. He was expecting pleasant dreams tonight. What he actually got was his worst nightmare, a nightmare with red eyes that appeared to glow with malevolence. The real nightmare, however, was the fact those evil eyes were still there and Cornelius was now awake. Good evening, Minister. I hope you don't mind me dropping in like this, without an appointment. I really wanted to speak with you and didn't think your office was the best place to have this conversation. Don't worry about your wife, Wormtail has that situation well in hand. A quick glance saw his wife, who was also awake and lying next to him in bed, now had a silver hand wrapped around her throat. I gave my faithful servant that hand, so it is mine to command. If you lie to me, those magical metallic fingers will crush the life out of your good lady. Do we understand one another? Nodding his head, Cornelius admitted to himself he couldn't lie to this madman if his life depended upon it. He also wet the bed for the first time since being a toddler. How had Potter been able to defy those eyes? Good, now I want you to tell me this prophecy that is in your department of mysteries. I don't know it. Cornelius was interrupted as that silver hand ripped his wife's nightdress from her body like it was tissue paper. Nudity was soon the least of his wife's problems as the owner of that silver hand then cast the torture curse on her. Those screams echoed right through Cornelius' being. The curse was soon lifted and that sibilating voice once more tortured Cornelius. Shall we try to answer that question again? I swear I don't know it. Dumbledore wouldn't tell me and Potter only came to the Ministry for Black's trial. None of them trust me with their secrets. There were no screams this time, but Cornelius felt sick as that silver hand ran up and down his wife's savagely unclothed body. She was trembling, but the horror reflected in her eyes told Cornelius her body was still reacting to the torture curse, not what was happening now. Expecting this answer from the Minister of Magic, he wouldn't trust this politician either. Voldemort then got to the real reason for his visit. That is unfortunate, but Lord Voldemort can be merciful too. I am going to ask you to do one little thing for me. You will carry out this order or Wormtail here will fully enjoy your wife the next time we visit. Wormtail can be quite the artist, with the proper motivation I provide. He understands if I don't like his efforts, I will torture him, purely for educational motives. Seeing that the Minister of Magic was now his, without even having to cast the Imperio curse, the Dark Lord pressed home his advantage. If there is a next time, we'll kill the guards, not stun and memory charm them. Then Wormtail will have all night to see if he can impress me. You will of course be at my side, watching everything. That should be a good introduction for what I will then do to you. A slight smile pulled at the corner of the Dark Lord's lips as the Minister of Magic begged to be allowed to follow his orders. Those orders were rather simple. The state Fudge had gotten himself into, those instructions needed to be simple. Emma gasped in amazement at her first sight of Hogwarts. Dumbledore had made the group traveling from Grimmauld Place a portkey that took them inside the wards, allowing Emma to tag along too. Hermione was looking forward to showing her mother around the Hogwarts library, and maybe check out a few books to begin her research project. When her mother had asked if Hermione was doing this purely so she could see Hogwarts, her daughter's reply had the ring of truth about it. Spending a day with you in my favorite library in the country or slide down a filthy tube to hack bits off a decaying giant reptile, not a hard choice for me, Mum. A chuckling Remus advised Hermione not to use the term, hacking, within Snape's hearing. After spending another splendid afternoon together, mother and daughter both looked up in some surprise as Harry, Sirius and Remus eventually joined them. A pair of quiet marauders and Harry heading straight to Hermione for a hug drew a remark from Emma. As bad as that? It was Remus who finally answered. Probably worse. First time in my life I really cursed my heightened sense of smell. We came back up almost an hour ago but have been scrubbing in the Gryffindor showers for most of that time. Dobby had to bring us fresh clothes, with orders to burn the other ones. Hermione felt the involuntary shudder that passed through Harry before he spoke. Snape and Dumbledore were like kids let loose in a sweet shop. They were far too excited to be affected by little things like smell and rotting flesh. Flitwick never moved a muscle, just stared at the basilisk. He might still be down there. McGonagall and Sirius also have heightened senses of smell. I thought it was horrendous, so I never wished to experience what their noses gave them. The three of us and McGonagall got out of there and left them to it. I scrubbed from head to toe, multiple times, and still feel dirty. Over a decade spent rotting in Azkaban, and that is still the worst thing I've ever smelled. You ladies so made the right choice. I wish I had stayed up here with you. Well, we girls had a lovely time. Emma tried not to giggle at their misfortune. She really did. Hearing Emma giggle put a grin on Harry's face. It was a sound he would like to hear a lot more of. The screams of the Locket Horcrux being destroyed down in the chamber was certainly not something any of them were grinning about at the time. Having such a vivid reminder of what was actually in Harry's head really brought home the seriousness of the situation. Basilisk venom is not only highly toxic, it's also very acidic. After Sirius called for Creature, keeping their promise to the old elf, the locket was placed in a small glass flask. The venom was then added to the flask, bubbling away as it slowly worked through the silver locket. There was no ambiguity surrounding the exact timing of when that protective layer of silver was breached. A piercing scream reverberated around the chamber for the second time in just over 2 years. Having seen Harry's memory of that event, everyone inside the chamber recognized that another Horcrux had been destroyed. Watching Cracker do a little jig while chanting, "Die, Dark One, die," was just another disconcerting memory to add to the multitude they had been collecting recently. The smell really was terrible, so, now that the Horcrux had been destroyed, 4 of the party made their way back out of the chamber. Harry fully intended to tell Emma and Hermione the Horcrux had been destroyed, and the method they used to do so. They didn't need to know the graphic details of its demise, they were already worried enough over the one in his head. Hermione squeezed him tighter, causing Harry to look her in the eye. A raised eyebrow asked the question and Harry's slight nod answered. He should have known his girlfriend was on the ball, and Hermione spending the afternoon in Hogwarts library with her mother now made far more sense. Like Harry, she was desperate to protect Emma from as much of this as they could. Neither Sirius nor Remus had that luxury, and, while the smell really had been atrocious, the locket's screams disturbed them a whole lot more. That research project was now top of their to-do list. To hell with any secrecy. Getting that thing out of Harry was their only concern. Tonks was a little early for the mission meeting she had been ordered to report for. She sat and chatted with the other two oars already there, quickly discovering they had no more idea what this meeting was about than she did. As people entered in dribs and drabs, Tonks was racking her brain in an attempt to discover the connection, if any, between this group of oars. She thought that might give her some kind of clue what this job they were about to be handed could be about, but couldn't see any pattern. They were a range of ages and experience, 4 witches and 6 wizards. Other than their basic oar training, Tonks couldn't think of anything else they had in common that would see them chosen as a group to go on a mission together. Her internal alarm bells started ringing when Tonks realized something the 10 oars now in the room actually had in common: none of them were purebloods. Since everyone currently in this meeting room had been ordered to attend, Tonks couldn't see any way that fact could be merely a coincidence. Wondering if they were forming a squad that would interact with Muggles, Tonks knew her speculation was at an end as Dolores Umbridge entered to give this briefing personally. "Good morning, everyone." Dolores then stood there and waited until every oar present had said, "Good morning," back before she would continue. The other day, Sirius Black's trial proved beyond doubt there had been at least one innocent person in Azkaban. While this administration wasn't involved in Black being shipped off to Azkaban, we were delighted to play a part in proving his innocence. This got us thinking, however, can we say with any degree of certainty that Black is the only innocent person behind Azkaban's impressive walls and defenses? With a feeling of dread, Tonks was sure she had figured out what their mission was going to be. That didn't mean it was any less shocking when Dolores finally told them about their assignment. "We are going to be transporting prisoners to the Ministry, where all will undergo questioning while under the influence of Truth Serum. Only then will this administration be able to say with confidence that all the prisoners in Azkaban deserve to be there. We will be bringing them to the Ministry in batches of 10, and you will each be personally responsible for a particular prisoner." Removing pieces of parchment from a file in front of her, Dolores cast a spell that saw a different piece of parchment fly off to individual oars. It seemed like only half her mind was listening to the objections being raised all around her. Tonks was staring at this piece of parchment in disbelief. A 1-to-1 oar-prisoner ratio was against current regulations for prisoner transfer. 20 people on the transfer boat was too many, barely leaving them room to use their wands if the prisoners tried anything. All of the names each oar was given had already received trials that were a matter of record and left no room for any ambiguity on the verdicts. Umbridge dismissed each and every one of these very valid points Tonks, fellow oars made, simply saying they could follow orders or she would find people who could. Tonks knew she had an ironclad case here. She raised her hand and a now disgruntled Dolores reluctantly nodded for her to speak. "Madam Umbridge, I'm afraid I must refuse your order. Not to do so would see me placed in Azkaban myself. The name you gave me is a family member, my mother's sister. The regulations are very clear on a matter like this. I cannot be made personally responsible for this prisoner." The other points raised were guidelines their new boss was ignoring. This was actual law. The entire room held its breath, waiting to see if Umbridge would break the laws of the land on this matter, laws she was supposed to be in charge of enforcing. As the piece of parchment with Bellatrix Lestrange's name written on it left her lap, Tonks let out a sigh of relief. That relief was short-lived, however. Umbridge had merely swapped her aunt for a different Death Eater, Augustus Rookwood. The oar that was now personally responsible for getting Bellatrix Lestrange from Azkaban to the Ministry appeared ready to lose his breakfast. "I assume there are no more questions." Not giving anyone time to ask any more questions, Dolores gathered her stuff and left, shouting over her shoulder that the boat would leave the dock at 2 p.m. The oars sat there in stunned silence. Only the sight of Senior Oar Shacklebolt lifting the disillusionment charm he'd obviously cast on himself shifted the stupor that had descended on the room. Shack signaled for silence as he locked and then sealed the door. Catching on, some of the oars began casting silencing charms around the room. When they were complete, everyone attempted to talk at once until the Senior Oar gained control of the room. "I don't know what she's up to, but this smells worse than a tub full of weak old fish heads. What we do know is that Umbridge is Fudge's favorite, so taking this complaint higher would be a complete waste of time and careers." No one disputed the Senior Oar's reasoning, but Tonks had something else to add. "Shack, with the boat not leaving until 2, It will be getting dark by the time we return to the dock with the prisoners. Here's what's worrying me. Is this just incompetence on Umbridge's part or something far more sinister? With that thought now out there, the grumblings became more focused on their survival. Shacklebolt summed it up rather simply. Aurors lost their lives putting some of these people in Azkaban in the first place. No one here should be put in danger on this fool's errand. If there is the slightest sign of trouble, I want your reports to read, prisoner killed whilst trying to escape. Harry Potter showed us a method of dealing with Death Eaters without the need for unforgivables. That's the method I want you to adopt for this mission. I would much rather inform their families they lost a loved one, rather than having to speak with yours. We are Aurors, we're trained to work as a team and watch each other's backs. I think that training is going to be very important on this mission. It was a grim but determined bunch of Aurors who eventually left the meeting room. Tonks hung back to talk with Shaq. Did you notice that none of us chosen for this mission were purebloods? That has to be deliberate. Umbridge's views on blood purity are well known. I'm sure it's deliberate. The Aurors she chose would either resign or accept a stupidly dangerous mission, a win-win for Umbridge. These are the worst of the Death Eaters being transported, with not a hope in hell of any of them being found innocent at any retrial. There is something more behind this, which is why I was standing in the corner disillusioned. We both know Umbridge is up to something, just not whose side she's on. I'm going to contact Amelia and Mad Eye, see what they make of this. You look after yourself, Tonks, and we'll have your back. The training room at Grimmauld was finally complete, with Sirius, Amelia and Mad Eye running their 6 trainees through their paces. Harry and Hermione had been joined by Susan and the 3 youngest Weasley brothers. Molly had reluctantly agreed to the twins and Ron attending, however she had dug her heels in over Ginny's supposed participation. They were starting with the basics: spell selection, speed of fire and accuracy. The dummies set up at one end of the room were taking a pounding before Shaq interrupted them. A quick explanation of what happened in the Auror briefing had the 3 trainers just as worried as Shaq. At her trial, Bellatrix boasted her master would return and free them, before killing everyone else. There is not one shred of doubt over her guilt, so this is nonsense, or genius, depending who's calling the shots. This had the other adults asking Mad Eye what he meant by that remark. Why storm Azkaban to free your followers when you can get the Ministry of Magic to deliver the 10 most rabid of your Death Eaters straight into your arms? I can see no other reason behind this, can anyone else? What can we do? Harry's question drew a reply from his godfather none of the trainees liked. Your input to the planning stage would be appreciated, but none of you will be involved in anything else. This is only your second lesson. You're nowhere near where we would require you to be before authorizing your involvement in any mission. With Mad Eye and Amelia agreeing with Sirius, the 6 were left without a leg to stand on in arguing their case. I asked for training because I knew I wasn't ready to do what I needed to. I really then can't go against the opinions of the people giving us the training I asked for. Harry's admission settled the matter, and relieved his godfather who had been getting himself ready for their first fight. Shaq inquired where Remus was. Sirius saying he was running an errand with Emma saw Hermione offering to contact them. Before they could ask how, an astonished Shaq, Amelia and Mad Eye watched as this young witch was able to chat with her mother using a device that would easily fit in a pocket. Yes Mum, I'm positive everything's fine here. No one's hurt, we've just started our training session. Can you put Remus on? Or Shacklebolt wants to speak with him. Handing the black Auror her mobile, Hermione giggled as he tried to emulate what she had been doing but held the phone upside down. Once he got that sorted, he quickly passed on the news to Remus, who promised they would be home as soon as possible. Seeing the possibilities immediately, Amelia was the first to ask where she could get hold of one of these devices. When the Death Eaters attacked someone's house, they used to disconnect the flow and place anti-apparition wards around the property. The people inside couldn't escape or call for help. Having a device like this at least solves one of those problems. Shaq and Mad Eye understood Amelia was Prime Valley thinking of Susan's safety, but they had both spotted the tactical implications of having members of the Order gain access to these. They wanted to know what limitations these devices had. Hermione was in her element, dispersing information to people who were really interested in what she had to say. We don't think they will operate in areas of high magical use, places like Hogwarts or the Ministry of Magic. The only other limitation is keeping them charged, with electricity. The chargers are in our house and Dobby pops over there every few nights to plug them in. If Mum and Remus were successful today, that soon shouldn't be a problem. Sirius could also see the tactical side of this, and his idea of renting 2 properties was now looking better and better. Almost every member of the Order who they supplied with a phone would need access to the first house to charge them. Emma charged into the room, immediately engulfing Hermione and Harry in her arms. "Tell me you're not going on this mission." "Emma, we agreed we would only go on missions when our trainers said we were ready." "They all agreed we're not. We will be sitting beside you when this mission goes down." Hearing that from Harry, Emma then needed a seat as the relief almost had her legs folding under her. After being brought up to speed regarding the unfolding situation, Remus then asked the question that none of them really knew the answer to. "Do we bring Dumbledore in on this?" To say the squad of Aurors were tense easily qualified as the understatement of the year. The word, tense, hardly did justice to their condition on their journey out to Azkaban. On arrival, they were greeted by the sight of a very angry warden. He'd been flowed his orders but was checking their set against his, looking for the slightest anomaly or discrepancy that would present him with an excuse to stop this crazy prisoner transfer. Not finding any, the prisoners being transferred were manacled and restrained to such a degree that they had to be levitated onto the boat. In such a confined space, her crazy aunt had soon homed in on the name Tonks. "You must be Andy's brat. My traitorous sister, that abomination she left her family for, and any spawn they produced will be amongst the first to feel my master's wrath when he returns. Those who refuse to bow before my master will all die. This time we'll do it right." A silencing charm shut the bitch up, but Bella's evil grin wouldn't be denied. She had achieved her goal of having every Auror on the boat frightened for their lives, and all her fellow Death Eaters ready to pounce if an opportunity presented itself. As the boat finally approached the stone dock sticking out into the little bay, there was no sense of relief on board. All recognized that if there was going to be an attack, this was where it would most likely take place. The boatman had also been affected by the disgusting cargo his craft was carrying. Wanting to get this filth off his beloved little boat as quickly as possible, he had pushed the needles into the red from the moment they had cleared Azkaban's jetty. This resulted in the quickest crossing he had ever made, and the sun slowly sinking as he guided his craft into its mooring. Due to the position of the tide, the dock was actually higher than the deck. That was nothing new for this boat. The charmed mooring ropes shot out automatically and secured the craft. With the engines now stopped, the quiet dusk gave them a brief moment of hope before a lone voice destroyed both their hope and the quiet. "I would like to thank you for returning my most faithful followers to me, but I probably won't." The Dark Lord and about 20 of his masked followers were now standing on the dock, laughing down at the boat's passengers a good 10 feet below them. The silencing charm cast on Bella had worn off a while ago. Her triumphant scream of, "Master," was the last sound she ever made. Standing with her wand already drawn, as were most of the Aurors, Tonks was not afraid to admit she was terrified. Her hateful aunt's victory yell threw an internal switch in the young Auror. Tonks, while still frightened, was now fighting mad too. Her silent piercing curse ensured her aunt would never lift a wand against her parents, or anyone else's. Blood spraying from Bella's mouth froze the laughing Death Eaters on the dock for a split second. Tonks knew this was all the time she was ever going to have. She cast her most powerful blasting curse not at the Death Eaters, but up at the dock they were standing on. The dock was constructed from compiled and compacted rocks, that were then encased in a layer of cobblestones. The blasting curse pulverized a large chunk out of the dock but, more importantly, saw a hail of deadly shrapnel plow into the bunched Death Eaters. A cry went up on the boat, for the light. This saw a few more Aurors adopting Tonks' tactics and firing blasting curses at the dock. Those who didn't were busy ensuring none of their Azkaban prisoners escaped, alive that is. An angry roar from the now bleeding Dark Lord was followed by a powerful curse flashing from his wand. The curse was so powerful that the bow of the boat was instantly destroyed, with Death Eaters and Aurors alike finding themselves thrown from the boat's deck and into the sea. With the boat rapidly sinking, and those oars still on board were being forced to dive into the water, the tide of battle had dramatically turned. The Death Eaters still standing on the dock were now effectively shooting fish in a barrel. At least they would have been if they weren't suddenly under a barrage of deadly curses from two different sides. Looking around, Voldemort's temper flared once more. While he and his followers were standing on an exposed rocky pier, they were now under fire from wizards and witches that had cover around the small bay. That these people were also playing for keeps, not one stunner had yet been cast at them, surprised the Dark Lord. Recognizing Dumbledore as a member of the attacking group left him now with no option other than to order those of his followers still able to retreat to do so. Lord Voldemort then left the scene with murder on his mind, the slow and painful murder of whoever had leaked his plans. The atmosphere in what had now become the family lounge at number 12 Grimmauld Place was so thick with tension you could have cut it with a knife. Emma was sitting on a large sofa with Hermione, Susan and Ginny. The group had tried to keep a conversation going but, as time had slowly dragged on, it just proved harder and harder to think about anything else, other than what could be happening on the mission. Ron was citing supposedly playing games of chess against each of his twin brothers at the same time. While the twins were cheating almost every occasion Ron turned to the other board, none of the trio's hearts were really in the games. It was just something to do while they two waited on news. Their mum, dad and eldest brother were all involved in this mission tonight. All three brothers were silently swearing to work harder at their training, with the hope they would eventually be included in any missions too, because sitting here not knowing what was happening was torture. Harry was long beyond the sitting stage. He was currently pacing up and down the room, and giving a fair impression of a caged tiger. Like everyone else in the room, his eyes would continually stray to the mobile phone sitting on the occasional table. All were waiting on news, and praying that the news would be good. The phone managed one ring before Harry had it in his hand. "Sirius, you're on speaker. Tell us what happened. Is everyone okay?" "What does on speaker mean?" "It means everyone can hear you, and will soon lynch you unless you tell us some news." Apologizing to more than his godson, Sirius spilled the beans. "Sorry folks, didn't mean to keep you waiting. The Order royally kicked Voldemort's ass tonight. He and his Death Eaters barely managed to get off a spell at us. We have no injuries at all while those Death Eaters still able to stand fled with Voldemort." There was no celebratory cheering but the relief felt around the room was palpable. Harry was by no means the only one finally able to relax a little. "That's great news, Sirius. How about Tonks and the Aurors?" After a slight hesitation, Sirius had an admission to make. "Not really sure at the moment. Voldemort managed to sink the boat with one spell, just seconds before we opened fire. The whole fight was over in less than 2 minutes. I phoned you right away because I knew you would all be worried. I'm heading over to the dock but it's pitch black here now the sun's gone down. There are flares being set up so we can see what we're doing. We all really appreciate the call, Sirius, we were slowly going nuts here. Let us know if there's any news on Tonks." As Sirius said goodbye, Harry noticed Ginny had moved over to join her brothers. Unusually for members of the Weasley family, no words were exchanged. Each brother simply taking a turn to hug their little sister in shared relief said all that was needed. Harry dropped into Ginny's vacated spot on the sofa and soon found himself with Hermione's arms around him. It was Emma though who put into words their feelings. "That was horrible, sitting here not knowing what was happening." Her arms shot out, grabbing Harry, Hermione and Susan for reassurance. "That feeling is going to be 100 times worse if any of you are involved in a mission. I don't think I'm cut out for this." A thoughtful Susan shared her opinion on the matter. "My Aunt Amelia is more than an aunt to me. She's my guardian, my surrogate mother, the last family I have left in the world. Ever since I've been old enough to understand what she did for a living, I've hated watching her leave for work. It's who my aunt is though, I couldn't change that." With everyone now listening to Susan, she tried to explain why she was sitting there amongst them. "When my aunt tried to get us to leave the country I had to say no. She's an Auror, a fighter, a member of a proud house. It would have eaten away at her if we were sitting somewhere safe while people were dying back here. Knowing she was only considering that option because of me, I had to say no. Everyone here has lost close family to these bastards. If we won't stand and fight, who will? Emma managed to give Susan the hug she so desperately needed. There's a very big part of me that's struggling with the idea of teenagers fighting a civil war, especially teens I know. The young man she was coming to consider more and more as part of her family responded angrily to that. This is war, Emma, but there's nothing civil about it. Giving it such a title lends some justification to this bunch of murderers, rapists and arsonists. We have a ministry who wouldn't deal with this the last time, and Fudge doesn't exactly fill me with confidence that he's up to the job this time around. It looks as if we've won a battle tonight, but the ministry's reactions will determine who wins the war. Sitting with her mouth agape at Harry's angry rant, Emma was struggling to see where he was coming from with this. Surely the government now has all the evidence they need to take this fight to Voldemort and his Death Eaters. It was Hermione who tried to set her mother straight on the minefield that was pureblood politics. Mum, Lucius Malfoy was a Death Eater who should have been serving a life sentence in Azkaban. He claimed to be under the Imperius Curse, paid for a new wing at St. Mungo's, and not only escaped prison, he was considered a respected member of magical society. He used to have the Minister of Magic over to dinner, and even in death his reputation was being protected. It was only because news of the prophecy leaked, meaning the ministry now needed Harry, that both Malfoys were hung out to dry. You witnessed what passes for justice in the magical community that night in our back garden. Harry was being sent straight to the worst prison imaginable without even a trial, just like Sirius. While naive is not a word Emma would use to describe herself, she did believe that the British justice system was amongst the best in the world. To hear these opinions, coming from teenagers too, left her wondering what to believe. They wouldn't have to wait long to see if the kids were right. Albus was walking along the stone jetty, trying to come to terms with the sheer number of cloth-covered bodies laid out along it. Too many witches and wizards died here tonight. While really just muttering to himself, Shacklebolt and Moody heard the old wizard. An enraged Kingsley was stopped from saying anything by a more in-control Moody, whose initial comments momentarily increased the senior Auror's anger. I actually agree with you, Albus. Too many died here tonight. 15 dead is quite a high body count. Had it been 14, and Willie Sampson was not lying there in the same condition as the rest of that filth, I would most heartily disagree with you. Losing one Auror is too much, while we can never kill enough of these dark bastards. How long is their master back amongst the living? Yet we saw the mob who were all here tonight with him, ready to murder 10 Aurors on his orders. Amelia approaching and muttering, incoming, to the trio saved an argument developing, though didn't totally prevent it. The real target for most of that anger had just turned up. As soon as they started port-keying the injured to St. Mungo's, all had known it was only a matter of time before the ministry turned up. Shacklebolt simply took charge of the initial Aurors who had arrived on the scene, putting them straight to work in bringing the site under their control. This was also the signal for Order members to start fading into the night. By the time Umbridge made her appearance, there was only the group of 4 members still on site. Auror, I demand to know what happened here. Kingsley looked at the toad, deciding here was a target deserving of his anger. No one there even thought about trying to dissuade him. Excuse me, madam, but it's Senior Auror. I worked hard to earn that title, please use it. Short version, Voldemort and a bunch of his Death Eaters attempted to ambush the Azkaban prisoner transfer you set up. Wonder how he and his bunch of rabid animals got to hear about an Auror mission. It would have been impossible to miss the anger in the Senior Auror's words, or the implication they contained. I can only assume one of the Aurors I briefed let the information slip. Cutting right across her, Shacklebolt pulled no punches. Since you ensured none of the accompanying Aurors were purebloods, I hardly think that they would be passing that information on to Death Eaters or Voldemort. What they did do was approach me with their legitimate concerns concerning a mission you planned and authorized. Since transferring the prisoners from the boat would be the ideal ambush point, I arranged some cover to be available in case it was needed. As you can see, we were needed. You have a former Master Auror, former head of the DMLE and the current Chief Warlock here, all of whom not only witnessed Voldemort leading his scum but also fought in the battle that followed. Trying to deflect the conversation away from how Voldemort discovered what was happening, Dolores tried to assert some control of the situation by asking what she thought was a pertinent question. She also managed to use Kingsley's title in an insulting manner. Senior Auror, Shacklebolt, perhaps you could explain exactly how we took so many casualties. Auror Samson was killed when Voldemort blew up the bow of the boat. As for the 14 Death Eaters, it varies. Some of the prisoners were killed while attempting to escape, a couple drowned in their chains when Voldemort sank the boat. One was physically fighting with Auror Samson when Voldemort's spell hit them both. All 10 prisoners are accounted for and lying under shrouds. 4 others were part of the Death Eater force Voldemort brought with him. They were cut down in the battle that followed. 6 more Death Eaters were incapacitated and unable to retreat with their master. They are currently at St. Mungo's under Auror guard. She was shocked that her plan had not only spectacularly backfired, but had been so clearly deciphered beforehand by others. This revelation embarrassed Dolores and saw her shouting back at the Auror who appeared to have forgotten just who was in charge here. You had no authority to arrange tonight's fiasco. Nor do you hold the authority to place guards on pureblood wizards who were, in all probability, not responsible for their actions here tonight. You're treating them like criminals before any guilt has been established. Their lawyers will make mincemeat of the ministry for that. Shacklebolt's rebuttal of her argument was just as loud, their shouting attracting all the Aurors who were currently on site. Those wizards you are talking about turned up here tonight in full Death Eater regalia, and in the company of Voldemort. These same wizards then fired upon Aurors yet, after they were legally taken down. Your only concern appears to be for what any lawyer they have might say. It was time for Albus to intercede before Kingsley said or did something he would regret later. Senior Auror Shacklebolt had my full backing for everything that happened here tonight. Unlike him, I do have the authority needed. Waving away Albus' comments as unimportant, Dolores then told the quartet of her own actions tonight. I have already dismissed those guards at St. Mungo's and am standing here trying to decide whether to take his badge or not. She didn't have to make that decision, Kingsley saved her the trouble. Handing over his precious badge allowed the now former senior Auror to say what he really thought. You are either an incompetent arsehole or a dark bitch who planned the murder of 10 Aurors tonight. Either way, I can no longer work for you. When Voldemort comes for you, and he will, I hope you have a couple of those terrifying lawyers at your side. After your behavior tonight, no self-respecting Auror would lift a wand to try and protect you. Before Dolores could blast back, she found herself being approached by 4 more Aurors. None of them spoke as eloquently as Kingsley, but all of them handed their badges over. When you could entrust your commander not to get you killed, each held their own opinion on whether it was deliberate or sheer incompetence. The 4 felt they were left without any other option. A raging Albus also added to Dolores' woes. A great victory against the dark forces was won here tonight, only for you to turn it into a defeat. With Voldemort now confirmed as having returned, the Ministry needs every single Auror they've spent precious years and a lot of gold training. I intend to call an emergency Wizengamot meeting on this matter, and see whether the members agree with Senior Auror Shacklebolt's actions, or yours. I originally believed you to be a bad appointment to the post of DMLE head. In the current position we now find ourselves though, I believe having you in that position is a liability. The brave people who battled against the dark tonight should not have that hard-earned victory looked down upon by an unmarked supporter of Voldemort such as you. Seeing she had no support here, in fact Dolores found herself surrounded by hostility, she apparated away before any more of the attending officers could hand their badges in too. Resting her hand on the tall black former Auror's arm, Amelia attempted to offer her friend some comfort. I'm really sorry it came to this, Shack. When I resigned, I half thought you would be my successor. Arranging this tonight, and your actions afterwards, clearly show why you weren't considered for the post. This actually drew a smile from Kingsley. I'm too much like the people who trained me. I don't key ass and do the best job I can. That was never gonna get me promoted under Fudge, and certainly not under Umbridge. A clap on the back from Moody, along with a, we trained him well, Amelia, was high praise indeed. It also meant more to Kingsley than any plaudits the Ministry could hand out. The way things were going lately, he might be lucky not to find himself up on charges for tonight's actions. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.